仅因为它们产生的利润而受到投资者的关心。一个由少数精英和不断缩小的中产阶级组成的两层社会，不是繁荣或民主的基础。然而，使数字技术对人类有用并提高生产力是可能的，因此，投资于帮助人类的技术也可以是好的商业决策。
As with the progressive era reforms and redirection in the energy sector, a new narrative is critical for building countervailing powers in the digital age. Such a narrative and public pressure can trigger more responsible behavior among some decision makers. For example, we saw in Chapter 8 that managers with business school educations tend to reduce wages and cut labor costs, presumably because of the lingering influence of the Friedman Doctrine, the idea that the only purpose and responsibility of business is to make profits. A powerful new narrative about shared prosperity can be a counterweight, influencing the priorities of some managers and even swaying the prevailing paradigm in business schools. Equally, it can help reshape the thinking of tens of thousands of bright young people wishing to work in the tech sector, even if it is unlikely to have much impact on tech tycoons.
正如进步时代的改革和能源部门的重新定向一样，数字时代建立制衡力量需要一个新的叙事。这样的叙事和公众压力可以促使一些决策者表现出更负责任的行为。例如，我们在第8章中看到，接受过商学院教育的管理者倾向于降低工资和削减劳动力成本，这可能是由于弗里德曼学说的持久影响，即企业的唯一目的和责任是盈利。一个关于共享繁荣的强大新叙事可以成为一种制衡力量，影响一些管理者的优先事项，甚至改变商学院的主流范式。同样，它可以帮助重塑数以万计希望在科技行业工作的聪明年轻人的思维方式，即使它不太可能对科技巨头产生很大影响。
More fundamentally, these efforts must formulate and support specific policies to rechart the course of technology. As we explained in Chapter 9, digital technologies can complement humans by
更根本的是，这些努力必须制定和支持具体的政策，以重新规划技术的路径。正如我们在第9章中解释的，数字技术可以通过以下方式补充人类
A. Improving the productivity of workers in their current jobs.
提高工人在当前工作中的生产率
A. Creating new tasks with the help of machine intelligence augmenting human capabilities.
利用机器智能辅助人类能力，创建新任务
E. Providing better, more usable information for human decision-making.
为人类决策提供更好、更易用的信息
A. Building new platforms that bring together people with different skills and needs.
构建新的平台，将具有不同技能和需求的人聚集在一起。
For example, digital and AI technologies can increase effectiveness of classroom instruction by providing new tools and better information to teachers. They can enable personalized instruction by identifying in real-time areas of difficulty or strength for each student, thus generating a plethora of new, productive tasks for teachers. They can also build platforms that bring teachers and teaching resources more effectively together. Similar avenues are open in healthcare, entertainment, and production work, as we have already discussed.
例如，数字和人工智能技术可以通过为教师提供新的工具和更好的信息来提高课堂教学的有效性。他们可以通过实时识别每个学生的学习难点或优势，从而为教师生成大量新的、富有成效的任务，实现个性化教学。他们还可以构建平台，更有效地将教师和教学资源结合起来。正如我们已经讨论的，医疗保健、娱乐和生产工作等领域也有类似的途径。
An approach that complements workers, rather than sidelining and attempting to eliminate them, is more likely when diverse human skills, based on the situational and social aspects of human cognition, are recognized. Yet such diverse objectives for technological change necessitate a plurality of innovation strategies, and they become less likely to be realized when a few tech firms dominate the future of technology.
当认识到基于情境和社会认知的多样化人类技能时，更有可能采取一种补充而非边缘化和试图消除工人的方法。然而，这种多样化的技术变革目标需要多种创新策略。当少数科技公司主导技术的未来时，这些策略实现的可能性就会降低。
Diverse innovation strategies are also important because automation is not harmful in and of itself. Technologies that replace tasks performed by people with machines and algorithms are as old as industry itself, and they will continue to be part of our future. Similarly, data collection is not bad per se, but it becomes inconsistent both with shared prosperity and democratic governance when it is centralized in the hands of unaccountable companies and governments that use these data to disempower people. The problem is an unbalanced portfolio of innovations that excessively prioritize automation and surveillance, failing to create new tasks and opportunities for workers. Redirecting technology need not involve the blocking of automation or banning data collection. It can instead encourage the development of technologies that complement and help human capabilities.
多样化的创新策略也很重要，因为自动化本身并不有害。用机器和算法替代人类执行的任务的技术与工业本身一样古老，它们将继续成为我们未来的一部分。同样，数据收集本身并不坏，但当这些数据集中到不负责任的公司和政府手中，用于削弱人们的力量时，它就与共享繁荣和民主治理不一致了。问题在于创新组合的不平衡，过度优先考虑自动化和监控，未能为工人创造新的任务和机会。重新引导技术并不需要阻止自动化或禁止数据收集，相反，它可以鼓励开发补充和帮助人类能力的技术。
Society and government must work together to achieve this objective. Pressure from civil society, as in the case of successful major reforms of the past, is key. Government regulation and incentives are critical too, as they were in the case of energy. However, the government cannot be the nerve center of innovation, and bureaucrats are not going to design algorithms or come up with new products. What is needed is the right institutional framework and incentives shaped by government policies, bolstered by a constructive narrative, to induce the private sector to move away from excessive automation and surveillance and toward more worker-friendly technologies.
社会和政府必须共同努力以实现这一目标。正如过去重大改革的成功案例所示，来自公民社会的压力是关键。政府的监管和激励措施同样至关重要，就像在能源领域一样。然而，政府不能成为创新的神经中枢，官僚们不会设计算法或开发新产品。所需的是由政府政策塑造的正确制度框架和激励措施，以及建设性的叙事，以促使私营部门远离过度自动化和监控，转向更有利于工人的技术。
A central question is whether efforts toward redirecting technology in the West would be of any use if China continues to pursue automation and surveillance. The answer is likely yes. China is still a follower in most frontier technologies, and redirection efforts in the United States and Europe will have a major impact on global technology. As in the case of energy innovations, a serious redirection in the West can powerfully influence Chinese investments as well.
一个核心问题是，如果中国继续追求自动化和监控，西方在技术方向上的努力是否有用？答案可能是肯定的。中国在大多数前沿技术上仍然是追随者，美国和欧洲的重新定向努力将对全球技术产生重大影响。就像在能源创新领域一样，西方的认真重新定向可以有力地影响中国的投资。
How to foster countervailing powers that influence the path of future technologies and incentivize socially beneficial technological change is our focus in the rest of this chapter.
在本章的其余部分，我们将重点讨论如何培养能够影响未来技术路径并激励社会有益技术变革的制衡力量。
Remaking countervailing powers.
重塑制衡力量。
We cannot redirect technology without building new countervailing powers. And we cannot build countervailing powers without relying on civil society organizations that bring people together around shared issues and cultivate norms of self-governance and political action.
我们不能在不建立新的制衡力量的情况下重新引导技术，而我们不能在不依赖将人们团结在共同问题周围并培养自我治理和政治行动规范的民间社会组织的情况下建立制衡力量。
Worker organization. Labor unions have been a mainstay of countervailing powers since the beginning of the industrial age. They are a key vehicle for supporting the sharing of productivity gains between employers and workers. In workplaces where labor has a voice, either in the form of unions or work councils, as in many German companies, workers are consulted in technology and organizational decisions, and they have at times been successful in acting as a counterweight to excessive automation.
工人组织 自工业时代开始以来，劳工工会一直是制衡力量的支柱，他们是支持雇主和工人之间共享生产率收益的关键渠道。在工人有发言权的工作场所，例如工会或工作委员会，如许多德国公司中的形式，工人在技术和组织决策中被咨询，并且有时成功地作为过度自动化的制衡力量。
In their heyday, labor unions succeeded because they formed bonds among their members. They provided camaraderie for people working together and on similar tasks. They were a nexus of cooperation along common economic interests, centered on better working conditions and higher wages. And they cultivated political objectives aligned with their membership's beliefs and interests, such as the right to vote. These ingredients are unlikely to work as synergistically today.
在鼎盛时期，工会之所以成功，是因为他们在成员之间建立了联系。他们为共同工作和从事类似任务的人提供了友谊。他们是围绕改善工作条件和提高工资等共同经济利益的合作中心。他们还培养了与成员的信仰和利益相一致的政治目标，例如投票权。这些因素今天不太可能如此协同地发挥作用。
Workplaces have become much less concentrated and more diverse, so camaraderie is harder to achieve. With the rise of more highly educated and white-collar employees in most workplaces, economic interests among workers are more divergent as well. Blue-collar production workers are now a smaller fraction of the U.S. labor force, about 13.7% as of 2016, and organizational forms centered on them are unlikely to speak for the entire workforce. There are also fewer common interest political aims within the working population, which is now more divided between right and left than was the case half a century ago.
工作场所已经变得更加分散和多样化，因此建立友谊变得更加困难。随着大多数工作场所中受过更高教育和白领员工的增加，工人的经济利益也更加分散。蓝领生产工人现在占美国劳动力的比例较小，截至2016年约为 13.7%， 以他们为中心的组织形式不太可能代表整个劳动力。工人阶级内部的共同政治目标也减少了，现在他们之间的分歧比半个世纪前更大，主要分为右翼和左翼。
Nevertheless, new methods for organizing workers may succeed where older approaches have failed, and some of this can already be seen in successful unionization drives in companies such as Amazon and Starbucks in 2021 to 2022. The worker-initiated union election of Amazon's Staten Island warehouse used very different tactics to succeed in an environment unlike those where traditional labor movements once thrived. Turnover rates were enormous in the company's warehouses, and the workforce was diverse in every respect, coming from myriad backgrounds and speaking dozens of different languages. The movement was organized by workers on the shop floor, not by professional union personnel. It funded itself over the social media platform GoFundMe rather than receiving centralized union money. It appears to have succeeded by developing a less rigid and less ideological approach, focusing on issues relevant to most Amazon warehouse employees, such as excessive monitoring, insufficient breaks, and high injury rates. Although its strategy is very different from the iconic sit-down strike of GM workers in 1936, which was a turning point for the U.S. labor movement, it is reminiscent in terms of developing new methods of organizing from the ground up.
然而，新的工人组织方法可能在旧方法失败的地方取得成功，这一点在2021至2022年亚马逊和星巴克等公司的成功工会化运动中已经有所体现。亚马逊斯塔滕岛仓库的工人发起的工会选举使用了非常不同的策略，在这种环境中取得了成功，而这种环境与传统劳工运动曾经繁荣的环境大不相同。公司的仓库员工流动率非常高，员工背景多样，来自各种背景，说着几十种不同的语言。这场运动是由车间工人组织的，而不是由专业的工会人员组织的。他通过社交媒体平台 GoFundMe 自筹资金，而不是依赖中央工会的资金。他似乎通过采取一种不那么僵化和不那么意识形态化的方法，专注于与大多数亚马逊仓库员工相关的问题，如过度监控、休息不足和高受伤率，从而取得了成功。尽管其策略与1936年通用汽车工人标志性的静坐罢工非常不同，后者是美国劳工运动的一个转折点，但它在从基层发展新的组织方法方面具有相似之处。
The other problem with labor unions in the United States and Britain is, as we have seen, their traditional structure is organized at the level of individual plants, which breeds a more conflictual relationship with management. More broad-based organizations, rather than just at the level of plants or firms, will be necessary moving into the future. These may take the form of multi-layer organizations, whereby some decisions are taken at the workplace level and others are made at the industry level. The dual-track German system is a relevant example. Work councils are engaged in communication and coordination in workplaces and can have a say in technology and training decisions, whereas industry unions are more focused on wage setting. Of course, it is possible that future labor movements may end up looking more like other civil society organizations or more loosely associated industry-level confederations. This suggests that experimenting with new organizational forms is an important step moving forward.
美国和英国的另一个劳工工会问题在于，正如我们所见，他们的传统结构是以单个工厂为单位组织的，这导致了与管理层更为对立的关系。未来需要更广泛的基础组织，而不仅仅是工厂或企业层面的组织。这些组织可能采取多层次的形式，即某些决策在工作场所层面做出，而其他决策则在行业层面做出。德国的双轨制是一个相关的例子。工作委员会参与工作场所的沟通和协调，可以对技术和培训决策发表意见，而行业工会则更专注于工资设定。当然，未来的劳工运动可能最终会更像其他民间社会组织或更松散的行业级联合会。这表明，尝试新的组织形式是向前迈出的重要一步。
Civil society action, alone and together. The West is now a consumer society, and consumer preferences and action are important levers for influencing companies and technologies. Consumer reaction was vital in the case of renewable energy and electric cars. It was also pressure from consumers, together with media coverage, that forced YouTube and Reddit to take some steps to limit extremism on their platforms.
个人和集体的民间社会行动。西方现在是一个消费社会，消费者偏好和行动是影响公司和技术的重要杠杆。在可再生能源和电动汽车的案例中，消费者的反应至关重要。同样，消费者的压力加上媒体的报道，迫使 YouTube 和 Reddit 采取了一些措施来限制其平台上的极端主义。
However, collective action requires a large group of people acting together to achieve an objective, for example, pushing companies toward reducing their carbon footprint. Such action is costly for most people, who will have to spend time to become informed, to attend meetings, to change their consumption habits, and to occasionally go out and protest. These costs multiply when there is a counter-push from companies and sometimes, even worse, from state security services. In authoritarian and even semi-democratic regimes, authorities can clamp down on protests and civil society organizations.
然而，集体行动需要一大群人共同行动以实现目标，例如推动公司减少碳足迹。对大多数人来说，这种行动是昂贵的，他们需要花时间了解情况、参加会议、改变消费习惯，偶尔还要上街抗议。当公司甚至有时是国家安全部门进行反制时，这些成本会成倍增加。在专制甚至半民主政权下，当局可以镇压抗议和民间社会组织。
These dynamics produce the free rider problem. People who share the same values may nevertheless be tempted not to take part in collective action in order to avoid paying the costs. This tendency, of course, intensifies when punishments against dissidents increase. For example, recent research on Hong Kong protests shows that when pro-democracy university students expect others to take part in rallies against anti-democratic measures, they themselves become less likely to join the protests, free-riding on others' efforts. Free-riding is at the root of the collective action dilemma. Without coordination, only a minority of people who desire social change take part in collective action.
这些动态产生了搭便车问题，即使人们拥有相同的价值观，他们也可能被诱惑不参与集体行动，以避免承担成本。当然，当对异议者的惩罚增加时，这种倾向会加剧。例如，最近对香港抗议活动的研究表明，当支持民主的大学生预期其他人会参加反对反民主措施的集会时，他们自己参与抗议的可能性反而降低，搭便车于他人的努力。搭便车是集体行动困境的核心， 没有协调，只有少数希望社会变革的人会参与集体行动。
Consumer choice, the ultimate uncoordinated, individual action, suffers mightily from the collective action dilemma. Only a fraction of those who want to reduce carbon emissions will give up air travel or fossil fuel energy, for example. Civil society organizations that coordinate consumers and make them act more as citizens rather than individual decision makers in the marketplace are vital.
消费者选择最终的无协调个体行动深受集体行动困境的影响。例如，只有少数希望减少碳排放的人会放弃航空旅行或化石燃料能源。协调消费者行动，并使他们更多的作为公民而非市场中的个体决策者行动的民间社会组织至关重要。
In addition to providing a forum for debate and trusted information dissemination, civil society organizations can create both carrots and sticks to coordinate protests and public pressure on misbehaving companies. On the carrot side, they cultivate an ethos for taking part in activities that are good for the public interest and additionally develop links between different people, who then encourage one another to participate. For sticks, they can sometimes shame individuals for free riding on the efforts of others.
除了提供辩论和可信信息传播的平台外，民间社会组织还可以创造激励和约束机制来协调抗议活动和对不当行为公司的公众压力。在激励方面，他们培养参与对公共利益有益活动的伦理，并在不同的人之间建立联系，这些人随后会互相鼓励参与。在约束方面，他们有时可以羞辱那些搭便车于他人努力的个人。
Although other organizations, such as labor unions, can also play these roles, civil society organizations are important, especially when the main issues, such as climate change or digital technologies, have effects on large numbers of people and cut across traditional groups. For instance, although labor unions can contribute to climate change activism and mitigation, they are not ideally situated to solve climate-related collective action problems, compared to, say, Greenpeace or 350.org, which can organize people from different walks of life and backgrounds. The same considerations apply to action on digital technologies and business regulation. In both cases, the effects are wide-ranging, necessitating broad coalitions that can best be constructed by civil society organizations.
尽管其他组织，如工会，也可以发挥这些作用，但民间社会组织尤为重要，特别是在主要问题，如气候变化或数字技术，对大量人群产生影响并跨越传统群体时。例如，虽然工会可以为气候行动主义和减缓气候变化做出贡献，但与绿色和平组织或350.org 等组织相比，他们在解决与气候相关的集体行动问题方面并不处于理想位置，后者可以组织来自不同背景和行业的人们。同样的考虑也适用于数字技术和商业监管的行动。在这两种情况下，影响范围广泛，需要广泛的联盟，而这些联盟最好由民间社会组织来构建。
Can online organizations help rather than hinder these efforts? Is broad-based civil society even possible in the digital age? Although the optimism of the early 2000s about social media and the internet providing a forum for a digital public sphere has been dashed, new and better online communities can be built.
在线组织能否帮助而不是阻碍这些努力？在数字时代，广泛的公民社会是否可能？尽管2000年代初关于社交媒体和互联网为数字公共领域提供论坛的乐观情绪已经破灭，但可以建立新的更好的在线社区。
Periodic elections to select representatives are not the only aspect of democratic politics. Self-governance, both at workplaces and more broadly, may be as important as elections. Indeed, successful democratic periods in the West often coincide with other institutional vehicles for people to participate in political decision-making, express and develop their opinions, and pressure public policy. These include local politics, town hall, type arrangements, and most importantly various civil society clubs and organizations. Meanwhile, in some non-Western societies, bottom-up political participation has taken place without such elections, for instance, in the context of village councils and the election of traditional chiefs in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Among others, this type of participation, via traditional assemblies called Katla, played a defining role in the economic and political development of Botswana, one of the most economically successful countries of the last 50 years.
定期选举选出代表并不是民主政治的唯一方面，在工作场所和更广泛的领域中的自我治理可能与选举一样重要。事实上，西方成功的民主时期往往与其他制度工具并存，这些工具使人们能够参与政治决策，表达和发展自己的意见，并对公共政策施加压力。这些工具包括地方政治、类似镇议会的安排，以及最重要的各种民间社会俱乐部和组织。同时，在一些非西方社会中，政治参与是在没有此类选举的情况下自下而上进行的，例如在撒哈拉以南非洲部分地区，村议会和传统酋长的选举。这种参与方式通过传统的集会称为 Kgotla， 在博茨瓦纳的经济和政治发展中发挥了决定性作用。博茨瓦纳是过去50年中经济最成功的国家之一。
Pathways for democratic institutions to cultivate new and better online communities are critical. There are some digital technologies that can play a helpful role rather than a harmful one, and finding ways to encourage their development is crucial. For example, digital tools are well suited for creating new forums in which debate and exchange of opinions can be carried out in real time and within a pre-specified set of rules. Online meetings and communication can reduce participation costs, enabling larger-scale cross-cutting associations. Digital tools can also ensure that even in large meetings, individuals can participate in debate by making comments or recording their approval or disapproval. If these tools are well designed, they can help empower and amplify diverse voices, an imperative for successful democratic governance. Efforts in this direction include the New Public Project, founded by internet activist Eli Pariser and Professor Talia Stroud, which seeks to develop a platform and tools for deliberation and bottom-up participation, especially on issues relevant to the future of technology. The project advocates a richer view of technology as what we can learn to do, as articulated by the science fiction writer Ursula Le Guin, and calls for a more decentralized approach to its development.
民主机构培养新的和更好的在线社区的途径至关重要。有些数字技术可以发挥积极作用而非消极作用，找到鼓励其发展的方法至关重要。例如，数字工具非常适合创建新的论坛，以实时和在预设规则范围内进行辩论和意见交流。在线会议和沟通可以降低参与成本，促进更大规模的跨领域协会。数字工具还可以确保，即使在大型会议中，个人也可以通过发表评论或记录赞成或反对来参与辩论。如果这些工具设计得当，它们可以帮助增强和放大多样化的声音，这是成功民主治理的必要条件。在这方面的工作包括由互联网活动家 Eli Pariser 和教授 Talia Stroud 创立的 New Public 项目。该项目旨在开发一个平台和工具，用于审议和自下而上的参与，特别是在与技术未来相关的问题上。该项目倡导一种更丰富的技术观，即我们可以学会做什么，正如科幻作家 Ursula Le Guin 所阐述的那样，并呼吁采取更加分散的方法来发展技术。
The New Democracy Initiative led by Audrey Tang, a former activist and currently the digital minister of Taiwan, is particularly noteworthy. Tang entered politics as part of the student-led Sunflower Movement, which occupied the Taiwanese parliament to protest against the 2013 trade deal with China that was being signed by the ruling Kuomintang party without sufficient public review or consultation.
由前活动家、现任台湾数字部长唐凤领导的新民主倡议特别值得关注。唐凤作为学生领导的太阳花运动的一部分进入政坛，该运动占领了台湾议会，抗议2013年国民党政府在没有充分的公众审查或咨询的情况下与中国签署的贸易协议。
Tang, previously a software entrepreneur and programmer, volunteered to help the movement communicate its message to the broader public. After the Democratic Progressive Party came to power in the 2016 general election, Tang was appointed as a minister, with a focus on digital communication and transparency. She has built a variety of digital tools for providing transparency in government decision-making and for increasing deliberation and consultation with the public. This digital democracy approach was used for a number of key decisions, including the regulation of the ride-sharing platform Uber and of liquor sales. It involves a presidential hackathon, which allows citizens to make proposals to the executive. Another platform, G0V, provides open data from several Taiwanese ministries, which civic hackers can use to develop alternative versions of bureaucratic services. These technologies helped Taiwan's early and effective response to COVID-19, in which the private sector and civil society collaborated with the government to develop tools for testing and contact tracing.
唐凤此前是一名软件企业家和程序员，自愿帮助运动向更广泛的公众传达其信息。2016年民进党在大选中获胜后，唐凤被任命为部长，专注于数字通信和透明度。他建立了一系列数字工具，以提高政府决策的透明度，并增加与公众的审议和咨询。这种数字民主方法被用于多个关键决策，包括对共享出行平台 Uber 和酒类销售的监管。它包括一个总统黑客马拉松，允许公民向行政部门提出建议。另一个平台 G0V 提供了来自多个台湾部委的开放数据，公民黑客可以利用这些数据开发替代版本的官僚服务。这些技术帮助台湾在 COVID-19 早期和有效应对中，私营部门和民间社会与政府合作，开发了测试和接触追踪工具。
New forums for virtual participation can of course repeat the same mistakes that social media commits today, exacerbating echo chambers and extremism. Once such tools start being used extensively, some parties will come up with strategies to spread disinformation, whereas others might use such platforms for demagoguery. Sensational, misleading content may start spreading, and rival viewpoints can begin shouting each other down rather than deliberating constructively. The best way of avoiding such mistakes is to view pro-democratic online tools as a work in progress that needs to be updated continuously as new challenges develop, and also as a complement, rather than as a full substitute, to traditional, in-person civic engagement.
当然，新的虚拟参与论坛可能会重蹈当今社交媒体的覆辙，加剧回音式效应和极端主义。一旦这些工具被广泛使用，一些团体将想出传播虚假信息的策略，而另一些团体可能会利用这些平台进行煽动、耸人听闻、误导性的内容可能会开始传播，而对立的观点可能会开始互相叫嚣，而不是建设性的讨论。避免这些错误的最佳方法是将促进民主的在线工具视为一个需要随着新挑战的出现而不断更新的进程，并且将其视为传统面对面公民参与的补充，而不是完全替代。
These solutions have a technical aspect as well as a social dimension. The algorithmic architecture of online systems can be designed to aid deliberation and dialogue, instead of attention-grabbing and provocation. Because algorithms need to come from the private sector, improved market incentives for technology development remain critical, as we discuss next.
这些解决方案既有技术方面，也有社会层面。在线系统的算法架构可以设计为促进审议和对话，而不是吸引注意力和挑起争端。由于算法需要来自私营部门，因此改进技术开发的市场激励仍然至关重要。我们将在下文中讨论这一点。
Civil society action also depends on information on deals and decisions in the corridors of power. Digital technologies can help shed light on the influence of large corporations and corporate money in politics. Online tools can track links and flows of money and favors between companies and politicians and bureaucrats. We certainly do not agree with former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy's excessively optimistic outlook. With the advent of the Internet, prompt disclosure of expenditures can provide shareholders and citizens with the information needed to hold corporations and elected officials accountable for their positions and supporters. This can happen only when there are other traditional safeguards. Ensuring transparency should thus be viewed as complementary to more traditional types of civil society action. For example, it could take the form of automatic detection and public posting of all meetings and interactions of politicians and top bureaucrats with lobbies and private sector managers.
民间社会行动还依赖于有关权力走廊中交易和决策的信息。数字技术可以帮助揭示大型企业和企业资金在政治中的影响。在线工具可以追踪公司与政客和官僚之间的资金和利益流动。我们当然不赞同美国前最高法院大法官安东尼·肯尼迪过于乐观的观点。随着互联网的出现，及时披露支出可以为股东和公民提供所需的信息，以使企业和当选官员对其立场和支持者负责。这只有在有其他传统保障措施的情况下才能实现。因此，确保透明度应被视为对传统类型的民间社会行动的补充。例如， 它可以采取自动检测并公开发布所有政客和高级官员与游说团体和私营部门经理的会议和互动的形式。
It is important to strike the right balance in transparency. The public does not need to be informed about every policy debate and all the negotiations that politicians undertake in order to build coalitions. However, with the amount spent on lobbying in the Western world reaching astronomical levels, the public has a right to know about deals reached by lobbyists, politicians, and firms, and these connections need to be regulated.
透明度的平衡至关重要。公众无需了解每一次政策辩论和政治家为建立联盟所进行的所有谈判。然而，随着西方世界游说支出达到天文数字，公众有权了解游说者、政治家和企业之间达成的交易，这些关系需要受到监管。
Policies for redirecting technology.
重定向技术的政策。
The existence of countervailing powers and even new institutions by themselves will not redirect technology. Specific policies that change incentives and encourage socially beneficial innovations are necessary. Complementary policies, including subsidies and support for more worker-friendly technologies, tax reform, worker training programs, data ownership and data protection schemes, breaking up of tech giants, and digital advertisement taxes, can help initiate a major redirection of technology.
单纯的制衡力量和新机构的存在本身并不能重定向技术，需要具体的政策来改变激励机制，鼓励对社会有益的创新。补充政策包括对更有利于工人的技术提供补贴和支持、税制改革、工人培训计划、数据所有权和数据保护方案、拆分科技巨头以及数字广告税等。这些政策可以帮助重大的重定向技术。
Market incentives for redirection. Government subsidies for developing more socially beneficial technologies are one of the most powerful means of redirecting technology in a market economy. Subsidies are more potent when they are bolstered by changes in social norms and consumer preferences that push in the same direction, as demonstrated by our experience with renewable energy.
市场激励措施以引导技术发展。政府对开发更多社会有益技术的补贴是市场经济中引导技术发展的最有力手段之一。当这些补贴与社会规范和消费者偏好的变化相结合，共同推动同一方向时，其效果更为显著。这一点在我们对可再生能源的经验中得到了证明。
There are important differences between green and digital technologies, however. When environmental concerns first surfaced, activists did not have a full understanding of how energy consumption was affecting climate or of how the carbon content of energy could be consistently measured. All the same, the scientific understanding and the measurement framework developed rapidly and were in place as early as the 1980s. It then became straightforward to estimate how much greenhouse gases different energy sources were emitting. This knowledge now underpins most carbon taxes, cap-and-trade schemes, and subsidies for renewable energy and electric cars.
然而，绿色技术和数字技术之间存在重要差异。当环境问题首次出现时，活动家们对能源消耗如何影响气候以及如何一致地测量能源的碳含量并没有全面的理解。尽管如此，科学理解和测量框架迅速发展，并在20世纪80年代初就已到位。随后，估算不同能源来源排放的温室气体变得简单明了。这一知识现在支撑了大多数碳税、碳交易计划以及可再生能源和电动汽车的补贴。
Determining how different digital technologies are used and their impact on wages, inequality, and surveillance is much harder. For example, new digital technologies that enable managers to more efficiently track the performance of their subordinates could be viewed as human complementary, for they are enabling managers to do new tasks and expand their capabilities. Simultaneously, they may intensify surveillance or eliminate tasks that used to be performed by other white-collar workers.
确定不同数字技术的使用及其对工资不平等和监控的影响要困难得多。例如，新的数字技术使管理者能够更有效地跟踪下属的绩效，这可以被视为对人类的补充，因为它们使管理者能够执行新任务并扩展其能力。同时，这些技术可能会加强监控或消除其他白领工人过去执行的任务。
Nevertheless, there are a number of principles useful for creating a framework for measuring the impact of digital technology. First, Whether new technologies are used for monitoring and surveillance is fairly straightforward to ascertain. Both the development and deployment of these technologies should be discouraged. A government agency such as OSHA could develop clear guidelines that prevent the most intrusive forms of surveillance and data collection on employees, and other agencies could similarly regulate data collection on consumers and citizens. As an additional step, the federal government could also decide not to enforce patents on technologies that are aimed at worker or citizen surveillance, including those filed in China. Conversely, technologies that provide tools for worker and user privacy can also be identified and subsidized.
然而，有一些原则对于创建一个衡量数字技术影响的框架是有用的。首先，是否使用新技术进行监控和监视是比较容易确定的。这些技术的开发和部署都应受到抑制。例如，职业安全与健康管理局 OSHA 可以制定明确的指导方针，防止对员工进行最侵入性的监视和数据收集。其他机构也可以类似的监管对消费者和公民的数据收集。作为额外的步骤，联邦政府还可以决定不对旨在对工人或公民进行监视的技术实施专利保护，包括在中国申请的专利。相反，提供工人和用户隐私工具的技术也可以被识别并获得补贴。
Second, there is a telltale sign of automation technologies, reducing the labor share of value added, meaning that once these technologies are introduced, how much of value added goes to capital increases and how much gets captured by labor decreases. Existing research documents that the introduction of robots and other automation technologies almost always leads to significantly lower labor share. Likewise, technologies that create new tasks for workers tend to increase the labor share. On this basis, technologies that raise the labor share can be encouraged via subsidies for their use and their development. Such policies can be also useful in encouraging the sharing of productivity gains with workers because higher wage raises would increase the labor share and thus qualify companies for additional subsidies.
其次，自动化技术有一个明显的标志，降低劳动在增加值中的份额。这意味着一旦这些技术被引入，资本在增加值中的份额增加，而劳动所占的份额减少。现有的研究表明，引入机器人和其他自动化技术几乎总是导致劳动份额显著下降。同样，为工人创造新任务的技术往往会增加劳动份额。基于此，可以通过补贴这些技术的使用和开发来鼓励提高劳动份额的技术。这些政策还可以鼓励将生产率提高的收益与工人分享，因为更高的工资增长会增加劳动份额，从而使公司有资格获得额外的补贴。
Third, subsidies for research directions that are human complementary can be provided on the basis of more detailed data about whether new methods are complementing humans or automating work when used in practice. We have already mentioned several examples where new digital technologies can complement humans by creating new tasks, for example, by providing better information for personalized teaching or healthcare, or by enabling improved design and production work on shop floors with the help of augmented and virtual reality capabilities. Although such a classification may be much easier after technologies are deployed, some of this information is available at the development stage and could be a first step toward a measurement framework for the extent of automation of new technologies. This measurement framework could then be used for providing subsidies to certain lines of innovation.
第三，可以根据更详细的数据提供对人类互补的研究方向的补贴。这些数据可以显示新方法在实际使用中是补充人类还是自动化工作。我们已经提到了几个例子，新的数字技术可以通过创造新任务来补充人类，例如通过提供更好的个性化教学或医疗信息，或通过增强现实和虚拟现实功能帮助车间改进设计和生产工作。虽然这种分类可能在技术部署后更容易进行，但在开发阶段也可以获得一些此类信息，这可以作为衡量新技术自动化程度的框架的第一步。然后，该测量框架可以用于为某些创新路线提供补贴。
Some amount of ambiguity in the exact purpose and application of new technologies is not a major problem. Preventing automation is not the objective. What policymakers should strive for is cultivating a plurality of approaches to encourage a greater focus on human complementary and human empowering technologies. This goal does not require a perfect metric for classifying whether a technology will automate work or create new tasks for workers. Rather, It requires a commitment to experiment with new technologies that try to help workers and citizens.
新技术的确切目的和应用存在一定程度的模糊性，并不是一个大问题。阻止自动化并不是目标。政策制定者应该努力培养多种方法，以鼓励更多关注人类互补和增强人类能力的技术。这一目标并不需要一个完美的指标来分类技术是否会自动化工作或为工人创造新的任务。相反，它需要对尝试帮助工人和公民的新技术进行实验的承诺。
For the same reasons, we do not support automation taxes aimed at directly discouraging the development and adoption of automation technologies. Redirection should target a more balanced technology portfolio, and subsidies to new human complementary technologies can achieve this more effectively. Moreover, given the difficulty of distinguishing automation from other uses of digital technologies, automation taxes are currently not practical. Just taxing the clear examples of automation technologies, such as industrial robots, would not be optimal either, for such a policy would leave out the much more pervasive algorithmic automation technologies. Nevertheless, if subsidies and other policies cannot succeed in redirecting technological efforts, automation taxes may need to be considered in the future.
基于同样的原因，我们不支持旨在直接阻止自动化技术开发和采用的自动化税。重新定向应针对更平衡的技术组合，对新的人类互补技术的补贴可以更有效地实现这一目标。此外，鉴于区分自动化与其他数字技术用途的困难，目前自动化税并不可行。仅仅对工业机器人等明显的自动化技术征税也不是最优选择，因为这样的政策将忽略更为普遍的算法自动化技术。然而，如果补贴和其他政策无法成功地重新引导技术努力，未来可能需要考虑自动化税。
Breaking up big tech. Big businesses have become too powerful, and that is a problem in and of itself. Google dominates search, Facebook has few rivals in social networking, and Amazon is developing a lock on e-commerce. These overwhelming market shares remind us of Standard Oil, which had a 90% market share of oil and oil products when it was broken up in 1911, and AT&T, which had a near monopoly on telephone service when it was broken up in 1982.
分拆大型科技公司，大企业已经变得过于强大，这本身就是一个问题。谷歌在搜索领域占据主导地位， Facebook 在社交网络领域几乎没有竞争对手，亚马逊正在电子商务领域占据主导地位。这些压倒性的市场份额使我们想起了1911年被分拆时拥有 90% 石油和石油产品市场份额的标准石油公司，以及1982年被分拆时几乎垄断电话服务的 AT&T。
High levels of market concentration and gargantuan monopolies can choke off innovation and distort its direction. For example, Netscape Navigator created a much better product than Microsoft's browser in the mid-1990s and altered the direction of browsers by spurring a series of follow-on innovations by other companies. It was selected as the best tech product of all time by PC Magazine in 2007. Unfortunately, Netscape ended up being crushed by Microsoft, despite a Department of Justice antitrust case.
高度的市场集中和巨大的垄断可能会扼杀创新并扭曲其方向。例如，网景导航者 Netscape Navigator 在1990年代中期创造的产品远优于微软的浏览器，并通过激发其他公司的后续创新，改变了浏览器的发展方向。2007年 PC Magazine 将其评选为有史以来最佳科技产品。不幸的是，尽管有司法部的反垄断诉讼，网景最终还是被微软压垮了。
These considerations may be more important today because a handful of companies are dominating the direction of digital technologies, and especially AI. Their business models and priorities focus on automation and data collection. Hence, breaking up the largest tech giants to reduce their dominance and create room for greater diversity of innovations is an important part of redirecting technology.
这些考虑在今天可能更为重要，因为少数几家公司正在主导数字技术，尤其是人工智能的发展方向。他们的商业模式和优先事项集中在自动化和数据收集上。因此，拆分最大的科技巨头以减少其主导地位，并为更多样化的创新创造空间，是重新引导技术发展的重要部分。
Breakup by itself is not sufficient because it will not redirect technology away from automation, surveillance, or digital advertising. Take Facebook, which would likely be the first target of such antitrust action, owing to its controversial acquisitions of WhatsApp and Instagram. If the company were broken up and these two apps were separated from Facebook, data sharing between them would cease, but their business models would remain intact. Facebook itself would continue to seek the attention of its users and therefore continue to be a platform for the exploitation of insecurities, misinformation, and extremism. WhatsApp and Instagram would also adopt the same business model, unless pushed away from it by regulation or public pressure. The same is likely true of YouTube, even if it were separated from Google's parent company, Alphabet.
仅靠拆分是不够的，因为它不会将技术从自动化、监控或数字广告中重新导向。以 Facebook 为例，它可能会成为此类反垄断行动的首要目标，原因在于其有争议的收购 WhatsApp 和 Instagram。如果公司被拆分，这两个应用程序与 Facebook 分离，它们之间的数据共享将停止，但其商业模式将保持不变。Facebook 本身将继续寻求用户的关注，因此将继续成为一个利用不安全感、虚假信息和极端主义的平台。除非受到监管或公众压力的推动，否则 WhatsApp 和 Instagram 也将采用相同的商业模式。即使 YouTube 从其母公司 Alphabet 中分离出来，情况也可能如此。
Therefore, breakup and more broadly antitrust should be considered as a complementary tool to the more fundamental aim of redirecting technology away from automation, surveillance, data collection, and digital advertising.
因此，拆分和更广泛的反垄断应被视为一种补充工具，以实现更根本的目标，即引导技术远离自动化、监控、数据收集和数字广告。
Tax reform. The current tax system of many industrialized economies encourages automation. We saw in Chapter 8 that the U.S. has taxed labor at an average rate of about 25% over the last 4 decades because of payroll and federal income taxes, while imposing much lower taxes on equipment and software capital. Moreover, taxes on these types of investments have fallen steadily since 2000 because of the broader reductions in corporate income taxes and federal income taxes on high earners, and increasingly generous allowances to write off tax obligations when firms invest in machinery and software.
税制改革，当前许多工业化经济体的税制鼓励自动化。我们在第8章中看到，由于工资税和联邦所得税，美国在过去40年中对劳动力的平均税率约为 25%， 而对设备和软件资本的税率则低得多。此外，由于公司所得税和联邦对高收入者的所得税的普遍降低，以及企业在投资机械和软件时越来越慷慨的税收抵扣，这些类型的投资的税率自2000年以来一直在稳步下降。
A company investing in automation equipment or software today pays a tax of less than 5%, fully 20 percentage points lower than the taxes it faces when it hires workers to perform the same tasks. Specifically, what this means is that when a company hires more workers and pays them $100,000 per year, it and the workers will jointly owe $25,000 in payroll taxes. When it instead buys new equipment costing $100,000 to perform the same tasks, it pays less than $5,000 in taxes. This asymmetry is an impetus to additional automation and is present in similar forms, even if sometimes less pronounced, in the tax codes of several other Western economies.
今天，一家投资于自动化设备或软件的公司支付的税率不到500分号，比雇佣工人完成相同任务时的税率低20个百分点。具体来说，这意味着当一家公司雇佣更多工人并每年支付10万美元时，公司和工人将共同承担2.5万美元的工资税。而当他购买价值10万美元的新设备来完成相同任务时，他支付的税款不到5000美元。这种不对称性是推动更多自动化的动力，并以类似的形式存在于其他几个西方经济体的税法中，即使有时不那么明显。
Tax reform can remove this asymmetry, and thus the incentives for excessive automation. A first step to achieve this would be to significantly reduce, or even fully eliminate payroll taxes. The last thing we want today is to make it more expensive for people to work.
税制改革可以消除这种不对称性，从而减少过度自动化的动机。实现这一目标的第一步是大幅减少甚至完全取消工资税。我们今天最不想看到的是让人们工作变得更加昂贵。
A second step would be a modest increase in taxes on capital. eliminating provisions that reduce the effective taxation of capital, such as generous depreciation allowances and the advantageous tax status of private equity and carried interest, would be one way of achieving this. Additionally, moderately higher corporate income taxes would directly increase the marginal tax rates faced by capital owners, further closing the gap between the taxation of capital and labor. It is important to simultaneously close tax loopholes, including schemes that minimize tax liabilities of multinational corporations by shifting their accounting profits across jurisdictions. Otherwise, corporate income taxes could be avoided and would not be fully effective.
第二步是适度增加资本税，取消减少资本有效税率的规定，如慷慨的折旧津贴和私募股权及附带权益的有利税收地位，是实现这一目标的一种方式。此外，适度提高企业所得税将直接增加资本所有者面临的边际税率，进一步缩小资本和劳动税收之间的差距。同时，关闭税收漏洞也非常重要，包括通过将会计利润转移到不同司法管辖区来最小化跨国公司税负的方案，否则企业所得税可能会被规避，无法充分发挥作用。
Investing in workers. The tax incentives for investments in equipment and software are not available to companies when it comes to investments in workers. Equalizing the rates at which capital and labor are taxed is an important step in removing the bias in favor of automation ahead of hiring and investing in workers.
投资于工人，公司在投资设备和软件时享有的税收激励，并不适用于对工人的投资。使资本和劳动的税率平等，是消除偏向自动化而非雇佣和投资工人的偏见的重要步骤。
But there is more that the tax code can do. Worker marginal productivity can be raised by post-schooling training. Even workers with college or post-college degrees learn most of the skills required for a given task or industry once they start working in a company. Some of these training investments take place in formal settings, such as vocational courses, whereas other relevant skills are learned on the job, from senior coworkers and supervisors, a process that is often aided by how jobs are designed and how much time employees are allowed to allocate to training activities. We have seen that the training of low education workers was an important pillar of shared prosperity before the 1980s.
但税法还可以做得更多。通过毕业后培训，可以提高工人的边际生产率。即使拥有大学或研究生学位的工人，在开始在公司工作后，也会学习到完成特定任务或行业所需技能的大部分内容。这些培训投资中的一部分是在正式环境中进行的，例如职业课程，而其他相关技能则是在工作中从资深同事和主管那里学到的。这一过程通常会受到工作设计以及员工分配给培训活动的时间的影响。我们已经看到，在1980年代之前，低教育水平工人的培训是共享繁荣的重要支柱。
There are good reasons why the level of training investment that companies choose may be insufficient. Much of what a worker learns via training is general, in the sense that they could use their skills productively with other employers as well. Investing in general training is less attractive for firms because competition from other employers implies that they would have to pay higher wages or may even lose the worker after training, without being able to recoup their investments. The Nobel Prize-winning economist Gary Becker pointed out how more efficient levels of training could be supported when workers indirectly pay for them by taking a pay cut during training, with the hope that they will be able to enjoy higher wages in the future. This solution is often imperfect, however. Workers may not be able to afford pay cuts and may not trust that firms would really devote enough care and time to training once they do take such cuts. Worse, when wages are negotiated, as they often are, neither the firm nor the worker receives the full returns from training investments, making it impossible even for pay cuts to support adequate levels of training.
公司选择的培训投资水平可能不足，是有充分理由的。工人通过培训学到的许多技能是通用的，这意味着他们可以在其他雇主那里同样高效地使用这些技能。由于来自其他雇主的竞争，公司投资于通用培训的吸引力较低，因为他们可能不得不支付更高的工资，甚至在培训后失去工人，而无法收回其投资。诺贝尔经济学奖得主加里·贝克尔指出，当工人通过在培训期间接受减薪，间接支付培训费用时，可以支持更高效的培训水平，希望将来能够享受更高的工资。然而，这种解决方案往往是不完美的。工人可能无法承受减薪， 也不相信公司会真正投入足够的时间和精力进行培训。更糟糕的是，当公司进行谈判时，公司和工人都无法获得培训投资的全部回报，即使减薪也无法支持足够的培训水平。
Institutional solutions and government subsidies to training could rectify the resulting underinvestment problem. For example, the German apprenticeship system incentivizes firms to fund major training efforts. The programs in many industries last 2, 3, or sometimes even 4 years and are made feasible by the fact that workers develop close relations with their employer and do not immediately leave after apprenticeship. These schemes are often supported and supervised by labor unions. Similar apprenticeship programs exist in other countries, but would be difficult to institute in the US and the UK, where unions are unlikely to play the same role and where quit rates for younger workers are much higher than in Germany. Government subsidies, for example, allowing companies to deduct training investments from taxable profits, should therefore play a more important role in the United States.
机构解决方案和政府对培训的补贴可以纠正由此产生的投资不足问题。例如，德国的学徒制度激励公司进行大规模的培训努力。许多行业的培训项目持续2到4年，由于工人与雇主建立了密切的关系，并且不会在学徒期结束后立即离开，这些项目得以实施。这些计划通常由工会支持和监督。类似的学徒计划在其他国家也存在，但在美国和英国，由于工会不太可能发挥相同的作用，以及年轻工人的离职率远高于德国，这些计划难以实施。因此，政府补贴，例如允许公司从应税利润中扣除培训投资，在美国应发挥更重要的作用。
Government leadership to redirect technological change. The government is not the engine of innovation, yet it can play a central role in redirecting technological change through taxes, subsidies, regulation, and agenda setting. Indeed, in many frontier research areas, the identification of specific need, combined with government leadership, has been critical because it focuses the attention of researchers on specifying attainable goals or aspirations.
政府领导力引导技术变革。政府不是创新的引擎，但它可以通过税收、补贴、监管和议程设定在引导技术变革中发挥核心作用。事实上，在许多前沿研究领域，特定需求的确定与政府领导力的结合至关重要，因为它使研究人员的关注点集中在制定可实现的目标或愿望上。
That was certainly the case with antibiotics, one of the most transformative technologies of the 20th century. The importance of drugs that could fight bacteria was already well understood when Alexander Fleming serendipitously discovered the bacteria-killing properties of penicillin at St. Mary's Hospital in London in 1928. Ernst Chain, Howard Florey, and later other chemists built on Fleming's breakthrough to purify and produce penicillin that could be administered to patients. As important as the scientific advances, however, was the demand from the military, especially the U.S. Army. The first successful application of the drug during World War II came in 1942. By D-Day on June 6, 1944, the U.S. military had already procured 2.3 million doses of penicillin. Remarkably, financial incentives played relatively little role in this discovery and development process.
抗生素无疑是20世纪最具变革性的技术之一，这一点毋庸置疑。当亚历山大·弗莱明于1928年在伦敦圣玛丽医院偶然发现青霉素的杀菌特性时，对抗细菌的药物的重要性已经广为人知。恩斯特·钱恩、霍华德·弗洛里以及其他化学家在此基础上进一步研究、提纯并生产出可以用于患者的青霉素。然而，同样重要的是军方，尤其是美国陆军的需求。青霉素在二战期间的首次成功应用是在1942年。到1944年6月6日诺曼底登陆日，美国军方已经采购了230万剂青霉素。令人惊讶的是，财务激励在这一发现和开发过程中所起的作用相对较小。
The same combination was important for many post-war scientific breakthroughs where the U.S. government had articulated a strategic need, including for air defense, sensors, satellites, and computers. The recipe often brought together leading scientists to work on the problem and subsequently generated a sizable demand for these technologies, encouraging the private sector to jump in. A variant of this approach led to rapid vaccine development during the COVID-19 pandemic.
这种组合在许多战后科学突破中同样重要。这些突破中，美国政府已经明确了战略需求，包括空中防御、传感器、卫星和计算机等领域。这一模式通常将顶尖科学家聚集在一起解决这些问题，并随后产生了对这些技术的大量需求，鼓励私营部门参与进来。这种模式的一个变体在 COVID-19 大流行期间迅速推动了疫苗的开发。
A similar combination could be effective in redirecting digital technology. When the social value of new research directions is established, it can draw many researchers in. Guaranteed demand for successful technologies can additionally incentivize private companies. For instance, the U.S. government could convene and fund research teams to develop digital technologies that complement human skills to be used in education and healthcare, and commit to deploying them in U.S. schools and Veterans Administration hospitals, provided that they meet the requisite technical standards.
类似的组合也可能在引导数字技术方面发挥作用。当新的研究方向的社会价值得到确立时，它可以吸引许多研究人员。对成功技术的保证需求还可以激励私营公司。例如，美国政府可以召集并资助研究团队，开发能够补充人类技能的数字技术，用于教育和医疗保健，并承诺在美国学校和退伍军人管理局医院部署这些技术，前提是他们符合必要的技术标准。
This is not, we hasten to point out, traditional industrial policy, which involves bureaucrats attempting to pick winners, either in terms of companies or specific technologies. Industrial policy's track record is mixed. When it succeeded, it took the form of government inducement for broad sectors, such as the chemical, metal, and machine tool industries of South Korea in the 1970s, or the metal industry of Finland between 1944 and 1952, because of the in-kind war reparations that the country had to pay to the Soviet Union.
我们要指出的是，这并不是传统的产业政策，后者涉及官僚试图挑选赢家，无论是公司还是具体技术。产业政策的记录参差不齐。当它成功时，通常采取政府对广泛行业进行激励的形式，例如20世纪70年代韩国的化工、金属和机床行业，或1944年至1952年间芬兰的金属行业，由于该国必须向苏联支付食物战争赔款。
Instead of picking winners, redirecting technology is much more about identifying classes of technologies that have more socially beneficial consequences. In the energy sector, for example, technological redirection requires support for green technologies overall rather than attempts to determine whether wind or solar, let alone what type of photovoltaic panel, is more promising. The type of government leadership we advocate builds on the same approach and seeks to encourage the development of technologies that are more complementary to workers and citizen empowerment rather than trying to select specific technological trajectories.
与其挑选赢家，引导技术更多的是识别具有更多社会有益后果的技术类别。例如，在能源部门，技术引导需要整体支持绿色技术，而不是试图确定风能或太阳能，甚至哪种光伏板更有前景。我们倡导的政府领导方式建立在相同的方法上，旨在鼓励开发更有利于工人和公民赋权的技术，而不是试图选择特定的技术路径。
Privacy protection and data ownership. Controlling and redirecting the technology of the future is in large part about AI, and AI is mostly about incessant data collection from everyone. Two proposals in this realm are worth discussing.
隐私保护和数据所有权。控制和引导未来技术在很大程度上与人工智能 AI 有关，而 AI 主要涉及对每个人数据的不断收集。在这个领域中有两个值得讨论的提议。
The first is strengthening the protection of user privacy. Massive data collection about users and their friends and contacts has a variety of adverse effects. Platforms harvest these data to manipulate users, which is of course a core part of their ad-based business model. Such data collection also opens the way to nefarious collaboration between platforms and governments wishing to snoop on citizens. Relatedly, so much data in the hands of a few platforms cultivates an imbalance of power between them and their competitors and users.
第一个是加强用户隐私保护。对用户及其朋友和联系人的大量数据收集会产生各种不利影响。平台收集这些数据以操纵用户，这当然是其基于广告的商业模式的核心部分。 这种数据收集还为平台与希望监视公民的政府之间的不正当合作打开了大门。与此相关的是，少数平台手中掌握如此多的数据，导致他们与竞争对手和用户之间的权力失衡。
Stronger privacy protection, requiring platforms to get explicit approval from users on what data they will collect and how they will use it, could be useful. But attempts to implement it, for example, with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, in 2018, have not been very successful. Many users are not privacy conscious, even when prompted, because they do not understand how data will be utilized against them. Evidence suggests that GDPR disadvantaged smaller companies, but was not effective in circumventing data collection and surveillance by large companies, such as Google, Facebook, and Microsoft.
更强大的隐私保护措施要求平台从用户那里获得明确的同意，告知他们将收集哪些数据以及如何使用这些数据可能会有所帮助。但尝试实施这些措施，例如2018年欧盟的通用数据保护条例 GDPR， 并未取得很大成功。许多用户即使被提示也不关心隐私，因为他们不理解数据将如何被用来对付他们。证据表明 GDPR 对小型公司不利，但在阻止大型公司如谷歌、Facebook 和微软的数据收集和监视方面并未有效。
There is another fundamental reason why privacy protection is difficult. Platforms obtain information from users about others, either because they are indirectly revealing information about their friends, or because they enable the platform to learn more about the specifics of their demographic groups, which can be used for targeting ads or products to others with similar characteristics. This type of data externality is often ignored by users.
保护隐私困难的另一个根本原因是，平台从用户那里获取关于其他人的信息，这要么是因为他们在间接地透露朋友的信息，要么是因为他们使平台能够更多地了解其人群特征的细节。这些信息可以用于针对具有相似特征的其他人投放广告或产品。这种数据外部性通常被用户忽视。
A related idea, centered on providing ownership rights to users for their data, may be more effective than privacy regulations. Data ownership, originally proposed by the computer scientist Jaron Lanier, can simultaneously protect how user data are harvested and prevent large tech companies from corralling their data as a free input for their AI programs. It can also limit the ability of tech companies to collect vast amounts of data from the web and public records without the consent of the people involved. Data ownership may even, directly or indirectly, discourage ad-based business models.
一个相关的理念即赋予用户对其数据的所有权，可能比隐私法规更有效。数据所有权最初由计算机科学家贾伦·拉尼尔提出，可以同时保护用户数据的收集方式，并防止大型科技公司将数据作为其 AA 程序的免费输入。它还可以限制科技公司在未经相关人员同意的情况下，从网络和公共记录中收集大量数据的能力。数据所有权甚至可能直接或间接地抑制基于广告的商业模式。
Part of the goal of data ownership is to ensure that users receive income from their data. However, for many applications, the data of one user is highly substitutable with others' data. For example, from the viewpoint of a platform, there are hundreds of thousands of users who can identify cute cats, and who does so is of no importance. This implies that platforms will have all the bargaining power against users, and that even when user data are valuable, the platforms will be able to buy the data on the cheap. This problem is made worse in the presence of data externalities. Lanier recognizes this issue and advocates data unions, built on the model of the Writers Guild of America, which represents writers providing content for movies, television, and online shows. Data unions can negotiate prices and terms for all users or subgroups, thus circumventing divide-and-conquer strategies by platforms, which could otherwise obtain data from one subgroup and then use the data for getting better terms from others. Data unions can also prevent tech giants from using the data that they have collected in one part of their business in order to create an entry barrier in other activities, such as Uber using data from its ride-sharing app to gain an advantage in food delivery, a data-sharing practice that regulators in Vancouver recently tried to prevent.
数据所有权的一个目标是确保用户从其数据中获得收入。然而，对于许多应用来说，一个用户的数据与其他用户的数据高度可替代。例如，从平台的角度来看， 有成千上万的用户可以识别可爱的猫，具体是谁识别并不重要。这意味着平台在与用户的谈判中将拥有所有的议价权，即使用户数据有价值，平台也能够以低廉的价格购买数据。数据外部性的存在使这一问题更加严重。拉尼尔认识到了这一问题，并倡导建立数据工会，其模式类似于代表电影、电视和网络节目的编剧的美国编剧协会。数据工会可以为所有用户或子群体协商价格和条款，从而避免平台采取分而治之的策略，否则平台可能会从一个子群体获取数据，然后利用这些数据从其他子群体获得更好的条件。数据工会还可以防止科技巨头将他们在某项业务中收集的数据用于创建其他活动的进入壁垒，例如优步利用其拼车应用中的数据在食品配送方面获得优势，这是温哥华的监管机构最近试图阻止的数据共享做法。
Data unions could additionally provide models for other types of workplace organizations. They can become powerful civil society associations and contribute to the emergence of a broader social movement, especially if combined with the other measures we are proposing.
数据联盟还可以为其他类型的工作场所组织提供模式，它们可以成为强大的民间社会组织，并有助于更广泛社会运动的兴起，特别是如果与我们提出的其他措施相结合的话。
Repeal Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Central to the regulation of the tech industry is Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, which protects internet platforms against legal action or regulation because of the content they host. As Section 230 explicitly states, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. This passage has given protection to platforms such as Facebook and YouTube against accusations that they are featuring misinformation or even hate speech. This is often supplemented by arguments of executives defending freedom of speech on their platform. Mark Zuckerberg was quite categorical on this in a Fox News interview in 2020. I just believe strongly that Facebook shouldn't be the arbiter of truth of everything that people say online.
废除通信规范法第230条。科技行业监管的核心是1996年通信规范法第230条，该条款保护互联网平台免受因托管内容而引起的法律诉讼或监管。正如第230条明确规定，任何交互式计算机服务的提供者或用户不应被视为由其他信息内容提供者提供的任何信息的发布者或发言人。这一条款为 Facebook 和 YouTube 等平台提供了保护，使其免受关于传播虚假信息甚至仇恨言论的指控。这通常伴随着高管们为平台上的言论自由辩护的论点。马克·扎克伯格在2020年接受福克斯新闻采访时对此表示非常明确：我只是坚信 Facebook 不应该成为人们在线上所说一切的真相仲裁者。
Under public pressure, tech platforms have recently taken some steps to limit misinformation and extreme content. But they are unlikely to do much by themselves for a simple reason. Their business model thrives on controversial and sensational material. This means that government regulation has to play a role, and a first step in this would be to repeal Section 230 and make platforms accountable when they promote such material.
在公众压力下，科技平台最近采取了一些措施来限制虚假信息和极端内容，但他们自己不太可能做太多，原因很简单。他们的商业模式依赖于争议性和耸人听闻的材料，这意味着政府监管必须发挥作用，而第一步应该是废除第230条，使平台在推广此类材料时承担责任。
The emphasis here is important. Even with much better monitoring, it would be unrealistic to expect that Facebook can eliminate all posts that include misinformation or hate speech. Yet it is not too much to expect that their algorithms should not give such material a much broader platform by boosting it and actively recommending it to other users. And this is what the repeal of Section 230 should target.
这里的重点很重要，即使有了更好的监控，也难以期望 Facebook 能够消除所有包含虚假信息或仇恨言论的帖子。然而，期望他们的算法不应通过提升这些内容并积极向其他用户推荐，从而为这些材料提供更广泛的平台，这并不过分，这也是废除第230条应该针对的目标。
We should also add that such a relaxation of Section 230 protection would be most effective for platforms such as Facebook and YouTube that use algorithmic promotion of content and is less relevant for other social media, such as Twitter, where direct promotion is less relevant. For Twitter, experimenting with different regulation strategies requiring the monitoring of the most heavily subscribed accounts may be necessary.
我们还应补充一点，即对第230条保护的这种放松，对于使用算法推广内容的平台，如 Facebook 和 YouTube 最为有效，而对于其他社交媒体，如 Twitter 则不太相关，因为直接推广在这些平台上不太重要。对于 Twitter， 可能需要尝试不同的监管策略，要求监控最受关注的账户。
Digital advertising tax. Even getting rid of Section 230 is not enough, however, because it leaves unchanged the business model of internet platforms. We advocate a non-trivial digital advertising tax to encourage alternative business models, such as those based on subscription, instead of the currently prevailing model that largely relies on individualized targeted digital advertising. Some companies, such as YouTube, have taken some, albeit half-hearted, steps in that direction. But currently, without a digital ad tax, a subscription-based system is not as profitable. Since digital ads are the most important source of revenues from data collection and the surveillance of consumers, a change of business model can be a powerful tool to redirect technology as well.
数字广告税。然而，仅仅废除第230条是不够的，因为它没有改变互联网平台的商业模式。我们主张征收一项非微不足道的数字广告税，以鼓励替代商业模式，例如基于订阅的模式，而不是目前主要依赖个性化定向数字广告的模式。一些公司，如 YouTube， 已经在这一方向上采取了一些，尽管是半心半意的步骤。但目前没有数字广告税基于订阅的系统没有那么盈利。由于数字广告是数据收集和消费者监控最重要的收入来源，改变商业模式也可以成为重新引导技术的有力工具。
Advertisement in general has an important element of an arms race. Although some advertisements introduce consumers to brands or products they may not be aware of, expanding their choices, much of it simply tries to make their product more appealing than their competitors. Coca-Cola advertises not to make consumers aware of its brand. It is safe to assume that everybody, at least in the United States, knows of Coca-Cola, but to convince them to buy Coke instead of Pepsi. Pepsi then responds by increasing its own advertisements. For arms race type activities, when costs decline or potential impact increases, more wastefulness may follow. Digital advertising has taken us into this territory by individualizing ads and increasing their impact while also reducing the cost of advertisements to businesses. This bolsters the economic case for a digital advertisement tax.
广告通常具有军备竞赛的重要元素。虽然一些广告向消费者介绍他们可能不知道的品牌或产品，扩大了他们的选择范围，但很多广告只是试图使他们的产品比竞争对手更具吸引力。可口可乐做广告并不是为了让消费者了解其品牌，可以假设在美国几乎每个人都知道可口可乐，而是为了说服他们购买可口可乐而不是百事可乐。百事可乐随后通过增加自己的广告来回应。对于这种军备竞赛类型的活动，当成本下降或潜在影响增加时，可能会导致更多的浪费。数字广告通过个性化广告和增加广告影响力，同时降低企业广告成本，将我们带入了这一领域。这加强了对数字广告征税的经济理由。
Although we do not currently know how high such digital taxes need to be in order to have a meaningful impact on massively profitable business models, we suspect that they have to be significant. Recall that the point of such taxes is not to raise revenues or have a small influence on the volume of advertisement, but to alter the business model of online platforms. In any case, some amount of policy experimentation will probably be needed to determine and set the right level of taxes.
尽管我们目前还不知道需要多高的数字税才能对利润丰厚的商业模式产生实质性影响，但我们认为这些税必须相当高。回想一下，这种税的目的不是为了增加收入或对广告量产生小影响，而是改变在线平台的商业模式。无论如何，可能需要一定程度的政策试验来确定和设定合适的税率。
Misinformation and manipulation are present offline as well, for example, on Fox News. Although there may be reasons for extending advertisement taxes to TV, there is a big difference from online platforms. TV channels do not have access to the technology for individualized digital advertisements and do not collect and then use vast amounts of data about the audience.
误导信息和操纵也存在于线下，例如在福克斯新闻上。虽然可能有理由将广告税扩展到电视，但与在线平台相比，电视有一个很大的不同。电视频道没有个性化数字广告的技术，也不会收集和使用大量关于观众的数据。
Other useful policies.
其他有用的政策
Policies that do not directly redirect technology are less well suited to the task at hand, but may still be worth considering, especially when they tackle the large inequalities and the excessive political power of companies and their bosses.
不直接引导技术的政策不太适合当前的任务，但在解决大型不平等和公司及其老板过度的政治权利时，仍然值得考虑。
Wealth taxes. Wealth taxes, imposed on those above a certain wealth threshold, have started to gain traction over the last decade. For example, in 1989, President Mitterrand introduced a tax in France on wealth levels above 1.3 million euros, which was reduced in scope by President Macron in 2017. In the US, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, who both ran for president in 2020, have proposed wealth taxes. Sanders' 2020 plan was to impose a 2% wealth tax on households with wealth in excess of $50 million, rising gradually to 8% for those whose wealth exceeds $10 billion. Warren's most recent proposal is to impose a 2% wealth tax on households with wealth above $50 million and a 4% tax on those with wealth in excess of $1 billion. Given the vast fortunes that have been made over the last several decades, coupled with the need for additional tax revenues for bolstering the social safety net and other investments, as we detail below, well-administered wealth taxes can raise valuable revenue.
财富税在过去10年中，对超过一定财富门槛的人征收的财富税开始受到关注。例如，1989年，密特朗总统在法国引入了对超过130万欧元财富水平的税收，这项税收在2017年被马克龙总统缩小了范围。在美国，2020年竞选总统的伯尼·桑德斯和伊丽莎白·沃伦提出了财富税。桑德斯2020年的计划是对财富超过5000万美元的家庭征收2%的财富税，逐步提高到对财富超过100亿美元的家庭征收8%的财富税。沃伦最近的提议是对财富超过5000万美元的家庭征收2%的财富税，对财富超过10亿美元的家庭征收4%的财富税。鉴于过去几十年积累的巨额财富，加上为加强社会安全网和其他投资，如下所述需要额外的税收收入，管理良好的财富税可以筹集宝贵的收入。
Although wealth taxes would not directly contribute to redirecting technological change, they would be helpful to reduce the wealth gaps that exist in many industrialized nations today. For example, a 3% wealth tax would, over time, significantly eat into the fortunes of tech tycoons such as Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Mark Zuckerberg. An important question is whether smaller wealth gaps would also reduce their persuasion power. This would depend on other broader social changes, not just their exact wealth.
尽管财富税不会直接促进技术变革的重新导向，但它们有助于减少当今许多工业化国家中存在的财富差距。例如，3%的财富税将随着时间的推移，显著侵蚀像杰夫·贝索斯、比尔·盖茨和马克·扎克伯格这样的科技巨头的财富。一个重要的问题是，较小的财富差距是否也会减少他们的影响力？这将取决于更广泛的社会变革，而不仅仅是他们确切的财富。
Wealth taxes are also difficult to estimate, and taxing in this fashion will multiply trickeries aimed at hiding wealth in trusts and other complex vehicles, sometimes offshore. For this purpose, wealth taxes should be combined with corporate income taxes, imposed directly on company profits, which are easier to assess and collect. At the very least, wealth taxes would have to be coupled with stronger international cooperation among tax authorities, including an overhaul of the rules for offshore tax havens and a concerted effort to close loopholes. Any wealth tax would also need to be embedded within the constraints imposed by the rule of law and democratic politics, and clear constitutional guidelines to assuage concerns that such taxes could be used for expropriating certain groups.
财富税也难以估算， 以这种方式征税将增加旨在通过信托和其他复杂工具，有时是离岸的隐藏财富的欺诈行为。为此，财富税应与公司所得税结合，直接对公司的利润征税，这更容易评估和征收。至少，财富税必须与税务机关之间更强的国际合作相结合，包括对离岸避税天堂规则的全面改革和共同努力关闭漏洞。任何财富税还需要在法治和民主政治的约束下，以及明确的宪法指导方针内实施，以缓解对这种税收可能被用于剥夺某些群体的担忧。
On balance, we believe that wealth taxes, if coupled with significant efforts to close tax loopholes and change the accounting industry, could have benefits but are not a major part of the more systemic solutions we are seeking.
综合考虑，我们认为，如果财富税与重大努力关闭税收漏洞和改变会计行业相结合，可能会带来好处，但并不是我们寻求的更系统解决方案的主要部分。
Redistribution and strengthening the social safety net. The U.S. needs a better social safety net and better and more redistribution. Much evidence shows that social safety nets have gotten much weaker in the United States and Britain, and this deficiency contributes to poverty and reduced social mobility. Social mobility today is much lower in the U.S. than in Western European countries.
重新分配和加强社会安全网。美国需要一个更好的社会安全网和更有效的重新分配。大量证据表明，美国和英国的社会安全网已经变得薄弱得多，这种不足导致了贫困和减少的社会流动性。如今，美国的社会流动性远低于西欧国家。
For example, 85% of the income differences between families are eliminated within a generation in Denmark, where children of poor parents tend to get richer. The same number is only about 50% in the United States. Bolstering the safety net and improving schools in less advantaged areas have become urgent needs. Such policies need to be supplemented with broader redistributive measures.
例如，在丹麦，家庭收入差异中有85%在一个世代内被消除，穷人的孩子往往变得更富有。而在美国，这一数字仅为约50%。加强安全网和改善贫困地区学校的措施已成为迫切需求。这些政策需要辅以更广泛的重新分配措施。
Although robust redistribution and improved social safety nets, by themselves, are not going to affect the direction of technology or reduce the power of large tech companies, they can be an effective tool in reducing large inequalities that have emerged in the United States and other industrialized nations.
尽管强有力的重新分配和改善的社会安全网本身不会影响技术的方向或减少大型科技公司的权利，但它们可以成为减少在美国和其他工业化国家出现的较大不平等的有效工具。
One specific proposal, popularized by Andrew Yang's Democratic primary campaign in 2020, deserves discussion: Universal Basic Income. UBI, which promises an unconditional dollar amount for every adult, has emerged as a popular policy idea in some left-wing circles, among more libertarian scholars such as Milton Friedman and Charles Murray, and with tech billionaires such as Amazon's Jeff Bezos. Support for the idea is rooted, in part, in the clear inadequacies of the safety net in many countries, including the United States. But it also receives a powerful boost from the narrative that robots and AI are pushing us toward a jobless future. And so, the narrative goes, we need the UBI in order to provide income to most people and to prevent the pitchfork uprising that some tech billionaires are fearing.
一个特别的提议由安德鲁·杨在2020年民主党初选中推广，值得讨论：普遍基本收入。普遍基本收入 （UBI） 承诺为每个成年人提供无条件的现金金额。这一理念在一些左翼圈子、更自由主义的学者如米尔顿·弗里德曼和查尔斯·莫里，以及像亚马逊的杰夫·贝索斯这样的科技亿万富翁中变得非常流行。对这一理念的支持部分源于许多国家，包括美国，社会保障网的明显不足。但这一理念也因机器人和人工智能正将我们推向无工作未来的叙事而得到强有力的推动。因此，这一叙事认为，我们需要普遍基本收入来为大多数人提供收入，并防止一些科技亿万富翁所担心的民愤起义。
UBI is not ideal for bolstering the social safety net, however, because it transfers resources not just to those who need them but to everybody. In contrast, Many of the programs that have formed the basis of 20th century welfare states around the world target transfers, including health spending and redistribution, to those in need. Because of this lack of targeting, UBI would be more expensive and less effective than the alternative proposals.
然而，普遍基本收入并不是加强社会安全网的理想选择，因为它不仅将资源转移给需要的人，而是转移给所有人。相比之下，许多构成20世纪世界各地福利国家基础的项目，包括医疗支出和再分配，都是针对需要帮助的人。由于缺乏针对性，普遍基本收入将比其他提议更昂贵且效果更差。
UBI is also likely the wrong type of solution to our current predicament, especially compared to measures aimed at creating new opportunities for workers. There is considerable evidence suggesting that people are more satisfied and are more engaged with their community when they feel that they are contributing value to society. In studies, people not only report improved psychological well-being when they work, compared to just receiving transfers, but are even willing to forego a considerable amount of money rather than give up work and accept pure transfers.
普遍基本收入也可能是解决我们当前困境的错误方法，尤其是与旨在为工人创造新机会的措施相比。有相当多的证据表明，当人们感觉自己对社会有所贡献时，他们对生活更加满意，与社区的联系也更加紧密。研究表明，与仅仅接受转移支付相比，人们在工作时不仅报告了更好的心理福祉，甚至愿意放弃相当数量的钱，也不愿放弃工作而接受纯粹的转移支付。
The more fundamental problem with UBI is not related to psychological benefits of work, but to the misguided narrative about the problems facing the world it propagates. UBI naturally lends itself to interpretations of our current predicament that are wrong and counterproductive. It implies that we are inexorably heading toward a world of little work for most people and growing inequality between the designers of more and more advanced digital technologies and the rest. So major redistribution is the only thing we can do. In this way, it is also sometimes justified as the only way of quelling growing discontent in the population. As we have emphasized, this perspective is wrong. We are heading toward greater inequality not inevitably, but because of faulty choices about who has power in society and the direction of technology. These are the fundamental issues to be addressed, whereas UBI is defeatist and accepts this fate.
乌北无条件基本收入更根本的问题不在于工作的心理益处，而在于它所传播的关于世界面临问题的误导性叙述。乌北自然会导致对当前困境的错误和反 productive 的解读。它暗示我们不可避免地正走向一个大多数人几乎没有工作、设计越来越先进的数字技术的人与其他人的不平等日益加剧的世界。因此，大规模的再分配是我们唯一能做的事情。在这种情况下，它有时也被认为是平息民众日益增长的不满情绪的唯一途径。正如我们所强调的，这种观点是错误的。我们正走向更大的不平等，但这不是不可避免的。而是因为关于谁在社会中拥有权力和技术方向的错误选择，这些才是需要解决的根本问题。而 UBI 是一种认输的态度，接受了这种命运。
In fact, UBI fully buys into the vision of the business and tech elite that they are the enlightened, talented people who should generously finance the rest. In this way, it pacifies the rest of the population and amplifies the status differences. Put differently, rather than addressing the emerging two-tiered nature of our society, it reaffirms these artificial divisions.
事实上，乌比完全接受了商业和技术精英的观点，即他们是应该慷慨资助其他人的开明、有才华的人。通过这种方式，他安抚了其他人群，并放大了地位差异。换句话说，他不仅没有解决我们社会日益出现的两极分化，反而重申了这些人为的划分。
This all suggests that rather than search for fanciful transfer mechanisms, society should strengthen its existing social safety nets and crucially attempt to combine this with the creation of meaningful, well-paying jobs for all demographic groups, which means redirecting technology.
这一切都表明，社会不应寻求幻想般的转移机制，而应加强现有的社会保障网，并且关键是要将此与为所有人口群体创造有意义、高薪的工作结合起来。这意味着重新引导技术的发展方向。
Education. Most economists and policymakers' favorite tool for combating inequality is more investment in education. There is some wisdom to this conventional wisdom. Schools are critical for worker skills and contribute to society by inculcating its core values among the young. There is also a sense in which schooling is deficient in many nations, especially for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. In addition, as we have seen, schools are one of the areas where human complementary AI can be most fruitfully deployed to improve outcomes and create meaningful new jobs. There are parts of the schooling system in the U.S., such as community colleges and vocational schools, that are due for a major revamp, particularly in order to focus more on skills that will be in greater demand in the future.
教育，大多数经济学家和政策制定者最常用的工具是增加教育投资来对抗不平等。这种传统智慧确实有其道理，学校对于提高工人的技能至关重要，并通过向年轻人灌输社会核心价值观来为社会做出贡献。同时，在许多国家，尤其是来自低社会经济背景的学生，学校教育存在不足。此外，正如我们所见，学校是人类互补的人工智能可以最有效的部署以改善成果并创造有意义的新工作的领域之一。在美国的教育系统中，如社区学院和职业学校，这些部分需要进行重大改革，特别是为了更多的关注未来需求更大的技能。
Although education by itself is not going to alter the trajectory of technology or re-energize countervailing powers, educational investments can help some of the most disadvantaged citizens who do not have access to good schooling opportunities.
尽管教育本身不会改变技术的轨迹或重新激发对抗力量，但教育投资可以帮助一些最不利的公民，他们无法获得良好的教育机会。
Greater educational investments can help society produce more engineers and computer programmers, who will have higher earnings as a result of their upgraded skills, but we have to bear in mind that there is a limit to how many of these positions will be demanded by companies. Education has an indirect beneficial effect as well, which can help the rest. When there are more engineers and computer programmers, this may increase the demand for other, lower-skill occupations, and less educated workers may also benefit, even if they are not the ones receiving the education and obtaining the coveted programming and engineering jobs. This transmission of prosperity is related to the productivity bandwagon and sometimes works in the hoped-for fashion, but its reach depends on the nature of technology and the extent of worker power. Hence, these indirect effects from education can be more significant when there is some redirection of technology, so that not all lower-skill jobs are automated, and when institutions enable even lower-skill workers to bargain for decent wages.
增加教育投资可以帮助社会培养更多的工程师和计算机程序员，他们由于技能的提升将获得更高的收入，但我们必须意识到，公司对这些职位的需求是有限的。教育还有间接的积极影响，这也可以帮助其他人。当有更多工程师和计算机程序员时，这可能会增加对其他低技能职业的需求，未受过良好教育的工人也可能受益。即使他们没有接受教育并获得这些令人垂涎的编程和工程职位，这种繁荣的传递与生产率的提升有关，有时会以期望的方式发挥作用，但其影响范围取决于技术和工人权利的性质。因此，当技术有所调整，并非所有低技能工作都被自动化，且制度使低技能工人能够争取到体面的工资时，教育的这些间接影响可能会更加显著。
Finally, we warn against the view that technology should adjust in its own way, and the only thing society can do to counter its adverse effects is to educate more of the workforce. The direction of technology, its inequality implications, and the extent to which productivity gains are shared between capital and labor are not inescapable givens, they are societal choices. Once we accept this reality, the case that society should let technology go wherever powerful corporations and a small group of people want, then do its best by trying to catch up with education, seems less compelling. Rather, technology should be steered in a direction that best uses a workforce's skills, and education should of course simultaneously adapt to new skill requirements.
最后，我们警告不要持有这样的观点：技术应该以自己的方式调整，而社会唯一能做的就是通过教育更多劳动力来应对技术的负面影响。技术的方向、其不平等的影响以及生产率增长在资本和劳动力之间的分配程度，并不是不可避免的，这些都是社会的选择。一旦我们接受了这一现实，社会应该让技术按照少数强大企业和一小部分人的意愿发展， 然后通过教育尽力追赶的观点就显得不那么有说服力了。相反，技术应该朝着最能利用劳动力技能的方向发展，教育当然也应同时适应新的技能需求。
Minimum wages. Minimum wage floors can be a useful tool for economies where low-wage jobs are a persistent problem, as in the United States and the United Kingdom. Many economists once opposed minimum wages because of the fear that they would reduce employment. Higher wage costs would discourage firms from hiring. The consensus among economists has been shifting, for evidence from many Western labor markets has indicated that moderate-level minimum wages do not reduce employment significantly. In the U.S., the current federal minimum wage is $7.25 per hour, which is very low, especially for workers in urban areas. In fact, many states and cities have their own higher minimum wages. For instance, Massachusetts currently has a minimum wage of $14.25 for employees who do not receive tips.
最低工资。在低工资工作是一个持续问题的经济体中，如美国和英国，最低工资标准可以是一个有用的工具。许多经济学家曾经反对最低工资，因为他们担心这会减少就业，更高的工资成本会抑制企业雇佣员工。然而，经济学家的共识正在改变，因为来自许多西方劳动力市场的证据表明，适度的最低工资并不会显著减少就业。在美国，目前的联邦最低工资是每小时7.25美元，这非常低，尤其是在城市地区的工人。实际上，许多州和城市都有自己的更高最低工资。例如，马萨诸塞州目前对不接受小费的员工的最低工资是每小时14.25美元。
The evidence also indicates that minimum wages reduce inequality because they increase wages for workers in the bottom quarter of the wage distribution. Modest increases in the federal minimum wage in the United States, for example, in line with the proposals to gradually raise it to $15 per hour, and similar increases in wage floors in other Western nations will be socially beneficial, and we support them.
证据还表明，最低工资可以减少不平等，因为它提高了工资分布最底层1/4工人的工资。适度提高美国联邦最低工资，例如逐步提高到每小时15美元的提案，和其他西方国家类似提高工资标准的措施将对社会有益，我们支持这些措施。
Nevertheless, minimum wage hikes are not a systemic solution to our problems. First, minimum wages have their biggest impact on the lowest paid workers, whereas reducing overall inequality necessitates sharing productivity gains more equitably throughout the population. Second, minimum wages can have only a small role in countering the excessive power of big business and labor markets.
然而，提高最低工资并不是解决我们问题的系统性方案。首先，最低工资对最低收入工人的影响最大，而减少整体不平等需要更公平地在整个社会中分享生产率增长。其次，最低工资在对抗大企业和劳动力市场的过度权力方面只能发挥很小的作用。
Most importantly, if the direction of technology remains distorted toward automation, higher minimum wages may backfire. As evidence from the COVID pandemic shows, when workers are not available to take jobs at relatively low wages in the hospitality and service sectors, companies have a powerful incentive to automate work. Hence, in the age of automation, minimum wages can have unintended consequences, unless accompanied by a broader redirection of technology.
最重要的是，如果技术的方向仍然偏向自动化，提高最低工资可能会适得其反。新冠疫情的证据表明，当工人无法以相对较低的工资从事酒店和服务业的工作时，公司有强烈的动机将工作自动化。因此，在自动化时代，除非伴随更广泛的技术转向，否则最低工资可能会产生意外后果。
This motivates our perspective that the minimum wage is most useful as part of a broader package aimed at redirecting technology away from automation. If technology can become more worker-friendly, businesses would be less tempted to automate work as soon as they face higher wages. In such a scenario, when faced by higher wages, employers may also choose to invest in worker productivity, for example, with training or technological adjustments. This reiterates our overall conclusion that redirecting technological change and making corporations view workers as an important resource is critical. If this can be achieved, minimum wages can be more effective and less likely to backfire.
这促使我们认为，最低工资作为更广泛的技术转向计划的一部分最为有用。 如果技术能够变得更加有利于工人，企业在面临更高的工资时就不会那么倾向于自动化工作。在这种情况下，当面临更高的工资时，雇主也可能选择投资提高工人的生产率，例如通过培训或技术调整。这再次强调了我们的总体结论，即重新引导技术变革，并使企业将工人视为重要资源是至关重要的。如果能够实现这一点，最低工资将更加有效，且不太可能适得其反。
Reform of academia. Last but not least is need for reform in academia. Technology depends on vision, and vision is rooted in social power, which is largely about convincing the public and decision makers of the virtues of a particular path of technology. Academia plays a central role in the cultivation and exercise of this type of social power because universities build the perspectives, interests, and skills of millions of talented young people who will work in the technology sector. In addition, top academics often work with leading tech firms and also directly influence public opinion. We would therefore benefit from a more independent academia. Over the last 4 decades, academics in the United States and other countries have started losing this independence because the amount of corporate money has skyrocketed. For example, many academics in computer science, engineering, statistics, economics, and physics departments, and, of course, business schools, in leading universities receive grants and consulting engagements from tech companies.
学术界的改革。最后，但同样重要的是，学术界需要改革。技术依赖于愿景，而愿景植根于社会权利，这在很大程度上是关于说服公众和决策者接受某一特定技术路径的优点。学术界在培养和行使这种类型的社会权利中发挥着核心作用，因为大学塑造了数百万有才华的年轻人的视角、兴趣和技能，他们将在技术行业工作。此外，顶尖的学者经常与领先的科技公司合作，并直接影响公众舆论。因此，我们需要一个更加独立的学术界。在过去的40年中，美国和其他国家的学者开始失去这种独立性，因为企业资金大幅增加。例如，许多计算机科学、工程、统计学、经济学和物理学系的学者，当然还有商学院，在顶尖大学中从科技公司获得资助和咨询合同。
We believe that it is imperative to require greater transparency of such funding relationships and potentially establish some limits to restore greater independence and autonomy to academia. More government funding for basic research would also remove the dependence of academics on corporate sponsors. Nevertheless, obviously, academic reform will not redirect technology by itself and should be viewed as a complementary policy lever.
我们认为，要求这些资金关系更加透明，并可能设立一些限制，以恢复学术界的更大独立性和自主性是至关重要的。更多的政府资金用于基础研究，也将减少学者对企业的依赖。然而，显然，学术改革本身不会改变技术的方向，而应被视为一种补充政策工具。
The future path of technology remains to be written.
技术的未来之路仍有待书写。
The reforms we have outlined are a tall order. The tech industry and large corporations are politically more influential today than they have been for much of the last 100 years. Despite scandals, tech titans are respected and socially influential, and they are rarely questioned about the future of technology and the type of progress they are imposing on the rest of society. A social movement to redirect technological change away from automation and surveillance is certainly not just around the corner.
我们所概述的改革是一项艰巨的任务。科技行业和大型企业在过去100年的大部分时间里，如今在政治上比以往任何时候都更有影响力。尽管存在丑闻，科技巨头仍然受到尊重并具有社会影响力。他们对技术的未来以及他们强加给社会其他成员的进步类型很少受到质疑。一场将技术变革从自动化和监控中重新导向的社会运动肯定不会马上出现。
All the same, we still think the path of technology remains unwritten.
尽管如此，我们仍然认为技术的发展路径尚未确定。
The future looked bleak for HIV/AIDS patients in the late 1980s. In many quarters, they were viewed as perpetrators of their own fate, not as innocent victims of a deadly disease, and they did not have any strong organizations or even any national politicians defending their cause. Although AIDS was already killing thousands of people around the world, there was very little research for a treatment or a vaccine against the virus.
20世纪80年代末 ，HIV/AIDS 患者的未来看起来一片暗淡。在许多地方，他们被视为自己命运的罪魁祸首，而不是致命疾病的无辜受害者。他们没有强大的组织，甚至没有国家政治家为他们的事业辩护。尽管艾滋病已经导致世界各地成千上万的人死亡，但针对该病毒的治疗或疫苗研究却非常少。
This all changed during the subsequent decade. First, there was a new narrative, showcasing the plight of tens of thousands of innocent people who were suffering from this debilitating, deadly infection. This was led by the activism of a few people, such as playwright, author, and film producer Larry Kramer and author Edmund White. Their campaigns were soon joined by journalists and other media personalities. The 1993 movie Philadelphia was one of the first big-screen depictions of the problems of HIV-positive gay Americans, and it had a major impact on the perceptions of movie-going audiences. TV series tackling similar issues followed.
这一切在随后的10年间发生了变化。首先，出现了一个新的叙事，展示了成千上万无辜人民因这种致残且致命的感染而遭受的苦难。这一叙事由少数人的行动主义引领，如剧作家、作家和电影制作人拉里·克雷默 （Larry Kramer） 和作家埃德蒙·怀特 （Edmund White）。他们的运动很快得到了记者和其他媒体人物的加入。1993年的电影《费城故事》是最早在大银幕上描绘 HIV 阳性美国同性恋者问题的电影之一，对观影观众的观念产生了重大影响。随后，电视系列剧也开始处理类似的问题。
As the narrative changed, gay rights and HIV activists started organizing. One of their demands was more research into cures and vaccines for HIV. This was initially resisted by U.S. politicians and some leading scientists. But organizing paid off, and soon there was an about-face by lawmakers and the medical policy establishment. Millions of dollars started pouring into HIV research.
随着叙事的变化，同性恋权利和 HIV 活动家开始组织起来。他们的一项要求是加大对 HIV 治愈和疫苗的研究。这最初遭到了美国政界人士和一些顶尖科学家的抵制，但组织活动取得了成效。不久，立法者和医学政策机构的态度发生了转变，数百万美元开始涌入 HIV 研究。
Once the money and societal pressure built up, the direction of medical research altered, and by the late 1990s, there were new drugs that could slow down AIDS infections, as well as novel therapeutics, including early stem cell treatments, immunotherapies, and genome editing strategies. By the early 2010s, an effective cocktail of drugs was available to contain the spread of the virus and provide more normal life conditions for most infected people. Several HIV vaccines are now in clinical trials.
一旦资金和社会压力积累起来，医学研究的方向发生了改变。到20世纪90年代末，出现了可以减缓艾滋病感染的新药物，以及包括早期干细胞治疗、免疫疗法和基因编辑策略在内的新型治疗方法。到21世纪10年代初，已经有一种有效的药物组合可以控制病毒的传播，并为大多数感染者提供更正常的生活条件。目前，几种 HIV 疫苗正在临床试验中。
What seemed impossible was achieved fairly rapidly in the fight against HIV/AIDS, as it was in renewable energy. Once the narrative changed and people became organized, societal pressure and financial incentives redirected the path of technological change.
在对抗艾滋病和可再生能源的斗争中，看似不可能的事情相当迅速地实现了。一旦叙事改变，人们组织起来，社会压力和经济激励就重新引导了技术变革的路径。
The same can be done for the future direction of digital technologies.
对于数字技术的未来方向，也可以这样做。
1. Ferdinand de Lesseps, the Great Canal Digger.
一、费迪南德·德雷塞布，伟大的运河开凿者。
2. Jeremy Bentham's Panopticon, proposed in 1791 for more efficient surveillance in prisons, schools, and factories.
2. 杰里米·边沁在1791年提出的全景监狱，旨在更高效地监控监狱、学校和工厂。
3. The Suez Canal. According to Lesseps, the name of the prince who opens the Great Maritime Canal will be blessed from century to century until the end of time.
3. 苏伊士运河。根据莱塞普斯的说法，开通这条伟大海上运河的亲王的名字将世代受到祝福，直到时间的尽头。
4. Lesseps' vision of a canal without locks at Panama was a complete failure, resulting in more than 20,000 deaths and financial ruin.
4. 莱塞普斯在巴拿马修建无船闸运河的愿景完全失败，导致超过2万人死亡和财政崩溃。
5. A major medieval technology that generated large productivity gains, but few benefits for peasants.
5. 一项在中世纪产生巨大生产率增长，但对农民几乎没有好处的重大技术。
6. Medieval productivity gains made possible monuments such as the Lincoln Cathedral, the tallest building in the world from 1311 to 1548.
6. 中世纪的生产率提高，使得像林肯大教堂这样的建筑成为可能。该建筑从1311年到1548年是世界上最高的建筑。
7. Large textile factories, such as this water-powered cotton mill in Belper, Derbyshire, increased average productivity more than 100-fold. But conditions were unhealthy, workers had no autonomy, child labor was pervasive, and wages remained low.
7. 像德比郡贝尔珀的这家水力驱动棉纺厂这样的大型纺织厂，将平均生产率提高了100多倍。但工作环境不健康，工人没有自主权，童工普遍，工资仍然很低。
8. Inmates of All Saints Workhouse, Hertford, grinding labor, literally and metaphorically, as was typical for many recipients of support under the Poor Law.
8. 赫特福德圣徒救济院的院民从事着字面和比喻意义上的艰苦劳动，这在许多接受济贫法援助的人中是典型的。
9. Eli Whitney's gin boosted cotton production in the U.S. South, paving the way for the expansion and intensification of slavery.
9. 以来，惠特尼的亚棉机提高了美国南部的棉花产量，为奴隶制的扩展和强化铺平了道路。
10. Eli Whitney was also a pioneer in the adoption of interchangeable parts in the U.S. North, increasing the productivity of unskilled labor and reducing the need for skilled labor. This illustration shows machine gears designed by Charles Babbage, who was in pursuit of a fully automatic calculating machine.
11. 以来，惠特尼也是美国北方采用可互换零件的先驱，提高了非熟练工人的生产率，减少了对熟练工人的需求。这幅插图展示了查尔斯·巴贝奇设计的机器齿轮，他致力于追求完全自动的计算机器。
11. George Stephenson's rocket decisively won the Rainhill trials in 1829 and became the basis for designs that swept the world.
11. 乔治·斯蒂芬森的火箭号在1829年的莱恩希尔试验中脱颖而出，成为风靡全球的设计基础。
12. Archimedes, built in the 1880s, waiting for passengers in Euston Station. Railways paid high wages and spearheaded the expansion of British industry.
12. 阿基米德号建于1880年代，在尤斯顿车站等待乘客。铁路支付高薪，并引领了英国工业的扩张。
13. Human waste and industrial effluent were dumped into the Thames, creating ideal breeding grounds for infectious diseases.
13. 人类的排泄物和工业废水被倾倒进泰晤士河，形成了传染病的理想滋生地。
14. The London sewer system, designed by Joseph Bazalgette, top right, rivals the pyramids of ancient Egypt for imagination and application. Evaluated in terms of impact on public health, Bazalgette did better.
14. 由约瑟夫·巴扎尔盖特右上设计的伦敦下水道系统，在想象力和应用方面可与古埃及的金字塔相媲美。从对公共卫生的影响来看，巴扎尔盖特做得更好。
15. In this stylized engraving of a 19th century dairy factory, every machine is connected by a belt to the same drive shaft.
15. 在这幅19世纪乳品厂的风格化雕刻中，每台机器都通过皮带连接到同一个传动轴上。
16. According to Henry Ford, the motor enabled machinery to be arranged according to the sequence of the work, and that alone has probably doubled the efficiency of industry. This is his Rouge plant in 1919, with electricity throughout.
16. 据亨利·福特所说，发动机使机械设备能够按照工作流程的顺序排列，这可能单独就使工业效率提高了1倍。这是他在1919年的罗格工厂，整个工厂都通了电。
17. A decisive moment in the development of countervailing power in modern America. United Auto Workers sit comfortably while stopping production at the General Motors plant in Flint, Michigan, 1937.
17. 现代美国制衡力量发展中的一个决定性时刻。1937年，联合汽车工人在密歇根州弗林特的通用汽车工厂舒适地坐着，阻止了生产。
18. A rally of professional air traffic controllers organization employees in 1981. Their strike was broken by President Ronald Reagan.
18. 1981年，专业空中交通管制员组织的员工集会，他们的罢工被罗纳德·里根总统镇压。
19. Dock workers loading one bag at a time at the Royal Albert Docks, London, 1885.
19. 1885年，伦敦皇家阿尔伯特码头的码头工人一次装卸一袋货物。
20. Dock work today. One worker, one crane, many containers.
20. 今天码头的工作，一名工人，一台起重机，许多集装箱。
21. An IBM computer, 1959.
21. 1959年的一台 IBM 计算机。
22. Robots at a Porsche plant, 2022. A worker watches, wearing gloves.
22. 2022年保时捷工厂的机器人，一名工人戴着手套在一旁观看。
23. A reconstruction of the bomb, designed by Alan Turing to speed up the decryption of German signals during World War II.
23. 由艾伦·图灵设计的炸弹机的复制品，用于加速二战期间对德国信号的解密。
24. MIT math professor Norbert Wiener brilliantly warned in 1949 about a new industrial revolution of unmitigated cruelty.
24. 麻省理工学院数学教授诺伯特·维纳在1949年天才的警告说，一场无情的工业革命即将到来。
25. An imaginative drawing of Jacques de Vaucanson's digesting duck.
25. 雅克德·沃康松的消化鸭的想象图。
26. Human complementary technology, Douglas Engelbart's mouse to control a computer, introduced at the mother of all demos in 1968.
26. 人类辅助技术，道格拉斯·恩格尔巴特在1968年的所有演示之母中介绍的鼠标，用于控制计算机。
27. SOSO automation, customers trying to do the work and sometimes failing at self-checkout kiosks.
27. 半自动，顾客尝试在自助结账终端自行操作，有时会失败。
28. Facebook deciding what is and what is not fit for people to see.
28. Facebook 决定什么是适合人们观看的内容，什么不适合。
29. Monitoring workflow inside an Amazon fulfillment center.
29. 在亚马逊旅行中心内监控工作流程。
30. Digital surveillance with Chinese characteristics, a machine for checking social credit scores in China.
30. 具有中国特色的数字监控，中国的社会信用评分查询机。
31. Milton Friedman. The social responsibility of business is to increase its profits.
31. 米尔顿·弗里德曼，企业的社会责任是增加其利润。
32. Ralph Nader. The unconstrained behavior of big business is subordinating our democracy to the control of a corporate plutocracy that knows few self-imposed limits.
32. 拉尔夫·纳德，大企业的无约束行为正在将我们的民主置于一个几乎不受自我限制的公司寡头政治的控制之下。
33. Ted Nelson. Computer power to the people.
33. 特德·尼尔森，计算机的力量归于人民。
34. Elon Musk. Robots will be able to do everything better than us.
34. 埃隆·马斯克，机器人将能够比我们做得更好。
Bibliographic essay.
参考书目论文。
Part 1. General sources and background.
第一部分，一般资料和背景。
In Part 1 of this essay, we explain how our approach relates to past work and theories. Detailed sources for data, facts, quotations, and other material are provided in Part 2. Throughout Part 2, we also highlight work that has particularly inspired our approach to specific topics.
在本文的第一部分中，我们解释了我们的方法与过去的工作和理论的关系。第二部分提供了数据、事实、引文和其他材料的详细来源。 在第二部分中，我们还特别强调了对特定主题的方法特别有启发性的工作。
Our conceptual framework differs from conventional wisdom in economics and much of social sciences in 4 critical ways. First, how productivity increases affect wages and thus the validity of the productivity bandwagon. Second, the malleability of technology and importance of choice over the direction of innovation. Third, the role of bargaining and other non-competitive factors in wage setting and how these affect the way in which productivity gains are or are not shared with workers. And fourth, the role of non-economic factors, in particular, social and political power, ideas, and vision, in technology choices. The first of these is explicitly discussed in Chapter 1, whereas the other 3 are more implicit. Here, we provide some additional background on these notions, emphasizing how they build on and differ from existing contributions. We also highlight how, based on these ideas, our interpretation of the major technological transitions in history differs from past work. Finally, we relate our approach to a few recent books on technology and inequality.
我们的概念框架在4个方面与经济学和大部分社会科学中的传统观点不同。首先，生产率提高如何影响工资，从而影响生产率至上的有效性；其次，技术的可塑性和创新方向选择的重要性；第三，工资设定中讨价还价和其他非竞争性因素的作用，以及这些因素如何影响生产率收益是否与工人分享；第四，非经济因素，特别是社会和政治权利、思想和愿景在技术选择中的作用。这些内容中的第一点在第1章中明确讨论，而其他3点则更为隐含。在这里，我们提供了一些关于这些概念的额外背景，强调它们如何建立在现有贡献之上并有所不同。我们还强调，基于这些观点，我们对历史上主要技术转型的解释与以往的工作有何不同。最后，我们将我们的方法与几本最近关于技术和不平等的书籍联系起来。
We start with the 4 building blocks that distinguish our conceptual framework from past approaches.
我们从区分我们概念框架与过去方法的4个基本要素开始。
First, with competitive labor markets, wages are determined by the marginal productivity of labor, as we discuss in Chapter 1. Most common approaches in economics relate this marginal productivity to average productivity, output, or value added per worker, and hence generate the prediction that the average wage varies with average productivity, or, simply, productivity. As a result, when productivity increases, average wages increase as well, what we dub the productivity bandwagon.
首先，在竞争性劳动力市场中，工资由劳动的边际生产率决定，这一点我们在第1章中讨论。经济学中最常见的方法将这种边际生产率与平均生产率，每个工人的产出或增加值联系起来，因此得出的预测是平均工资随平均生产率，或简单的说，生产率而变化。因此，当生产率提高时，平均工资也会提高，我们称之为生产率顺风车。
Although the term productivity bandwagon is not used in standard textbooks, the ideas that it captures are common. Most of the models covered in textbooks on economic growth, including Barrow and Salai Martin 2004, Jones 1998, and Asemoglu 2009, imply that higher productivity directly translates into higher wages. Seminal contributions on technological progress, such as Salo 1956, Romer 1990, and Lucas 1988, maintain that technological progress will lift all living standards.
尽管生产率热潮这一术语未在标准教科书中使用，但其所涵盖的思想却很普遍。大多数关于经济增长的教科书，包括 Barrow 和 Salai Martin 2004年、Jones 1998年和 Asemoglu 2009年的著作，都表明更高的生产率会直接转化为更高的工资。关于技术进步的开创性贡献，如 Salo 1956年、Romer 1990年和 Lucas 1988年的研究都认为，技术进步将提高所有生活水平。
The most popular textbook for undergraduates today, Gregory Mankiw's Principles of Economics, states that almost all variation in living standards is attributable to differences in countries' productivity. That is, the amount of goods and services produced by each unit of labor input. Mankiw 2018, 13, italics in original. Mankiw then links productivity to technological change and gives a succinct statement of the productivity bandwagon. In a section called Why Productivity is Important, He explains that living standards are determined by productivity, which depends on technology, and writes that Americans live better than Nigerians because American workers are more productive than Nigerian workers, 518-519. He also declares this observation to be one of the 10 most important principles of economics. Mankiw recognizes the possibility of job losses but frames the issue this way. It is also possible for technological change to reduce labor demand. The invention of a cheap industrial robot, for instance, could conceivably reduce the marginal product of labor, shifting the labor demand curve to the left. Economists call this labor-saving technological change. History suggests, however, that most technological progress is instead labor-augmenting. Mankiw 2018, 367, italics in original.
当今最受欢迎的本科生教科书格雷戈里·曼昆的《经济学原理》指出，几乎所有生活水平的差异都可以归因于各国生产率的差异，即每个劳动单位投入所生产的商品和服务的数量。Mankiw 2018第13页原文斜体。曼昆随后将生产率与技术变革联系起来，并简洁地阐述了生产率热潮。在为什么生产率很重要这一节中，他解释说，生活水平由生产率决定，而生产率又取决于技术，并写到美国人比尼日利亚人生活得更好，因为美国工人比尼日利亚工人更具有生产率。第518-519页。他还宣布，这一观察结果是经济学10大最重要原则之一。曼昆承认失业的可能性，但这样表述问题：技术变革也可能减少劳动力需求。例如，廉价工业机器人的发明可能会降低劳动的边际产出，使劳动力需求曲线向左移动。经济学家称这种技术变革为劳动节约型技术变革。然而，历史表明，大多数技术进步实际上是劳动增强型的。Mankiw 2018第367页原文斜体。
The rise in wages implied by the productivity bandwagon need not be one-to-one. So productivity growth can raise the capital share and reduce the labor share in national income. But in the standard view, it will always benefit workers. When there are multiple types of labor, for example, skilled and unskilled, technological progress can raise inequality, but it will also increase the wage level of all types of labor. As a result, although technological change can bring inequality, it will be a tide that lifts all boats. For example, as explained in Asemoglu, 2002b, in the most common framework used in economics, technological progress always increases the average wage, and even if it raises inequality, it also raises wages at the bottom of the distribution.
生产率热潮所隐含的工资增长不一定是1对1的，因此生产率增长可以提高资本份额，并减少劳动份额在国民收入中的比例。但在标准观点中，它总是有利于工人。当存在多种类型的劳动力，例如熟练和非熟练劳动力时，技术进步可以加剧不平等，但它也会提高所有类型劳动力的工资水平。因此，尽管技术变革可能带来不平等，但它将是一股提升所有船只的潮流。例如，正如 Asemoglu 2002b 所解释的，在经济学中最常用的框架中，技术进步总是提高平均工资，即使它加剧了不平等，它也会提高收入分配底部的工资。
These results are a consequence of the type of model that most economists focus on, which assumes that technological changes directly raise the productivity of either capital or labor or both. In other words, in the terminology of economics, technological change is either labor augmenting or capital augmenting. See Barrow and Salah I. Martin 2004 and Asemoglu 2009 for an overview of standard growth models and the forms of technological change. With these types of technological change and under the assumption that there are constant returns to scale, so that doubling capital and labor doubles output, there is indeed a tight relationship between productivity and wages of all types of labor.
这些结果是大多数经济学家关注的模型类型的后果。该模型假设技术变革直接提高了资本或劳动力或两者的生产率。换句话说，用经济学术语来说，技术变革要么是劳动力增强型 （labor augmenting）， 要么是资本增强型 （capital augmenting）。关于标准增长模型和技术变革形式的概述，参见 Barrow 和 Salah Martin 2004年和 Asemoglu 2009年的著作。在这些类型的技术变革和规模报酬不变，即资本和劳动力翻倍，产出也翻倍的假设下，生产率与所有类型劳动力的工资之间确实存在紧密关系。
The fundamental problem is that automation, which we argue to have been critical during many stages of modern industrialization, does not correspond to an increase in the productivity of capital or labor. Rather, it involves the substitution of machines or algorithms for tasks previously performed by labor. Advances in automation technology can increase average productivity and at the same time reduce average real wages. Furthermore, technology's inequality implications can be much more amplified when automation encroaches on the tasks performed by low-skill workers, reducing their real wages while raising the returns to capital and the wages of higher-skilled labor, Acemoglu and Restrepo 2022.
根本问题在于，我们认为在现代工业化许多阶段中至关重要的自动化，并不对应于资本或劳动力生产率的提高。相反，它涉及用机器或算法替代以前由劳动力执行的任务。自动化技术的进步可以提高平均生产率，同时降低平均实际工资。此外，当自动化侵入低技能工人的任务时，技术的不平等影响可能会更加放大，降低他们的实际工资，同时提高资本回报和高技能劳动力的工资。Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2022。
It is important to emphasize that automation can, but does not necessarily, reduce wages. Theoretically, it displaces workers from the tasks they used to perform and thus is predicted to always reduce the labor share and value added. How much of total production value goes to labor as opposed to capital? This prediction is borne out empirically. See, for example, Acemoglu and Restrepo 2020A and Acemoglu, Lelarge, and Restrepo 2020. As mentioned briefly in Chapter 1, if automation raises productivity by enough, it can increase the demand for labor and real wages, even as it displaces workers and reduces the labor share. This can happen because lower costs, higher productivity, encourage automating firms to hire more workers into non-automated tasks. This type of high productivity automation also increases the demand for the products of other sectors, either through the demand for inputs from the firms installing automation technology or because the real incomes of consumers increase owing to the cheaper products of these firms. Critically, however, these benefits will not occur when automation is SOSO, meaning that it increases productivity only by a little. See our discussion below and in the context of Chapter 9.
重要的是要强调，自动化可以，但不一定会降低工资。理论上，它会使工人从他们以前执行的任务中被取代，因此预计会始终减少劳动在增加值中的份额，即总生产价值中有多少流向了劳动力，而不是资本。这一预测在实证研究中得到了验证，例如参见 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2020A 以及 Acemoglu、Lelarge 和 Restrepo 2020。如第一章简要提到的，如果自动化通过足够的生产率提高来增加对劳动力的需求和实际工资，即使它取代了工人并减少了劳动份额，这种情况也可能发生。这可能是因为成本降低、生产率提高，鼓励了自动化企业雇佣更多工人从事非自动化任务。这种高生产率的自动化还增加了对其他部门产品的需求，无论是通过安装自动化技术的企业对投入的需求，还是因为这些企业的更便宜产品使消费者的实际收入增加。然而，关键在于当自动化平平时，即它仅略微提高生产率时，这些好处不会出现。参见下文讨论以及第9章的上下文。
Another key part of our conceptual framework, the role of new tasks in generating opportunities for workers and counterbalancing automation, is also distinct from most approaches in economics.
我们概念框架的另一个关键部分是新任务在为工人创造机会和抵消自动化影响中的作用，这与经济学中的大多数方法不同。
Our overall approach builds on a number of prior contributions in the economics literature. Atkinson and Stiglitz, 1969, proposed a model of technological change that differed from the conventional wisdom in allowing for innovations to affect productivity locally, meaning only at the prevailing capital-labor ratio. The first work that proposed a theory based on machines substituting for labor in certain activities was Zyra, 1998. A related approach was developed in Acemoglu and Zilabadi 2001. This idea was further investigated and developed in the seminal work by Otter, Levy, and Murnane 2003, who proposed the mapping of tasks into routine and non-routine categories and argued that it was routine activities that could be automated. Otter, Levy, and Murnane 2003 also undertook the first systematic empirical analysis of automation, demonstrating that it was closely related to the increase in inequality in the United States. Acemoglu and Otter, 2011, developed a general task-based model and derived the wage and employment polarization implications of automation.
我们的整体方法建立在经济学文献中的多个先前贡献之上。Atkinson 和 Stiglitz 1969提出了一种技术变革模型，与传统观点不同，该模型允许创新影响局部生产力，仅仅在现行的资本劳动比率上。Zira 1998首次提出了基于机器在某些活动中替代劳动力的理论。Acemoglu 和 Zilabati 2001发展了相关的方法。Otor、Levy 和 Murnane 2003在开创性的工作中进一步研究和发展了这一想法。他们提出了将任务映射为常规和非常规类别的理论，并认为是常规活动可以被自动化。Otor、Levy 和 Murnane 2003还进行了第一次系统的自动化实证分析，证明了它与美国不平等的增加密切相关。Acemoglu 和 Otor 2011发展了一个基于任务的一般模型，并推导出自动化对工资和就业极化的影响。
Our framework in this book most closely follows Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2018 and 2022. The 2018 paper introduced a model in which economic growth takes place via a process of automation and new task creation, and identified conditions under which technological progress and productivity growth reduce wages. This paper also proposed the idea of new tasks as key elements potentially counterbalancing the effects of automation, and modeled how the simultaneous expansion of automation and new tasks affects the evolution of labor demand. This modeling clarifies that automation is not necessarily bad for wages or inequality, but has adverse effects when the adoption of more worker-friendly types of technologies lags behind the rate of automation. The 2022 paper presents a general, multi-sector framework in which the distributional and wage implications of different types of technologies can be systematically measured. It also provides evidence showing that automation has been the major cause of the widening inequality trends in the U.S. economy. This paper further underpins our discussion in Chapter 1 on how sufficiently large productivity increases can trigger employment and wage growth, for example, by inducing other sectors to expand.
本书中的框架最接近 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2018和2022。2018年的论文引入了一个通过自动化和新任务创造过程实现经济增长的模型，并确定了技术进步和生产率增长降低工资的条件。该论文还提出了新任务作为可能抵消自动化影响的关键要素的想法，并建模了自动化和新任务的同时扩展如何影响劳动力需求的演变。这种建模阐明了自动化不一定是工资或不平等的坏事，但在采用更有利于工人的技术类型落后于自动化速度时会产生不利影响。2022年的论文提出了一个一般性的多部门框架，可以系统地测量不同类型技术的分配和工资影响。它还提供了证据，表明自动化是美国经济不平等趋势扩大的主要原因。该论文进一步支持了我们在第一章中的讨论，即足够大的生产率增长可以触发就业和工资增长，例如通过诱导其他部门扩张。
This framework is also the basis of our discussion of SOSO automation, or SOSO technology, a term introduced in Acemoglu and Restrepo 2019b. In particular, when some tasks that used to be performed by labor are automated but the cost reductions, productivity increases, are limited, this technological change generates significant worker displacement, but little in the way of a productivity bandwagon. SOSO automation is more likely to appear when human labor is fairly productive in the tasks that are being automated and machines and algorithms are not very productive. Excessive automation, which goes beyond what would be efficient from a pure production viewpoint and may thus even reduce correctly measured productivity, is then SOSO by definition. The reference to correctly measured productivity is because automation always mechanically increases output per worker by reducing the need for labor in production, but it may reduce total factor productivity, which takes into account the contribution of both labor and capital, as explained in Chapter 7.
这个框架也是我们讨论平庸自动化或平庸技术 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b 中引入的一个术语的基础。特别是当某些过去由劳动力执行的任务被自动化，但成本降低、生产率提高、有限时， 这种技术变革会产生显著的工人替代效应，但对生产率的推动作用却很小。当人类劳动力在被自动化的任务中相对高效，而机器和算法的生产率不高时，平庸自动化更可能出现。过度自动化超出从纯生产角度来看的效率，甚至可能降低正确衡量的生产率，从定义上来说就是平庸的。这里提到的正确衡量的生产率，是因为自动化总是通过减少生产中对劳动力的需求来机械地提高每个工人的产出，但它可能会降低总要素生产率，后者考虑了劳动力和资本的贡献，如第7章所述。
Second, most theories of economic growth either take the path of technological change as exogenous, as in Solow, 1956, or endogenize the rate of innovations but assume that these take place along a given trajectory, as in Lucas, 1988, or Romer, 1990. Incidentally, both these lines of work introduce technology in the same way, as directly increasing labor's productivity, and this is the reason why they affirm the productivity bandwagon.
其次，大多数经济增长理论要么将技术变革的路径视为外生的，如索洛1956所述，要么将创新率内生化，但假设这些创新沿着既定的轨迹发生，如卢卡斯1988或罗默1990所述。顺便说一句，这两条研究路线都以同样的方式引入技术，直接提高劳动生产率，这就是为什么他们肯定生产率推动效应的原因。
Our conceptual framework differs by emphasizing the malleability of technology and the fact that the direction of technological change, for example, how much new techniques will economize on different factors and how they will change their productivities, is a choice. Here we also build on a number of previous works. The first economist to discuss these issues was Hicks, 1932, who conjectured that higher labor costs induce firms to adopt technologies that save on labor. Related ideas were developed by the induced innovation literature of the 1960s, including among others Kennedy, 1964, Samuelson, 1965, Andrandakis and Phelps, 1966, although those contributions mostly focused on whether there are natural reasons for technological change to keep the capital and labor shares in national income constant.
我们的概念框架不同之处在于强调技术的可塑性以及技术变革的方向，例如新技术将在多大程度上节省不同要素，以及它们将如何改变这些要素的生产率是一个选择。在这里，我们也借鉴了之前的一些研究。最早讨论这些问题的经济学家是希克斯，1932，他推测更高的劳动力成本会促使企业采用节省劳动力的技术。相关思想在20世纪60年代的诱导创新文献中得到了发展，包括肯尼迪1964、萨缪尔森1965和德拉纳基斯和菲尔普斯1966等人的研究。尽管这些贡献主要集中在技术变革是否有自然原因来保持资本和劳动在国民收入中的份额不变。
The first major empirical application of these ideas was by Habakkuk, 1962, in the context of 19th century American technology. Habakkuk's main argument was in line with Hicks's claim. Scarcity of labor, and especially skilled labor in America, was a trigger for the rapid adoption and development of labor-saving machinery, as we discuss in Chapter 6. Robert Allen, 2009a, proposed the related idea that the high cost of labor was a major cause of the onset of the British Industrial Revolution in the mid-18th century. Our interpretation of late 19th century technological developments in the United States draws heavily on Habakkuk's thesis, and we further argue that this induced direction of technology persisted into the first half of the 20th century and spread to Britain and other industrializing nations as well.
这些思想的首次重大实证应用是由哈巴库克1962在19世纪美国技术的背景下进行的。哈巴库克的主要论点与希克斯的观点一致，美国劳动力，尤其是熟练劳动力的稀缺，是劳动节约型机械快速采用和发展的触发因素。我们在第6章中对此进行了讨论。罗伯特·艾伦 2009a 提出了一个相关观点，即劳动力成本高昂是18世纪中叶英国工业革命爆发的主要原因。我们对19世纪末美国技术发展的解释大量借鉴了哈巴库克的论点，并进一步认为这种技术导向一直持续到20世纪前半叶，并扩展到了英国和其他工业化国家。
Our theory also builds on the more recent literature on directed technological change, which starts with Asemoglu, 1998, 2002a, and Kiley, 1999. These papers focused on inequality implications, but subsequent work explored other dimensions of technological malleability, including general issues related to division of national income between labor and capital in Asemoglu, 2003a. The effects of international trade and labor market institutions on inequality in Asemoglu, 2003b. And the causes and consequences of inappropriate technology in Asemoglu and Zilabadi, 2001, and Ganchia and Zilabadi, 2009. There is now a sizable empirical literature inspired by these ideas. Relevant works include those focusing on the direction of pharmaceutical research in Finkelstein, 2004, and Asemoglu and Lin, 2004. Climate Change and Green Technologies in POP, 2002, and Asemoglu, Agian, Burston, and Hemus, 2012. Textile Innovations During the British Industrial Revolution in Hanlon, 2015. And Agriculture in Moscona and Sastry, 2022. Whether the direction of technology saves on labor or complements labor is explored theoretically in Asemoglu, 2010, and Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2018.
我们的理论还建立在更近期的定向技术变革文献基础上，这些文献始于阿西莫格鲁 （1998、2002）和基利 （1999）。这些论文主要关注不平等的影响，但后续研究探讨了技术可塑性的其他方面，包括阿西莫格鲁 2003a 中关于劳动和资本之间国民收入分配的一般问题，阿西莫格鲁 2003b 中关于国际贸易和劳动力市场机构对不平等的影响，以及阿西莫格鲁和齐利伯蒂2001和加尼亚和齐利伯蒂2009中关于不适当技术的原因和后果。现在有一大批受这些思想启发的实证文献，相关作品包括芬克尔斯坦2004和阿西莫格鲁和林2004中关于制药研究的方向，波普2002和阿西莫格鲁、阿吉翁、布尔斯特因和赫姆斯2012中关于气候变化和绿色技术，汉龙2015中关于英国工业革命期间的纺织创新，以及莫斯科纳和萨斯特里2022中关于农业。技术方向是节省劳动力还是补充劳动力的理论探讨见阿西莫格鲁2010和阿西莫格鲁和雷斯特雷波2018。
We extend these approaches in conceptual, empirical, and historical directions. Conceptually, we emphasize the role of political and social factors in shaping the direction of technology, whereas the previous literature mostly focused on economic factors. In Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2018, for example, the direction of technological change is determined by purely economic factors, such as the labor share in national income, the long-run price of capital, and labor market rents.
我们在概念、实证和历史方向上扩展了这些方法。概念上，我们强调政治和社会因素在塑造技术方向中的作用，而之前的文献主要关注经济因素。例如，在阿西莫格鲁和雷斯特雷波2018中，技术变革的方向完全由经济因素决定，如国民收入中的劳动份额、资本的长期价格和劳动力市场租金。
Another implication of these ideas, briefly mentioned in chapters 1 and 8, is worth emphasizing here. The malleability of technology opens the door to socially costly choices regarding the direction of innovation. In fact, when there are major decisions about the direction of technology, there is no guarantee that the market-based innovation process will select areas that are more beneficial for society as a whole or for workers. One reason for this is that some types of technologies may generate more profits for businesses than others, even if they do not contribute to or may even reduce social welfare. Examples include technologies that increase the productivity and dominance of monopolies or large oligopolies, which can charge higher prices and make greater profits. Those that help companies to better monitor workers and thus increase profits by reducing wages, and those that are complementary to data collection and lock in the power of companies that monopolize data. An even more important reason for distortions in the direction of innovation, pointed out in Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2018, is that firms may have an excessive demand for automation technologies, particularly when this enables them to economize on high wages. Innovation distortions potentially multiply when there are non-economic factors influencing technology choices. For example, when the vision of influential individuals, entrepreneurs, and organizations determines major investments, as with the U.S. tech sector at the moment, or when a powerful government demands and pushes innovators towards surveillance technologies, as with the policies of the Chinese government discussed in Chapter 10.
这些观点的另一个含义，简要提及于第1章和第8章，值得在此强调。技术的可塑性为创新方向上的社会成本选择打开了大门。事实上，当面临重大的技术方向决策时，没有保证基于市场的创新过程会选择对整个社会或工人更有利的领域。其中一个原因是，某些类型的技术可能为公司带来更多的利润，即使他们对社会福利没有贡献，甚至可能减少社会福利。例如，增加垄断或大型寡头垄断的生产力和主导地位的技术，可以收取更高的价格并获得更大的利润，帮助公司更好地监控工人，从而通过降低工资增加利润的技术，以及与数据收集互补并锁定数据垄断公司权力的技术。Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2018指出，创新方向扭曲的另一个更为重要的原因是，企业对自动化技术的需求可能过度，尤其是在这使他们能够节省高工资的情况下。当有非经济因素影响技术选择时，创新扭曲的潜在影响会进一步加剧。例如，当有影响力的人士、企业家和组织的愿景决定了主要投资，如目前的美国科技行业，或当强大的政府要求并推动创新者朝向监控技术，如第10章讨论的中国政府政策。
From the empirical and historical viewpoint, we provide an account of the distributional consequences of economic growth for the last 1,000 years, focusing especially on the direction of industrial technologies from the middle of the 18th century to today. We are not aware of other precursors to our interpretation and historical evidence, which emphasize the following. How the balance between automation technologies and those that are more worker-friendly was first forged during early industrialization, then transformed in a more worker-friendly direction in the second half of the 19th century, persisting into the first 80 years of the 20th century, and subsequently changed again since 1980, once more in an automation-focused direction. Partial exceptions are Acemoglu and Restrepo's 2019b exploration of the extent of displacement and reinstatement of labor in the U.S. economy since 1950, and Brynjolfsson and McAfee's 2014 book and phrase 2019 more recent book, which we discuss below.
从实证和历史的角度，我们提供了过去1000年经济增长的分配后果的描述，特别关注从18世纪中叶到今天的工业技术方向。我们没有发现其他先驱者对我们的解释和历史证据有类似的强调。这些强调包括自动化技术和更有利于工人的技术之间的平衡是如何在早期工业化过程中首次形成的，然后在19世纪下半叶转变为更有利于工人的方向，并持续到20世纪的前80年。自1980年以来，这一平衡再次发生变化，重新转向以自动化为重点的方向。部分例外是 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b对1950年以来美国经济中劳动力替代和重新安置程度的探讨，以及 Brynjolfsson 和 McAfee 2014的书和 Frey 2019的最新书，我们将在下文讨论。
Third, most economic approaches, even when they recognize important deviations from the benchmark of competitive labor markets, for example, because of the power of firms to set wages, bargaining, or informational problems, do not emphasize these as central determinants of whether productivity increases will translate into wage growth. For example, the canonical approach in modern economics that incorporates labor market rents and frictions originates from the work by Diamond, 1982, Mortensen, 1982, and Pisarides, 1985. As highlighted in Pisarides' 2000 leading treatise on the subject, Equilibrium Unemployment Theory, it predicts that productivity growth will translate into wage growth one for one.
第三，大多数经济方法，即使在认识到竞争性劳动力市场基准的重要偏差，例如由于公司设定工资的权利、谈判或信息问题时，也没有强调这些偏差是否是生产力增长转化为工资增长的中心决定因素。例如，现代经济学中结合劳动力市场租金和摩擦的典范方法源自 Diamond 1982、Mortensen 1982和 Pisarides 1985的工作，正如 Pisarides 2000在其关于该主题的权威著作《均衡失业理论》中所强调的，该方法预测生产力增长将1对1地转化为工资增长。
In contrast to these approaches, we make the extent and nature of rent sharing an essential feature of how gains from productivity growth will be divided. Important precursors of our approach include Brenner's 1976 critique of neoclassical and neo-Malthusian theories of the collapse of feudalism. Brenner singled out the role of political power in the functioning and the end of feudalism. According to Brenner, demographic factors were secondary, and what mattered most was whether peasants had enough power to resist the demands of lords. Brenner's approach was a major inspiration for the theory of Acemoglu and Walensky, 2011, on which we build. In their theory, productivity improvements can reduce rather than increase wages because employers can decide to intensify coercion, for example, hire more guards, or make investments that prevent workers from quitting, instead of paying their employees more. Whether this happens or not is determined by the institutional context and the outside options of workers, for instance, whether despite employer coercive measures they can flee and find an alternative means of subsisting. Some of these implications can be extended to non-coercive environments. For example, when the balance of power in bargaining between firms and workers is held fixed, a new technology that increases productivity will raise wages. However, new technologies can also change the balance of power against labor, and if so, wages may decline. Alternatively, technological change can alter the trade-off between building goodwill and high morale among workers relative to monitoring them closely, and this can again break the link between high productivity and high wages.
与这些方法相反，我们将租金分享的程度和性质作为生产力增长收益分配的一个基本特征。我们方法的重要先驱包括布伦纳1976对新古典主义和新马尔萨斯主义关于封建主义崩溃理论的批判。布伦纳特别指出了政治权力在封建主义运作和终结中的作用。根据布伦纳的观点，人口因素是次要的，最重要的是农民是否有足够的力量来抵抗领主的要求。布伦纳的方法对阿西莫格鲁和沃尔茨基2011的理论是一个重要的启示，我们的理论也基于此。在他们的理论中，生产率的提高可能会减少而不是增加工资，因为雇主可以选择加强强制措施，例如雇佣更多的警卫或进行防止工人离职的投资，而不是给员工支付更高的工资。这种情况是否发生取决于制度背景和工人的外部选择，例如尽管雇主采取了强制措施，他们是否可以逃跑并找到其他生存手段。这些影响中的一些可以扩展到非强制环境，例如当企业与工人之间的谈判力量平衡保持不变时，提高生产率的新技术将提高工资。然而，新技术也可能改变对劳动力的力量平衡，如果这样，工资可能会下降。或者，技术变革可以改变在工人中建立良好关系和高士气与密切监控他们之间的权衡，这再次打破了高生产率与高工资之间的联系。
Our present approach generalizes these perspectives, particularly in Chapter 4, which discusses agricultural economies. It then focuses on the role of technological change in such a framework, and in Chapter 6, 7, and 8 it develops similar ideas that apply to rent sharing in modern economies. These ideas are then combined with two other notions that are also typically ignored in discussions of the effects of technology on wages. The first, proposed in Acemoglu, 1997, and Acemoglu and Pishk, 1999, is the possibility that in the presence of rent sharing, higher wages can sometimes increase investment in worker marginal productivity because firms find it more profitable to raise worker productivity. The second, proposed in Acemoglu, 2001, points out that higher protection for workers can incentivize employers to create good jobs with higher wages, greater job security, and career-building opportunities, and good jobs contribute to wage growth. These ideas help us understand why during certain episodes rent sharing went together with rapid wage growth and broadly shared prosperity, chapters 6 and 7, and how the weakening of worker power can be associated with less shared growth and less investment in worker-friendly technologies, chapter 8.
我们当前的方法概括了这些观点，特别是在第4章中讨论了农业经济。然后，他关注了在这种框架下技术变革的作用，并在第6、7和8章中发展了适用于现代经济中租金分享的类似观点。这些观点随后与通常在讨论技术对工资影响时被忽视的2个概念相结合。第一个概念由阿西莫格鲁1997和阿西莫格鲁与皮什克1999 提出，即在存在租金分享的情况下，更高的工资有时可以增加对工人边际生产率的投资，因为企业发现提高工人生产率更有利可图。第二个概念由阿西莫格鲁2001提出，指出更高的工人保护可以激励雇主创造好工作，工资更高，工作更稳定，有职业发展机会，而好工作有助于工资增长。这些观点帮助我们理解为什么在某些时期，租金分享与工资快速增长和广泛共享的繁荣并存，第6章和第7章，以及工人权利的削弱如何与较少的共享增长和较少对工人友好技术的投资相关联，第8章。
Fourth, we offer a theory of vision of technology and the role of social power in shaping such visions. Specifically, we emphasize that once the malleability of technology and the lack of an automatic productivity bandwagon are recognized, the question of what determines the direction of technology, and thus who wins and who loses, becomes central. The key factors we focus on in this context include who has persuasion power and whose vision becomes influential.
第四，我们提供了一个关于技术和社会权力在塑造这些愿景中作用的理论。具体来说，我们强调，一旦认识到技术的可塑性和生产力自动提升的缺乏，决定技术方向的问题以及谁赢谁输的问题就变得至关重要。在这个背景下，我们关注的关键因素包括谁有说服力，谁的愿景变得有影响力。
Our emphasis on the role of economic and social power links us to the large and still growing literature on institutions, politics, and economic development. Here, we are building on the works by North and Thomas, 1973, North, 1982, North, Wallace and Weingast, 2009, and Besley and Person, 2011, as well as our own earlier work, Acemoglu, Johnson and Robinson, 2003, 2005b, Acemoglu and Johnson, 2005, and Acemoglu and Robinson, 2006b, 2012, and 2019, and Brenner's, 1976, ideas, already mentioned above. We add social factors related to visions and ideas, persuasion, and status to these theories, stressing the interplay of politics and economics. In this, we build on Mann's, 1986, seminal book on the sources of social power and his distinction among economic, military, political, and ideological power. Relative to Mann, we stress the critical role of persuasion power, especially in modern societies, and also emphasize how persuasion power is shaped by institutions. In addition, our discussion of the sources of persuasion power is inspired by the social psychology literature on how persuasion works, summarized in Cialdini, 2006, and Turner, 1991.
我们对经济和社会权力作用的重视，将我们与关于制度、政治和经济发展的大量且仍在不断增长的文献联系起来。在这里，我们借鉴了诺斯和托马斯 1973、诺斯 1982、诺斯、瓦利斯和温加斯特2009，以及贝斯利和佩尔森2011的作品，以及我们自己早期的工作，阿西莫格鲁、约翰逊和罗宾逊2003、2005b， 阿西莫格鲁和约翰逊2005，阿西莫格鲁和罗宾逊2006b、2012、2019和前面提到的布伦纳1976的思想。我们在这些理论中加入了与愿景和思想、说服力和地位相关的社会因素，强调政治和经济的相互作用。在这方面，我们借鉴了曼恩1986关于社会权力来源的开创性著作及其对经济、军事、政治和意识形态权力的区分。与曼恩相比，我们强调说服力在现代社会中的关键作用，并强调说服力如何受到制度的影响。此外，我们对说服力来源的讨论受到了社会心理学文献的启发，这些文献总结在西奥迪尼2006和特纳1991的作品中。
Beyond these foundational differences, the way that we conceptualize the role of political and social factors in technological change is different from most existing approaches, in both economics and much of the rest of social science. Because the malleability of technology is not considered, the main emphasis has been on whether institutions and social forces block technological change. This perspective was first articulated systematically in Mocher, 1990, and was modeled in economics by, among others, Krusel and Rios-Roll, 1996, and Acemoglu and Robinson, 2006a.
除了这些基础性的差异， 我们对政治和社会因素在技术变革中作用的概念化与大多数现有方法不同。在经济学和大部分其他社会科学中，由于技术的可塑性未被考虑，主要重点在于制度和社会力量是否阻碍技术变革。这一观点最初由莫基尔1990系统的阐述，并由克鲁塞尔和里奥斯·鲁尔1996以及阿西莫格鲁和罗宾逊2006在经济学中建模。
An additional implication of these considerations is the greater room for agency and choice that they create among powerful actors. In the simplest political economy approaches, institutional factors work primarily by changing market incentives and technology, and wage policies of firms are largely dictated by profit maximization. This is no longer the case when ideas and visions matter. In this case, as influential visions shift, there can be major changes in the direction of innovation and rent-sharing patterns, altering how productivity gains are distributed within society.
这些考虑的另一个含义是，他们为有权利的行为者创造了更大的能动性和选择空间。在最简单的政治经济学方法中，制度因素主要通过改变市场激励和技术来发挥作用，企业的工资政策主要由利润最大化决定。当思想和愿景变得重要时，情况就不再是这样了。在这种情况下，随着有影响力的观点的转变，创新方向和租金分配模式可能会发生重大变化，从而改变生产率增长在社会中的分配方式。
Our framework combines these four building blocks. To the best of our knowledge, how political and social power shapes technological choices, and how institutions and technology choices together determine how much owners of capital, entrepreneurs, and workers of different skill levels benefit from new production methods, are original to this book. Using this framework, we reinterpret the major economic developments of the last 1,000 years.
我们的框架结合了这4个构建模块。据我们所知，政治和社会权力如何塑造技术选择，以及制度和技术选择如何共同决定资本所有者、企业家和不同技能水平的工人从新生产方法中受益的程度，这些内容是本书的原创。利用这一框架，我们重新解读了过去1000年的主要经济发展。
Recent and important contributions in this context include Brynjolfsson and McAfee, 2014, and Fry, 2019. Brynjolfsson and McAfee, 2014, discussed issues related to our focus almost a decade ago and anticipated many of the labor market disruptions that would follow from the next wave of AI technologies, although their interpretation is more optimistic than ours. Both their book and phrase recognize the displacing effects of automation and some of the social and economic costs that these impose, and Fry vividly describes some of these costs in the context of the economic developments of the 19th and 20th centuries, as we do. Specifically, Fry builds on the framework of Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2018, and emphasizes the possibility that technology may either automate or increase worker productivity. However, he does not allow the direction of technology to be determined by institutions and social forces, and his main concern, like that of Brynjolfsson and McAfee, 2014, and Moker, 1990, remains the possibility that inequality and wage-level implications of automation technologies can lead to the blocking of progress.
在此背景下，最近的重要贡献包括 Brynjolfsson 和 McAfee 2014以及 Frey 2019。Brynjolfsson 和 McAfee 2014在近10年前讨论了与我们关注的问题相关的问题，并预见了下一波人工智能技术将带来的许多劳动力市场动荡，尽管他们的解释比我们更乐观。他们的书和 Free 的书都承认自动化带来的替代效应及其造成的一些社会和经济成本。Free 生动地描述了这些成本在19世纪和20世纪经济发展中的背景，正如我们所做的那样。具体来说， Free 基于 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2018的框架，强调技术可能要么自动化，要么提高工人的生产率。然而，它不允许技术的方向由制度和社会力量决定。它的主要关注点，像 Brynjolfsson 和 McAfee 2014以及 Moker 1990一样，仍然是自动化技术可能导致的不平等和工资水平影响可能阻碍进步。
In contrast, the framework in this book emphasizes that resistance to automation technologies is not always an impediment to economic growth. It can also be socially beneficial when it redirects innovation away from paths that have negative effects on workers and toward more worker-friendly directions, or away from those that disrupt democratic participation toward those that empower broader social groups. Because these positive effects of resistance and political reaction from workers and other segments of society are missing in Frey's framework, Frey views them as negatives, and his policy recommendations are likewise about preventing such resistance, for example, by redistributing gains resulting from automation or increasing education.
相比之下，本书的框架强调，对自动化技术的抵制并不总是经济增长的障碍。当它将创新引导到对工人有负面影响的路径之外，转向对工人更友好的方向，或从破坏民主参与的路径转向增强更广泛社会群体的路径时，它也可以带来社会利益。由于 Free 的框架中缺少这些抵制和工人及其他社会群体的政治反应的积极效应， Free 将它们视为负面因素。他的政策建议也是关于防止这种抵制，例如通过重新分配自动化带来的收益或增加教育。
In this context, we should also relate our book to two other recent contributions, West, 2018, and Susskind, 2020. These authors also worry about the negative implications of automation, and especially AI, but do not recognize the directed nature of technology. Moreover, they stress, contrary to our emphasis, that AI is already a very capable technology that will quickly replace many jobs. This makes them view a future with fewer jobs as inevitable and thus favor measures such as universal basic income to combat the negative implications of these inexorable technological trends. This is sharply different from our perspective. Specifically, we emphasize, in chapters 9 and 10, that many uses of current AI are SOSO, precisely because the capabilities of machine intelligence are more limited than sometimes presumed, and because humans perform many tasks drawing on large amounts of accumulated expertise and social intelligence. Nevertheless, SOSO automation technologies can still be adopted, and in this case tend to be damaging to workers, without generating major productivity gains or cost reductions for companies. See Acemoglu and Restrepo 2020c, Acemoglu 2021. As a result, and in contrast to West's and Susskind's emphasis, our book argues that the main issue is the redirection of technological change away from a singular focus on automation and data collection toward a more balanced portfolio of new innovations.
在这种背景下，我们还应将我们的书与另外两本最近的著作，即 West 2018和 Susskind 2020联系起来。这些作者也担心自动化，尤其是人工智能的负面影响，但没有认识到技术的导向性。此外，与我们的强调点相反，他们认为人工智能已经是一种非常强大的技术，将迅速取代许多工作。这使他们认为未来的工作岗位减少是不可避免的，因此支持普遍基本收入等措施来应对这些不可逆转的技术趋势的负面影响。这与我们的观点截然不同。具体来说，我们在第9章和第10章中强调，当前人工智能的许多应用效果平平，正是因为机器智能的能力比人们有时认为的要有限，而且人类在许多任务中依赖大量的积累经验和社交智能。然而，平平的自动化技术仍然可以被采用，在这种情况下，往往会对工人造成损害，而不会为公司带来重大的生产率提升或成本降低。参见 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2020c、Acemoglu 2021。因此，与 West 和 Susskind 的强调点不同，我们的书认为主要问题在于将技术变革重新导向，不再单一地关注自动化和数据收集，而是转向一个更加平衡的新创新组合。
Part 2, Sources and References by Chapter.
第二部分，按章节列出的来源和参考文献。
Epigraph.
贴词
If we combine is from Wiener, 1949.
如果我们结合，出自 Wiener 1949。
Prologue. What is progress?
序言，什么是进步？
Jeremy Bentham, You Will Be Surprised, is from Stedman, 2012, with details in his Note 7. This is from a letter from Bentham to Charles Brown in December 1786. For context and details, see Bentham, 1791.
杰里米，边沁，你会感到惊讶，出自斯蒂德曼2012，注释其中有详细信息。这是边沁在1786年12月写给查尔斯·布朗的一封信。有关背景和详细信息，请参见边沁1791。
No Man Would Like appears in Select Committee, 1834, 428, paragraph 5473, testimony of Richard Needham on July 18, 1834, and also appears in Thompson, 1966, 307. I Am Determined is from Select Committee, 1835, 186, paragraph 2644, testimony of John Scott on April 11, 1835, and also appears in Thompson, 1966, 307. In Consequence of Better Machinery is from Smith, 1776, 1999, 350. Laws of Nature is from Burke, 1795, 30. The full sentence reads, "We, the people, ought to be made sensible that it is not in breaking the laws of commerce, which are the laws of nature, and consequently the laws of God, that we are to place our hope of softening the divine displeasure to remove any calamity under which we suffer, or which hangs over us."
没有人会喜欢出现在特别委员会报告1834-428第5473段。理查德·尼德汉姆于1834年7月18日的证词中，也出现在汤普森1966-307中。我决定出自特别委员会报告1835-186第2644段。约翰·斯科特于1835年4月11日的证词中，也出现在汤普森1966-307中。由于更好的机器出自史密斯1776-1999-350。自然法则出自伯克1795-30。完整的句子是：我们人民应该明白，我们不能通过违反商业法则，这些法则是自然法则，也是上帝的法则，来寄托希望，以缓和神的不满，消除我们所遭受的或即将降临的任何灾难。
The fact is that monopoly is from Thelwall, 1796-21, and a partial version is in Thompson, 1966, 185.
事实上，垄断出自塞尔沃尔1796-21，部分内容也出现在汤普森1966-185中。
Chapter 1. Control over Technology.
第一章，技术控制。
It is useful to briefly review the historical debates surrounding the notion of technological unemployment and David Ricardo's views on machinery, which are discussed in this chapter.
本章简要回顾了围绕技术性失业的历史辩论以及大卫·李嘉图对机械的观点。
The idea of technological unemployment resulting from improvements in production methods is often attributed to John Maynard Keynes, 1930-1966. In reality, this idea significantly predates Keynes. Several authors in the 18th century worried about labor displacing technological change. Thomas Mortimer wrote about this possibility in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, Mortimer 1772. One of the leading economists of the era, James Stewart, studied these issues as well, recognizing that machinery may force a man to be idle. Although he viewed this as the less likely scenario, Stewart 1767, 122. Peter Gaskell emphasized these dangers more vividly in the early 1800s. The adaptation of mechanical contrivances to nearly all the processes which have as yet wanted the delicate tact of the human hand will soon either do away with the necessity for employing it, or it must be employed at a price that will enable it to compete with mechanism. Gaskell 1833, 12.
技术性失业这一概念通常归功于约翰·梅纳德·凯恩斯1930-1966。实际上，这一概念远早于凯恩斯。18世纪的几位作者就担心技术变革会取代劳动力。托马斯·莫蒂默在工业革命初期就讨论了这种可能性。莫蒂默1772。当时的一位主要经济学家詹姆斯·斯图亚特也研究了这些问题，认识到机械可能会迫使人们失业，尽管他认为这种情况不太可能发生。斯图亚特1767-122。彼得·加斯凯尔在19世纪初更生动地强调了这些危险，将机械装置适应几乎所有目前仍需要人类灵巧操作的过程，很快要么会消除雇佣人类的必要性，要么必须以能够与机械竞争的价格雇佣人类。加斯凯尔1833-12。
Prominent economists were less worried, at least at first. In an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, Adam Smith, 1776-1999, viewed technological improvements to be beneficial broadly. For example, as we saw in the prologue, he argued that better machinery tends to increase real wages very considerably.
著名的经济学家起初并不那么担心。在《国富论》中，亚当·斯密1776（1999）认为技术进步对社会普遍有益。例如，正如我们在序言中所见，他认为更好的机器往往会大幅提高实际工资。
As we discuss at the beginning of Chapter 1, this optimism was initially shared by the other foundational figure of the discipline of economics from this era, David Ricardo. In his Principles of Political Economy, first published in 1817, Ricardo drew a parallel between machinery and foreign trade, viewing both as beneficial. He wrote, for example, that the natural price of all commodities, excepting raw produce and labor, has a tendency to fall in the progress of wealth and population. For though, on the one hand, they are enhanced in real value from the rise in the natural price of the raw material of which they are made, this is more than counterbalanced by the improvements in machinery, by the better division and distribution of labor, and by the increasing skill, both in science and art, of the producers. Ricardo 1821, 2001, 95.
如我们在第一章开头所讨论的，这种乐观态度最初也得到了这一时代经济学学科的另一位奠基人大卫·李嘉图的认同。在他的《政治经济学原理》1817年首次出版中，李嘉图将机器与对外贸易进行了类比，认为两者都是有益的。例如，他写道，除了原材料和劳动力之外，所有商品的自然价格在财富和人口增长的过程中都有下降的趋势，因为虽然一方面，由于原材料价格的上涨，它们的实际价值有所提高，但这种影响被机器的改进、劳动分工和分配的改善，以及生产者在科学和艺术方面的技能提升所抵消。李嘉图1821 2001 95。
However, Ricardo later changed his mind. He added a chapter on machinery to the third edition of the Principles, articulating a first version of the theory of technological unemployment. Here he wrote that all I wish to prove is that the discovery and use of machinery may be attended with a definition of gross produce. And whenever that is the case, it will be injurious to the laboring class, as some of their number will be thrown out of employment and population will become redundant, compared with the funds which are to employees. Ricardo 1821 2001, 286. But his ideas did not sway most of his followers. Even when economists noted the possibility of such negative effects on laborers or unskilled workers, they concluded that these were unlikely or could be at most temporary. For example, as John Stuart Mill stated, I do not believe that improvements in production are often, if ever, injurious, even temporarily, to the laboring classes in the aggregate. Mill 1848, 97.
然而，李嘉图后来改变了看法。他在《原理》的第3版中增加了一章论机器，阐述了技术性失业理论的初步版本。在这里，他写道：“我所要证明的是，机器的发现和使用可能会导致总产量的减少，而每当这种情况发生时，它将对劳动阶级造成损害，因为一些工人将失去工作。”人口将相对于雇佣基金变得过剩。李嘉图1821 2001 286。但他的观点并没有说服大多数追随者。即使经济学家注意到这种对劳动者或非熟练工人的负面影响的可能性，他们也认为这些影响不太可能或最多是暂时的。例如，约翰·斯图亚特·密尔指出，我不相信生产改进经常甚至偶尔会对劳动阶级整体造成损害，即使这种损害是暂时的。密尔1848 97。
Similar fears about technological unemployment were expressed by a number of other prominent economists, most importantly by Vasily Leontiev, whom we cite in Chapter 8. The history of these early debates is covered in Berg, 1980, and Hollander, 2019, Fry, 2019, and Moker, Vickers, and Zebarth, 2015. Also include detailed discussions.
许多其他著名经济学家也表达了对技术性失业的类似担忧，其中最重要的是瓦西里·利昂蒂夫。我们在第8章中引用了他的观点。这些早期辩论的历史在 Berg 1980和 Hollander 2019中有所涉及。Frey 2019和 Moker, Vickers and Zebarth 2015也包括了详细的讨论。
Keynes's essay was more optimistic than Ricardo's chapter on machinery. In the same essay, he wrote, "For many ages to come, the old Adam will be so strong in us that everybody will need to do some work if he is to be contented. We shall do more things for ourselves than is usual with the rich today, only too glad to have small duties and tasks and routines. But beyond this, we shall endeavor to spread the bread then on the butter, to make what work there is still to be done to be as widely shared as possible. 3-hour shifts or a 15-hour week may put off the problem for a great while." 1930, 1966, 368, 369. He also followed the statement we provide in the text with this line, "But this is only a temporary phase of maladjustment. All this means in the long run that mankind is solving its economic problem." 364, italics in original.
凯恩斯的论文比李嘉图的《论机器》一章更为乐观。在同一篇文章中，他写道，在未来的许多世纪里，我们内心中的旧亚当将如此强大，以至于每个人都需要做一些工作才能感到满足。我们将比今天的富人更愿意为自己做更多的事情，乐于承担一些小职责、任务和例行公事。但除此之外，我们将努力将面包均匀地涂在黄油上，使仍然需要完成的工作尽可能广泛地被分享。3小时轮班或每周15小时的工作可能将这个问题推迟很长时间。1930、1966、368369。他还在这段话之后补充道，但这只是暂时的调整不良。从长远来看，这意味着人类正在解决其经济问题。364原文斜体。
Despite Keynes's stature in the profession, his views on technological unemployment, like those of Ricardo before him, did not have a major impact on the mainstream. Paul Douglas, 1930A, 1930B, discussed technological unemployment independently of Keynes, at the same time or even before him. But Douglas, like Gottfried Haberler, 1932, argued that the market mechanism would almost automatically restore employment even if machinery displaced some workers from their jobs. Indeed, until recently the economics mainstream did not even pay much attention to the concerns of Ricardo, Keynes, and Leontiev.
尽管凯恩斯在经济学界享有崇高地位，但他对技术性失业的观点，就像李嘉图之前的那样，并没有对主流产生重大影响。保罗·道格拉斯 1930A、1930B 独立于凯恩斯讨论了技术性失业，时间上与凯恩斯相同或甚至更早。但道格拉斯像哥特弗里德·哈伯勒1932一样，认为即使机器取代了一些工人的工作，市场机制也会几乎自动恢复就业。事实上，直到最近，经济学主流甚至没有对李嘉图、凯恩斯和列昂蒂夫的担忧给予太多关注。
Finally, the concept of general-purpose technology introduced in this chapter goes back to David, 1989, Bresnahan and Tragenberg, 1995, Helpman and Tragenberg, 1998, and David and Wright, 2003. Its importance for us stems from the fact that choice over the direction of technology is particularly relevant when technologies are general purpose, as emphasized in Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b.
最后，本章介绍的通用技术概念可以追溯到 David 1989、Bresnahan 和 Trachtenberg 1995、Helpman 和 Trachtenberg 1998，以及 David 和 Wright 2003。对我们来说，其重要性在于，当技术是通用的时，技术方向的选择尤为相关。这一点在 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b 中得到了强调。
Opening epigraphs. Bacon, 1620, 2017. 128. Wells, 1895, 2005, 49.
开篇引言 Bacon, 1620, 2017, 128. Wells, 1895, 2005, 49.
The 340 years that have is from Time, 1960, page 2 of the online version. I can imagine no period is from Kennedy, 1963. This means unemployment is from Keynes, 1930, 1966, 364.
340年来，出自《时代》1960在线版本第2页。我无法想象任何时期出自 Kennedy 1963。这意味着失业出自 Keynes 1930、1966、364。
Machinery did not lessen the demand for labor, is from Ricardo, 1951-1973, 530. An edited version of the Hansard record for December 16, 1819. It is more incumbent on me to declare my opinion, is from Ricardo, 1821, 2001, 282. If machinery could do all the work, is from Ricardo, 1951-1973, 8:399-400, letter dated June 30th, 1821.
机器并没有减少对劳动力的需求，出自李嘉图，1951-1973 5点30分，这是1819年12月16日的汉萨德记录的编辑版本。我更有责任宣布我的观点，出自李嘉图1821 2001 282。如果机器可以完成所有工作，出自李嘉图1951-1973 8399400 1821年6月30日的信件。
Bill Gates, The Digital Technologies, is from an event at Stanford University on January 28, 1998. No online version currently available. Steve Jobs, Let's Go and Invent, is from a 2007 conference, https://allthingsd.com/20070531/d5-gates-jobs-transcript. Labor market developments, including wage inequality by education, are examined in more detail in Chapter 8. See the notes for that chapter for details on our sources and calculations.
比尔·盖茨的数字技术出自1998年1月28日在斯坦福大学的一次活动，目前没有在线版本。史蒂夫·乔布斯的让我们去发明出自2007年的一次会议 https://allthingsd.com/2071-5-D5-Gates-Jobs-transcript。劳动力市场的发展，包括教育水平的工资不平等，在第8章中有更详细的讨论。有关我们的数据来源和计算的详细信息，请参阅该章的注释。
The Bandwagon of Progress. What Can We Do? Is from a TED Talk by Eric Brynjolfsson in April 2017, www.techpolicy.com/April-2017/Eric-Brynjolfsson-racing-with-the-machine-beats-r.aspx. Automotive industry facts are from McCraw, 2009, 14, 17, 23. Auto industry employment in the 1920s is from CQ Researcher, 1945. The evolution of tasks in the auto industry is discussed further in Chapters 7 and 8. Full sources are in the notes for those chapters. The statement on the factory of the future is commonly attributed to Warren Bennis. However, a closer examination, https://quote-investigator.com/2022/01/30/future-factory, indicates that Warren Bennis did employ this joke in 1988 and 1989, but he disclaimed authorship as indicated further below, and that a reasonable assessment is Bennis deserves credit for helping to popularize the joke.
进步的潮流，我们能做些什么？出自埃里克·布林约尔松在2017年4月的一次TED演讲。3w.techpolicy.com/blog/April-With-the-machine-beats-Beats-2.aspx。汽车行业的事实出自麦考2009 14 17 23。20世纪20年代汽车行业的就业情况出自 CQ 研究员1945。汽车行业中任务的演变在第7章和第8章中有进一步讨论，完整来源请参阅这些章节的注释。关于未来工厂的声明通常归功于沃伦·本尼斯。然而，更仔细的检查 https://quote-investigator.com/2022-01-30-future-factory 表明，沃伦·本尼斯在1988年和1989年确实使用了这个笑话，但他否认了作者身份。如下面所述，合理的评估是本尼斯因帮助普及这个笑话而值得称赞。
Why Worker Power Matters. Educational attainment of U.S. workers for 2016 is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, included in Brundage, 2017.
为什么工人权利重要？2016年美国工人的教育水平数据来自劳工统计局，包含在 Brundage 2017中。
Optimism, with caveats. The discussion of the heliocentric system and its acceptance is covered in https://galileo.ou.edu/exhibits/revolutions-heavenly-spheres-1543. On Moderna's vaccine development, see www.bostonmagazine.com/health/2020/06/04/Moderna-coronavirus-vaccine. On February 24, 2020, Moderna announced it had shipped the first batch of mRNA, 1273 42 days after sequence identification. For steam engines, see Tunzelman, 1978. On the social credit system in China, see www.wired.co. UK/article/China-social-credit-system-explained. On the 2018 Facebook algorithmic change, see www.wsj.com/articles/Facebook-algorithm-change-zuckerberg-11631654215.
乐观，但有保留。关于日心说及其接受的讨论，参见 https://galileo.ou.exhibits-revolutions-heavenly-spheres-1543。关于 Moderna 的疫苗开发，参见 www.bostonmagazine.com/health/2020/04/04/Moderna-coronavirus-vaccine。2020年2月24日。Moderna 宣布，在识别序列后的42天内已发出第一批 mRNA-1273。关于蒸汽机，参见 Tunzelman 1978。关于中国的社会信用系统，参见 www.wire.co.uk/article/social-credit-system-explained。关于2018年 Facebook 的算法变更，参见 www.article-facebook-facebook-facebook-change-zuckerberg-e163165415。
Fire, this time. This interpretation of the evidence from Swartkrans is from Pine, 2019, 25. Sundar Pichai, AI is probably, is from https://money.cnn.com/2018/01/24/technology/sundar-pi-google-ai-artificial-intelligence/indexed. HTML. Kai-Fu Lee, AI could be, is from Lee, 2021. Demis Hassabis, by deepening our capacity, is from https://theworldend.economist.com/edition/2020/article/17385/demis-has-sabis-ace-potential. Either we need, is from www.article/google-deep-mind-founder-demis-has-sabis-3-truths-about-AI. The Intelligent Revolution is from Lee, 2020. On Ray Kurzweil's ideas, see Kurzweil 2005. Reid Hoffman, Could We Have a Bad? Is from www.city-journal.org/html/disruptors-14950.html。
这次是火。Swartkrans 的证据解释来自 Pine 2019 25。Sundar Pichai AI 可能是来自 https://money.cnn.com/2018/2024/artificial-google-ai-artificial-index.html。 开服力 AI 可能来自 Lee 2021。Demis Hassabis 通过增强我们的能力，来自 https://theworldend.economist.com/edition/2020/article/17385 Demis has-sabis potential。要么我们需要来自 www.techrepublic.com/article/google-deep-mind-demis-has-sabis-3-truth-about-ai。智能革命来自 Lee 2020。关于 Ray Kurzweil 的观点，参见 Kurzweil 2005。Reid Hoffman， 我们可能会有一个糟糕的来自 www.city-journal.org/html-disruptors-14950.html。
Chapter 2, Canal Vision.
第二章，运河愿景。
This chapter draws on the following histories: Wilson, 1939, Mack, 1944, Duval, 1947, Beatty, 1956, Marlowe, 1964, Conross, 1969, Silvestre, 1969, McCullough, 1977, Carabel, 2003, and Bonin, 2010. The emphasis of this chapter, that the Panama Canal debacle was rooted in Lesseps' social power and vision, which became amplified because of the success of the Suez Canal, is based on our reading of those sources and the specific items mentioned below.
本章参考了以下历史资料 ：Wilson 1939 ，Mac 1944 ，Duval 1947 ，Bailey 1956 ，Marlowe 1964 ，Conross 1969 ，Sylvester 1969 ，McCullough 1977 ，Carabel 2003和 Bonin 2010。本章的重点在于，巴拿马运河的失败根源在于莱塞普斯的社会权利和愿景，这些权利和愿景因苏伊士运河的成功而被放大。这一观点基于我们对这些资料的阅读和以下具体项目的提及。
The debate at the Paris Congress of 1879 was reported by Ammon, 1879, Johnston, 1879, and Minical, 1879, Lesseps, 1880, and 1887, 2011, provided his own spin on events. The Napoleonic episode is covered by Chandler, 1966, and Wilkinson, 2020. St. Simon's writings are in Manuel, 1956. The spirit of St. Simon in the Panama Project is suggested by Siegfried, 1940, 239.
1879年巴黎大会的辩论由 Ammon 1879、Johnston 1879和 Minical 1879报道。Lesseps 1880和1887、2011提供了他对事件的个人解读。拿破仑时期的事件由 Chandler 1966和 Wilkinson 2020覆盖。St. Simon 的著作见于 Manuel 1956。Siegfried 1940 239提出了巴拿马项目中的 St. Simon 精神。
Opening epigraphs. Lewis, 1964, 7. Ferdinand de Lesseps from Duval, 1947, 58.
开篇引言。刘易斯1964 7费迪南德·德雷塞布出自杜瓦尔1947 58。
Lesseps's statements and actions at the 1879 Congress are from Johnston, 1879, and Ammon, 1879, neither of whom was particularly sympathetic. Mack, 1944, Chapter 25, has details on the work done by various committees and the complaints of American delegates. The Compte rendu des séances of the Congress International d'études du Canal Interoceanique, 1879, is the official record of plenary sessions and work by the individual commissions.
莱塞普斯在1879年大会上的声明和行动出自约翰斯顿1879和阿门1879，他们两人都不太同情他。麦克士1944第25章详细记录了各个委员会的工作和美国代表的投诉。国际跨洋运河研究大会会议记录1879是全体会议和各委员会工作的官方记录。
Lesseps, à l'Américaine, is from Johnston, 1879, 174, a colorful first-hand account. Unlike Ammon, Minical, or Lesseps himself, he seems a bit more dispassionate. Mack, 1944, 290, reports a more elegant version from the official transcript. I ask the Congress to conduct its proceedings in the American fashion, that is with speed and in a practical manner, yet with scrupulous care.
莱塞普斯的 All American 出自约翰斯顿1879 174，这是一篇生动的第一手资料。与阿门、梅诺卡尔或莱塞普斯本人不同，他显得更加冷静。麦克士1944 290从官方记录中报告了一个更优雅的版本。我请求大会以美国的方式进行，即迅速、务实，同时又一丝不苟。
We must go to the Orient. The General-in-Chief of the Army of the Orient is from Carabel, 2003, 20. Casualties at the Battle of the Pyramids are from Chandler, 1966, 226, which says the French suffered a nominal loss of 29 killed and perhaps 260 wounded.
我们必须前往东方。东方军团的总司令出自 Carabel 2003 20。关于金字塔战役的伤亡情况，见 Chandler 1966 226， 其中提到法国军队名义上损失了29人阵亡，可能有260人受伤。
Capital Utopia. The St. Simon quotation is from Taylor, 1975. For more discussion, see also Chapter 25, The Natural Elite, in Manuel, 1956. The Infantin quotation is from Carabel, 2003, 205.
资本乌托邦 Saint Simon 的引文出自 Taylor 1975，更多讨论见 Manuel 1956第25章自然精英。Infantin 的引文出自 Carabel 2003 205。
Lesseps finds vision. Erie Canal details are from Bernstein, 2005. Carabel, 2003, has the early history of discussion around building the Suez Canal. Lesseps's early efforts are in Wilson, 1939, Beatty, 1956, Marlowe, 1964, Kinross, 1969, Silvestre, 1969, and Carabel, 2003. The Men of Genius point is highlighted by McCullough, 1977, 79.
莱塞普斯找到愿景。伊利运河的细节出自 Bernstein 2005。Carabel 2003记录了关于建造苏伊士运河的早期讨论历史。莱塞普斯的早期努力见 Wilson 1939、Beatty 1956、Marlowe 1964、Kinross 1969、Silvestre 1969和 Carabel 2003。McCullough 1977、79强调了天才人物这一点。
Little People by Small Shares. The names of those Egyptian sovereigns is from Lesseps, 1887, 2011, 171-75. A slightly different translation is in Carabel, 2003, 74. The names of the Egyptian sovereigns who erected the pyramids, those useless monuments of human pride, will be ignored. The name of the prince who will have opened the Grand Canal through the Suez will be blessed century after century for posterity. Financial details on the share offering are in Beatty, 1956, 181-183, which includes this line from the prospectus. The capital of the company is limited to 200 million francs apportioned as between 400,000 shares of 500 francs each, 182. Palmerston, little men have been induced to buy small shares, is from Beatty, 1956, 187. Chapter 10 of Beatty contains more details on this phase of the fundraising.
小人物购买小额股份，那些埃及君主的名字出自 Lesseps 1887 2011 170-175。Carabel 2003 74中有一个稍有不同的翻译，那些建造了金字塔，这些无用的人类骄傲的纪念碑的埃及君主的名字将被遗忘，而那位开通苏伊士大运河的王子的名字将被后世一代又一代的祝福。关于股份发行的财务细节见 Beatty 1956 181183，其中包含招股说明书中的一句话：公司的资本限制为2亿法郎，分为40万股，每股500法郎182。Palmerston 的小人物被诱导购买小额股份出自 Beatty 1956 187。Beatty 的第10章包含了更多关于这一阶段筹资的细节。
One cannot say that they are exactly forced labor. This forced labor system was said by Lord Russell, quoted in Kinross, 1969, 174. It is true that without the intervention is from Beatty, 1956, 218. Lesseps was quoting Lord Henry Scott.
不能说他们是完全被迫的劳工。这种强制劳动制度是 Lord Russell 所说，引自 Kinross 1969 174。确实，如果没有干预，出自 Beatty 1956 218。Lesseps 引用的是 Lord Henry Scott 的话。
Frenchmen of Genius. This section draws directly on Carabel, 2003. Early financial results from the Suez Canal are on page 270 of Beatty, 1956. Pages 271-278 of the same source discuss subsequent political events as Britain moved to increase its sway over Egypt and the canal. The increase in share value and dividend by 1880 is from McCullough, 1977, 125.
法国天才这一部分直接引用了 Carabel 2003。苏伊士运河早期的财务结果见 Beatty 1956第270页。同一来源的第271278页讨论了随后的政治事件，英国逐渐加强对埃及和运河的控制。 到1880年，股价和股息的增加见 McCulloch 1977 125。
Panama Dreaming. I do not hesitate to declare, and to create a harbor are both from Lesseps, 1880, 14. Lesseps is the great canal digger is from Johnston, 1879, 172.
巴拿马之梦。我不犹豫地宣布，和为了创建一个港口，均出自莱塞普斯1880 14。莱塞普斯是伟大的运河挖掘者，出自约翰斯顿1879 172。
On whether lives could have been saved with a different approach, Godin de Lepine made this point effectively at the Congress. See, for example, Mac, 1944, 294. Lepine advocated for a law canal, centered on an artificial lake created above sea level, very much in line with what the Americans eventually built. In refusing to vote for the sea level plan, Lepine predicted that building a canal with locks would save the lives of 50,000 men. See Congress International d'études du Canal Interoceanique, 1879, 659. Lepine's reasoning was provided in a letter included as an annex to that report from the Congress.
关于是否可以通过不同的方法挽救生命，戈丁德莱皮纳在大会上有力地提出了这一点。参见，例如麦克氏1944 294。莱皮纳主张修建一个以高于海平面的人工湖为中心的船闸运河，这与美国人最终修建的运河非常一致。在拒绝投票支持海平面方案时，莱皮纳预测修建带有船闸的运河将拯救5万人的生命。参见国际跨洋运河研究大会1879 659。莱皮纳的论据包含在大会报告的附录中的一封信中。
Mac, 1944, 295, points out that Lepine's argument was based in part on the then prevalent but mistaken theory that tropical fevers were caused by a mysterious toxic emanation from Earth freshly excavated and exposed to the air, and that therefore the less ground was disturbed the less illness there would be. Nevertheless, Lepine was proved right, if for partially the wrong reasons.
麦克氏1944 295指出，莱皮纳的论点部分基于当时流行但错误的理论，即热带热病是由新挖掘并暴露在空气中的土壤释放的神秘毒素引起的，因此干扰的地面越少，疾病就越少。尽管如此，莱皮纳最终被证明是正确的，尽管部分原因使他错了。
Regarding our claim that the French, the British, and other Europeans had developed practical health measures over more than a century of military operations in tropical countries, see Curtin, 1998. When European militaries could choose the timing of their tropical campaigns and avoid a large presence of troops during the rainy season, mortality could be curtailed, at least in some places and for some time. See Curtin, 1998, Chapter 3, 73, on the Asante expedition of 1874, with his important caveat, whether success was based on skill or luck, it was hard to duplicate.
关于我们声称法国人、英国人和其他欧洲人在1个世纪多的热带国家军事行动中发展了实用的卫生措施，参见 Curtin 1998。当欧洲军队可以选择热带战役的时机，避免在雨季大量驻军时，至少在某些地方和某些时间内，死亡率可以得到控制。关于1874年阿桑特远征，参见 Curtin 1998第3章73。他有一个重要的保留意见，无论成功是基于技能还是运气，都很难复制。
Waking the Envy of the Happy Gods. Now that I have gone over is from McCulloch, 1977, 118. The cost revisions by Lesseps are discussed in Duval, 1947, 40, 56-57, 64. See also McCulloch, 1977, 117-118, 125-128, on cost estimates, commissions, and publicity. Remember, when you have anything important to accomplish, is from Lesseps, 1889.
唤醒幸福诸神的嫉妒。现在我已经讲过，出自 McCulloch 1977 118。莱塞普斯的成本修订在 Duval 1947 40 5657 64中有讨论，关于成本估算、委员会和宣传，参见 McCulloch 1977 117 118 125 128。记住，当你有重要的事情要完成，出自莱塞普斯1880 9。
Death on the Shagers. Any homage paid, was said by Philippe Bunavarilla, quoted in McCullough, 1977, 187.
查格雷斯和尚的死亡。任何致敬是菲利普·布诺瓦里拉所说，引自 McCullough 1977 187。
Vision trap. The failure of this Congress is from Johnston, 1879, 180.
视野陷阱，这次大会的失败出自约翰斯顿1879 180。
Chapter 3. Power to persuade.
第3章，说服的力量。
The material in this chapter is a synthesis of Michael Mann's 1986 treatise on social power, which draws key distinctions among economic, political, military, and ideological power. Works in social psychology on influence and persuasion, for example, Cialdini 2006, Turner 1991, and our own past work on institutions and political power, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson 2005a, Acemoglu and Robinson 2006b, 2012, and 2019, which in turn builds on, among others, Brenner, 1976, North, 1982, and North, Wallace, and Weingast, 2009.
本章的材料综合了迈克尔·曼1986关于社会权力的论著，他区分了经济、政治、军事和意识形态权力、社会心理学中关于影响和说服的研究，例如 Cialdini 2006、Turner 1991。以及我们自己过去关于制度和政治权力的研究 Acemoglu, Johnson 和 Robinson 2005a, Acemoglu 和 Robinson 2006b, 2012和2019。这些研究又借鉴了布伦纳1976、诺斯1982和诺斯、沃里斯、温加斯特2009等人的工作。
The distinctive aspects of our approach in this chapter are our emphasis on the primacy of persuasion power, even when there are coercive opportunities, and our theory that persuasion power is in turn shaped by networks and institutions. In this way, our approach builds on the literature on the political economy of institutions, but goes beyond this literature by emphasizing the role of ideas and persuasion power, and highlighting the role of institutions in structuring how persuasion power works.
本章我们方法的独特之处在于，我们强调说服力的首要地位，即使在有强制机会的情况下也是如此，以及我们的理论认为，说服力反过来又受到网络和制度的影响。通过这种方式，我们的方法建立在制度的政治经济学文献基础上，但通过强调思想和说服力的作用，以及突出制度在塑造说服力运作方式中的作用，超越了这些文献。
Opening epigraphs. Deutsch, 1963, 111. Bernays, 1928, 2005, 1.
开篇引言 Deutsch, 1963, 111. Bernays, 1928, 2005, 1.
You can shoot your emperor if you dare. Soldiers of the 5th is from Chandler, 1966, 1011. This section draws on the account in Chandler's Chapter 88.
你敢的话，可以射杀你的皇帝。第5军团的士兵们出自 Chandler 1966 1011。本节内容参考了 Chandler 第88章的叙述。
Wall Street on top. The discussion of Wall Street's power in this section draws on Johnson and Kwok, 2010. For evidence on how power affects behavior and others' perceptions, see Keltner, Gruenfeld, and Anderson, 2003. On whether and in what sense big banks were too big to jail, see www.pbs.org/wgbh/frontline/article/eric-holder-backtracks-remarks-on-2-big-to-jail, which includes a discussion of Eric Holder, the Attorney General, walking back earlier statements. See also this interview with Lanny Brewer, Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice's Criminal Division. www.pbs.org/wgbh/frontline/article/Lanny-Brewer-financial-not-gone-unpunished. For use of too big to jail by critics, see https://financialservices.house. gov/uploaded files/070722016_tbtj_sar PDF.
华尔街居于顶端。本节中关于华尔街权力的讨论参考了 Johnson 和 Kwok 2010。关于权力如何影响行为和他人感知的证据，参见 Keltner、Gruenfeld 和 Anderson 2003。关于大型银行是否以及在何种意义上太大而不能监禁，参见 3w.pbs.org/article/article/eric-article/backtracks-to-big-to-jail， 其中包括司法部长 Eric Holder 退缩早前言论的讨论。另见与司法部刑事司助理检察长 Lenny Brewer 的访谈。3w.pbs.org/frontline/article/financial-fraud-has-not-unpunished。关于批评者使用太大而不能监禁的情况，参见 https://financialservices.house.gov/uploaded files/077216/7/tbtj/s2.pdf。The
Power of Ideas. The details about Liar's Poker are from Lewis, 1989, and were previously cited in this way by Johnson and Kwok, 2010.
想法的力量。关于说谎者的扑克的细节来自 Lewis 1989，并在此前由 Johnson 和 Kwok 2010引用。
It's not a fair marketplace. On memes and their spread, see Dawkins, 1976. On imitation in children and social learning, see Tomasello, Carpenter, Call, Ben, and Mall, 2005, and Henrik, 2016, for general discussion. See also Tomasello, 2019, for a more holistic view. See also Steinberg and Apfelbaum, 2013. On over-imitation in children, see Gergely, Beckering, and Corrali, 2002, and Carpenter, Call, and Tomasello, 2005. The experiment discussed in the text is from Lyons, Young, and Keel, 2007. On lack of over-imitation in chimpanzees, see Buttleman, Carpenter, Call, and Tomasello, 2007, and Tomasello, 2019, Chapter 5. On the experiment showing the effects of bystanders' behavior on learning by children, see Chudek, Heller, Birch, and Henrik, 2012.
这不是一个公平的市场。关于魔音及其传播，参见 Dawkins 1976。关于儿童的模仿和社会学习，参见 Tomasello、Carpenter、Call、Ben 和 Mall 2005以及 Henrik 2016的一般讨论，另见 Tomasello 2019的更全面观点。另见 Steinberg 和 Apfelbaum 2013。关于儿童的过度模仿，参见 Gergely、Beckering 和 Curley 2002以及 Carpenter、Call 和 Tomasello 2005。文中讨论的实验来自 Lyons、Young 和 Keel 2007。关于黑猩猩缺乏过度模仿，参见 Buttleman、Carpenter、Call 和 Tomasello 2007以及 Tomasello 2019第5章。关于旁观者行为对儿童学习影响的实验，参见 Chudek、Heller、Birch 和 Henrik 2012。
Agenda Setting. Brain Consumption of Total Energy is from Swaminathan, 2008.
议程设置。大脑消耗的总能量来自 Swaminathan 2008。
The Banker's Agenda. The material in this section again draws on Johnson and Kwok, 2010. On the decision not to help homeowners, see Hunt, 2019. On lavish bonuses of more than $1 million per person, see Story and Dash, 2009. 9 of the financial firms that were among the largest recipients of federal bailout money paid about 5,000 of their traders and bankers' bonuses of more than $1 million apiece for 2008, according to a report released Thursday by Andrew M. Cuomo, the New York Attorney General.
银行家的议程。本节材料再次引用了 Johnson 和 Kwok 2010。关于不帮助房主的决定，参见 Hunt 2019。关于每人超过100万美元的丰厚奖金，参见 Story 和 Dash 2009。根据纽约州总检察长 Andrew M. Cuomo 周四发布的一份报告，9家接受联邦救助资金最多的金融机构在2008年向约5000名交易员和银行家支付了每人超过100万美元的奖金。
Ideas and Interests. Blankfein, God's Work, was widely reported, including by Reuters staff, 2009.
观念与利益。Blankfein 的上帝的工作被广泛报道，包括 Reuters staff 2009。
When the rules of the game keep you down, we have entered upon a struggle, is from Foner, 1989, 33. For discussion of the pre-Civil War restrictions on slaves learning how to read and other behavior, see Woodward, 1955. Foner, 1989, 111, puts it this way. Before the war, every southern state except Tennessee had prohibited the instruction of slaves, and while many free blacks had attended school and a number of slaves became literate through their own efforts or the aid of sympathetic masters, over 90% of the South's adult black population was illiterate in 1860.
当游戏规则让你处于下风时，我们已经进入了一场斗争。出自 Foner 1989 33。关于内战前对奴隶学习阅读和其他行为的限制的讨论，参见 Woodward 1955。Foner 1989 111这样描述：战前，除了田纳西州外，每个南方州都禁止对奴隶进行教育。尽管许多自由黑人上过学，一些奴隶通过自己的努力或同情的主人的帮助变得识字，但在1860年，南方90%以上的成年黑人人口是文盲。
On black political representation in states in the South and in the federal government after the Civil War, see Woodward, 1955, 54. The South's adoption is from Woodward, 1955, 69. Simply an armed camp is from Dubois, 1903, 88. Of what avail is from Congressional Globe, 1864, 38th Congress, First Session, 2251. Part of this quote is in Wiener, 1978, 6. The same source discusses landholdings and the agricultural basis of power. Ager, Bustan, and Erickson, 2021, study how white slave owners recovered from the wealth shock of emancipation. On the Dunning School, see Foner, 1989. Whatever Blessings is from the Atlantic Monthly, October 1901, 1.
关于内战后南方各州和联邦政府中的黑人政治代表，参见 Woodward 1955 54。南方的采用出自 Woodward 1955 69。只是一个武装营地，出自 Dubois 1903 88。有什么用？出自国会记录1864年第38届国会第一次会议2251。这部分引文也见于 Wiener 1978 6。同一来源讨论了土地持有和权利的农业基础。Ager, Bustan 和 Erickson 2021研究了白人奴隶主如何从解放带来的财富冲击中恢复。关于邓宁学派，参见 Foner 1989。无论何种祝福，出自《大西洋月刊》1901年10月1。
A matter of institutions. For our view on institutions, democracy, and economic development, see Asemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, 2005a.
一个制度问题。关于我们的制度、民主和经济发展观点，参见 Asemoglu, Johnson 和 Robinson, 2005位。
The power to persuade corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton's statement is from a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury, https://oll.libertyfund.org/title/acton-acton-creighton-correspondence. On the behavior of powerful individuals, see Keltner, 2016. The experiments reported in the text are summarized in Piff, Stancato, Cote, Mendoza-Denton, and Keltner, 2012.
说服的力量绝对会腐化。阿克顿勋爵的这句话出自他写给坎特伯雷大主教的一封信 https://oll.libertyfund.org/title/acton-acton-creighton-correspondence。关于权力个体的行为，参见 Kellner 2016。文中报告的实验总结在 Piff, Stancato, Cote, Mendoza-Denton 和 Keltner 2012。
Choosing vision and technology. This section draws on the general sources listed at the start of this section.
选择愿景和技术。本节内容参考了本节开头列出的一般资料。
What's democracy got to do with it? For a discussion of Condorcet's ideas and their applicability today, see Landemore, 2017. For evidence that democracy increases GDP per capita, introduces additional reforms, and invests more in education and healthcare, see Asemoglu, Naidu, Restrepo, and Robinson, 2019. On people's attitudes toward democracy depending on democracy's performance concerning economic growth and redistribution, see Asemoglu, Ajman, Oxoy, Fisbine, and Molina, 2021. This paper finds that people are unwilling to delegate power to unaccountable experts, especially when the people have experience with democracy. on decision-making and attitudes in diverse groups, see Gaither, Apfelbaum, Birnbaum, Babbitt, and Summers, 2018, and Levine, Apfelbaum, Bernard, Bartelt, Zajac, and Stark, 2014.
民主有什么关系？关于孔多塞的思想及其在当今的适用性，参见 Landymore 2017。关于民主增加人均 GDP、引入额外改革以及在教育和医疗保健上投入更多的证据，参见 Acemoglu、Nadeau、Restrepo 和 Robinson 2019。关于人们对民主的态度取决于民主在经济增长和再分配方面的表现，参见 Acemoglu、Eichmann、Oxford、Fisbein 和 Molina 2021。该论文发现，人们不愿意将权力委托给不负责任的专家，尤其是在人们有民主经验的情况下。关于多元群体中的决策和态度，参见 Gaither、Apfelbaum、Birnbaum、Babbitt 和 Summers 2018，以及 Levine、Apfelbaum、Bernard、Bartelt、Zajac 和 Stark 2014。
Vision is power. Power is vision. On the views of those who believe in democracy, not wanting to cede political voice in favor of the experts and their priorities, see Acemoglu, Eichmann, Oxoy, Fisbein, and Molina, 2021. On the relationship between status and overconfidence, see Anderson, Bryan, Moore, and Kennedy, 2012.
视野即力量，力量即视野。关于民主信徒不愿将政治话语权让给专家及其优先事项的观点，参见 Acemoglu、Eichmann、Oxford、Fisbein 和 Molina 2021。关于地位与过度自信之间的关系，参见 Anderson、Bryan、Moore 和 Kennedy 2012。
Chapter 4. Cultivating Misery.
第4章，培养苦难。
Our interpretation in this chapter draws on the theoretical ideas in Brenner, 1976, and Acemoglu and Walitsky, 2011. See also Naidu and Yuchtman, 2013. Although these works emphasize the role of the balance of power between lords and peasants, or employers and employees in agriculture, they do not explore the implications of technological change. We are not aware of other approaches to agricultural technology that have pointed out its immiserizing consequences depending on institutional structure and balance of power.
本章的解释借鉴了 Brenner 1976和 Acemoglu 与 Walitsky 2011的理论观点，另见 Nadeau 和 Yuchtman 2013。尽管这些作品强调了领主与农民或农业中的雇主与雇员之间权力平衡的作用，但他们并未探讨技术变革的影响。我们没有发现其他关于农业技术的方法指出，其导致贫困化的后果取决于制度结构和权力平衡。
Opening epigraphs. Bertolt Brecht, from Kuhn and Constantine, 2019, 675. Arthur Young, 1801. Quoted in Gasly, 1973, 436-437. The title of this Brecht poem is often translated as A Worker Reads History.
开篇引言 Bertolt Brecht 引自 Kuhn 和 Constantine 2019 675 Arthur Young 1801引自 Gasly 1973 436437。这首 Brecht 的诗的标题通常被翻译为一个工人读历史。
The list of technological improvements in the Middle Ages is based on Carus Wilson, 1941, White, 1964, 1978, Cipolla, 1972b, Doobie, 1972, Thrupp, 1972, Gimple, 1976, Fox, 1986, Hills, 1994, Smill, 1994, 2017, Geese and Geese, 1994, and Centennial Spotlight, 2021.
中世纪技术改进的列表基于 Carus Wilson 1941 White 1964 1978 Cipolla 1972b Doobie 1972 Thrupp 1972 Gimple 1976 Fox 1986 Hills 1994 Smill 1994 2017 Geese 和 Geese 1994以及 Centennial Spotlight 2021。
The discussion of mills and their impact on productivity draws on Gimple, 1976, Smill, 1994, 2017, Langdon, 1986, 1991, and Reynolds, 1983. Smill, 2017, 154, estimates that a small water mill with fewer than 10 workers could grind as much flour in a 10-hour day as 250 people working by hand. The same source reports 6,500 places with mills in 11th century England, Smill 2017, 149, while the Doomsday Book reported 5,624 mills in 1085, Gimple 1976, 12. The same source provides details on the earliest water mills in his Chapter 1. Total and urban population is discussed in Russell, 1972, e.g., Table 1 and 36, and there is a very interesting analysis of London in Galloway, Kane, and Murphy, 1996. Our core references for the overall economy and living conditions are Dyer, 1989, 2002, supplemented by May, 1973, and Keane, 1998. On the impact of the Norman conquest, see the same sources plus Weldon, 1971, and Capel, 1979. Medieval Europe is covered more broadly by Perrin, 1937, 1952, and Wickham, 2016. Postan, 1966, and Barlow, 1999, are also informative.
关于磨坊及其对生产力影响的讨论参考了 Gimple 1976、Smill 1994、2017、Langdon 1986、1991和 Reynolds 1983。Smill 2017 154页估计，一个拥有不到10名工人的小型水磨坊在10小时内磨出的面粉量相当于250人手工工作。同一来源报告了11世纪英格兰有6500个磨坊 ，Smill 2017 149页，而《末日审判书》报告了1085年有5624个磨坊 ，Gimple 1976 12页。同一来源在第1章中提供了最早的水磨坊的详细信息。总人口和城市人口的讨论见 Russell 1972，例如表1 36页，并且 Galloway、Kane 和 Murphy 1996对伦敦进行了非常有趣的分析。我们对整体经济和生活条件的核心参考文献是 Dyer 1989、2002，并补充了 May 1973和 Tin 1998。关于诺曼征服的影响，参见上述来源以及 Weldon 1971和 Capel 1979、Pyron 1937、1952和 Wickham 2016，更广泛地涵盖了中世纪欧洲。Poston 1966和 Barlow 1999也提供了有用的信息。
In 1100, 2 million rural residents fed 2.2 million people, while in 1300, the respective numbers were 4 million feeding 5 million. If the age composition of rural areas was about the same, with a working age population of about half the total, this suggests the ratio of fed people to active agricultural workers rose from 2.2 to 2.5, a rise of agricultural productivity, crudely measured, of just under 15%.
1100年，200万农村居民养活了220万人，而到1300年，这一数字分别为400万养活500万人。如果农村地区的人口年龄结构大致相同，劳动年龄人口约占总人口的1半，这表明养活的人口与活跃农业工作者的比例从 2.2 上升到 2.5， 粗略计算的农业生产力提高了近 15%。
The building and operation of monasteries, churches, and cathedrals is from Gimple, 1983, Burton, 1994, Swanson, 1995, and Tellenbach, 1993. More economic detail is in Krauss, 1979. Details on the clerical population are in Russell, 1944. England in the 13th century is covered by Harding, 1993. Details on the number of religious houses and date of foundation are in Knowles, 1940, 147. Abbott Suger, Those Who Criticize Us, is from Gimple, 1983, 14. The Cost of Building Cathedrals in France is from Denning, 2012.
修道院、教堂和大教堂的建设和运营资料来自 Gimple 1983、Burton 1994、Swanson 1995和 Tellenbach 1993。更多的经济细节见 Krauss 1979。有关神职人员人口的细节见 Russell 1944。13世纪的英格兰由 Harding 1993覆盖。有关宗教机构的数量和成立日期的细节见 Knowles 1940 147。Abbott Suger 的那些批评我们的人出自 Gimple 1983 14。法国建造大教堂的成本来自 Denning 2012。
On the size of the population in religious orders, Burton, 1994, 174, says that By the 13th century, the total number of monks, canons, nuns, and members of military orders was in the region of 18,000,000, or, at a rough calculation, 1 in every 150 of the population. Harding, 1993-233, puts the 13th century numbers at 30,000 secular clergy in 9,500 parishes, plus 20,00025, monks, nuns, and friars in 530 major monasteries and 250 smaller establishments.
关于宗教团体的人口规模 ，Burton 1994-174说，到13世纪，修士、司铎、修女和军事修士的总数约为18000至2万人，或者粗略计算，每150人中就有1人。Harding 1993-233将13世纪的数字定为9500个教区中的3万名世俗神职人员，加上530个主要修道院和250个较小机构中的2万至2万5千名修士、修女和修士。
A society of orders. Walsingham, crowds of them, is from Dobson, 1970, 132. Knighton, no longer restricting, is from Dobson, 1970, 136. Walsingham and Knighton should be read with care, for they were clearly biased against the peasants. Beckett, this will certainly not, is from Guy, 2012, 177. The Society of Orders is discussed in Doobie, 1982. On the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, see also Barker, 2014.
等级社会，沃辛厄姆的他们成群结队出自多布森1970-132。奈特顿的不再限制出自多布森1970-136。阅读沃辛厄姆和奈特顿时应谨慎，因为他们显然对农民持有偏见。贝克特的这肯定不会出自盖伊2012-177。等级社会在杜比1982中有所讨论。关于1381年的农民起义，还可参见巴克2014。
A broken bandwagon. This section uses the general sources mentioned at the start of the notes for this chapter.
分崩离析的联盟。本节使用了本章注释开头提到的一般资料。
The synergy between coercion and persuasion. Jocelyn of Brakeland, hearing this, and the abbot, I thank you, are from Gimple, 1983-25. The original text is de Brakeland, 1190s, 1903. Gimple, 1983. Uses the H.E. Butler translation, available here. https://archive.org/details/chronicolo-fjos00 jockey uoft/page/n151/mode/2up 5960. Gimple, 1983, provides the details on St. Albans and its confrontations.
强制与说服的协同作用。布拉克伦德的乔塞林的听到这和修道院长的我感谢你，出自金佩尔1983-25，原文出自布拉克伦德1190年代1903。金佩尔1983使用了 H.E. 巴特勒的翻译，可在此处获取。https://archive.org/details/chronicle-of-jails00 jockey-n151-mode-2up5960。金佩尔1983提供了关于圣奥尔本斯及其冲突的详细信息。
A Malthusian trap. The famous line, population, when unchecked, is from Malthus, 1798, 2018, 70. This is a highlight of the 1798 edition and a central statement in Chapter 1, but does not appear in the commonly cited and reprinted 1803 edition. Our view of the effects of the Black Death on peasant-lord relations draws on Brenner, 1976, Hatcher, 1981, 1994, and Hatcher, 2008, 181-82, 242, inter alia. See Hatcher's, 1981, 3738, Summary of the Literature on the Relationship Between Population and Wages. The interpretation of how this altered because of changes in the balance of power between lords and peasants is based on Brenner, 1976, and Hatcher, 1994, especially 1420. The alarm of the king and his advisers is described in Hatcher, 1994, 11. Because a great part of the people, and let no one, are from the statute of laborers, 1351, first and second paragraph, respectively, our reading of the Statute of Laborers is consistent with Hatcher, 1994, 1011. Knighton, the workmen were so arrogant and obstinate, is from Hatcher, 1994, 11. Gower, and on the other hand, is from Hatcher, 1994, 16. This was written before 1378. The two excerpts from the House of Commons petition of 1376, as soon as, and they are taken into service, are from Hatcher, 1994, 12. Knighton, the elation of the inferior, is from Hatcher, 1994, 19. Gower, servants are now masters, is from Hatcher, 1994, 17. Ancient Greece is discussed in Morris, 2004, and Ober, 2015b, and the Roman Republic is discussed in Allen, 2009b. The Fall of Rome is the focus of Goldsworthy, 2009. Link, 2022, presents evidence on early episodes of growth around the world.
马尔萨斯陷阱。著名的当人口不受限制时，这句话出自马尔萨斯1798 2018 70，这是1798年版的亮点，也是第一章的中心论点，但在通常引用和再版的1803年版中并未出现。我们对黑死病对农民与领主关系影响的看法借鉴了布伦纳1976年、哈彻1981年、1994年和哈彻2008年180182 242等。参见哈彻1981年3738对人口与工资关系文献的总结。关于这种变化如何因领主与农民之间权力平衡的变化而改变的解释，基于布伦纳1976年和哈彻1994年，特别是14、20页。国王及其顾问的担忧在哈彻1994年11页中有描述，因为大量人口和任何人分别出自劳工法令1351年第一段和第二段。我们对劳工法令的解读与哈彻1994年11页一致。奈特，工匠们如此傲慢和顽固，出自哈彻1994年11页。高鄂，另一方面出自哈彻1994年16页，这写于1378年之前。1376年下议院请愿书中的两段摘录，一旦和他们被雇佣，出自哈彻1994年12页。奈特，下层的兴奋，出自哈彻1994年19页。高鄂，仆人现在成了主人，出自哈彻1994年17页。古希腊在莫里斯2004年和奥伯2015b 年中有讨论，罗马共和国在艾伦2009b 年中有讨论。戈德斯沃西2009年聚焦于罗马的衰落。林克2022年提供了世界各地早期增长事件的证据。
Original agricultural sin. Early agriculture is from Smill, 1994, 2017, along with Child, 1950, Brothwell and Brothwell, 1969, Smith, 1995, Mithin, 2003, Morris, 2013, 2015, and Reich, 2018. The material in Scott, 2017, is informative on some grains. Flannery and Marcus, 2012, discuss the emergence of inequality.
原始农业的罪过。早期农业的内容来自斯密尔1994年、2017年以及查尔德1950年、布罗索和布罗索1969年、史密斯1995年、米森2003年、莫里斯2013年、2015年和赖克2018年。斯科特2017年对某些谷物的介绍也很有启发性。弗拉纳里和马库斯2012年讨论了不平等的出现。
The pain of grain. The potential advantages of hunter-gatherer life are in Sussman, 2017. Macaulay, 2019, discusses life expectancy. Living standards across 2,000 years are reviewed in Kepke and Batten, 2005. Recent DNA evidence on European hunter-gatherers is reviewed in Reich, 2018. Wright, 2014, has a detailed discussion of Catalhoyuk. Göbekli Tepe is discussed by Collins, 2014. Coven, 2007, discusses the emergence of religion more broadly.
谷物的痛苦，狩猎采集生活的潜在优势，在苏兹曼2017年中有讨论。 麦考利2019年讨论了预期寿命。科佩克和巴腾2005年回顾了过去2000年的生活水平。赖克2018年回顾了欧洲狩猎采集者的最新 DNA 证据。赖特2014年对 Cattle Hike 进行了详细讨论。戈贝克利什镇由柯林斯2014年讨论。口文2007年更广泛地讨论了宗教的出现。
Pyramid scheme. Detailed work records from the pyramids are in Towlett and Leaner, 2022. Leaner, 1997, provides more detail on what it took to build the pyramids. The pastoral lifestyle and diet in early Egypt are discussed by Wilkinson, 2020, 912, and Smill, 1994, 57. Rice cultivation in the Indus Valley is discussed in Green, 2021. See also Agrawal, 2007, and Chase, 2010.
金字塔计划。关于金字塔的详细工作记录见 Towlett 和 Leaner 2022。Leaner 1997提供了更多关于建造金字塔所需条件的细节。早期埃及的游牧生活方式和饮食由 Wilkinson 2020 92和 Smill 1994 57讨论。印度河谷的水稻种植在 Green 2021中有所讨论，另见 Agrawal 2007和 Chase 2010。
One kind of modernization. Our discussion of enclosures draws on Tawney, 1941, Neeson, 1993, and Mingay, 1997. Recent findings are reported in Heldering, Robinson, and Vollmer, 2021a, 2021b. They find somewhat larger productivity benefits from parliamentary enclosures, but also substantial inequality increases, consistent with our discussion. H as no claim is from Malthus, 1803, 2018, 417. It does not appear in the 1798 first edition. Young, Everyone But an Idiot, is from Young, 1771, 4:361. We have modernized the spelling. The Universal Benefit is from Young, 1768, 95. What is it to a poor man is from Young, 1801, 42, and is also quoted in Gasley, 1973, 436. Yields for open field farmers are from Allen, 2009a. Broader social development from 1500 is covered in Wrightson, 1982, 2017, and Hindle, 1999, 2000. The changes in English agriculture are discussed in Overton, 1996, and Allen, 1992, 2009a. And the rise of the modern European state is in Ertmann, 1997.
一种现代化。我们关于圈地的讨论借鉴了 Tony 1941、Neeson 1993和 Mingay 1997。最近的研究成果见 Heldring、Robinson 和 Vollmer 2021a、2021b。他们发现议会圈地带来了更大的生产率提升，但也导致了显著的不平等增加，这与我们的讨论一致。H as no claim 出自 Malthus 1803 2018 417，这一内容未出现在1798年的第一版中。Young 的除了白痴以外的每个人出自 Young 1771 4:361，我们对拼写进行了现代化处理。普遍的益处出自 Young 1768 95。对于穷人来说，出自 Young 1801 42，也见于 Gasley 1973 436。开放田地农民的产量数据来自 Allen 2009。1500年以来更广泛的社会发展见 Wrightson 1982 2017和 Hindle 1999 2000。英国农业的变化见 Overton 1996和 Allen 1992 2009a。现代欧洲国家的崛起见 Erman 1997。
The Savage Gin, One Man and a Horse, is from a letter Whitney wrote to his father, September 11, 1793. A digital image of the original is available online. www.teachingushistory.org/ttrove/documents/Whitney lettered PDF。
野蛮的亚棉机。一个人和一匹马，出自 Whitney 写给父亲的一封信，1793年9月11日。原始信件的数字图像可在以下网址在线获取：3w.teachingushistory.org/ttrove/documents/Whitney letter PDF。
On the American South, see Woodward, 1955, Wright, 1986, and Baptist, 2014. Cotton statistics are from Beckert, 2014. Judge Johnson, Individuals Who Were, is from Lyman, 1868, 158. R. Regimented and Relentless is from the National Archives online article on Eli Whitney's patent for the cotton gin, www.archives.gov/education/lessons/cotton-gin-patent. When the Price Rises is from Brown, 1854-2001, 171. Part of this quotation is also in Beckert, 2014, 110. The development of accounting on slave plantations is in Rosenthal, 2018. The cotton gin is discussed in detail by Lackwheat, 2003. Hammond's speech is from Hammond, 1836. On the Positive Good of Slavery, see Calhoun, 1837.
关于美国南部，参见 Woodward 1955、Wright 1986和 Baptist 2014。棉花统计数据来自 Beckert 2014。法官约翰逊的个人谁引自 Lyman 1868-158。2. Regimented and Relentless 引自国家档案馆在线文章 Eli Whitney 的棉花 gin 专利 3w.archives.gov/education/lessons/cotton-gin-patent。当价格上涨引自 Brown 1854-2001-171。这部分引文也出现在 Beckert 2014-110中。关于奴隶种植园会计的发展，参见 Rosenthal 2018。棉花 gin 的详细讨论见 Lackwheat 2003。哈蒙德的演讲来自 Hammond 1836。关于奴隶制的积极好处，参见 Calhoun 1837。
A Technological Harvest of Sorrow. Soviet agriculture and the famine of the 1930s are discussed by Conquest, 1986, Ellman, 2002, Allen, 2003, Davies and Wheatcroft, 2006, and Applebaum, 2017. We use the numbers from Allen, 2003. Communism is Soviet Power is from Volume 31 of Lenin's Collected Works, 1920-1966, 419. The sentence continues, since industry cannot be developed without electrification. The Successes of Our is from Volume 12 of Stalin's Works, 1954, 199. Details on the 10,000 Americans with specific skills, including engineers, teachers, metalworkers, pipefitters, and miners, who came to the Soviet Union to help install and apply industrial technology are from Tsuliadis, 2008. For background on agricultural policies during the 1920s, see Johnson and Timon, 1993.
技术的悲伤收获。苏联农业和1930年代的饥荒由 Conquest 1986、Ellman 2002、Allen 2003、Davies 和 Wheatcroft 2006以及 Applebaum 2017讨论。我们使用的是 Allen 2003的数据。共产主义是苏联的权利，引自列宁全集第31卷1920-1966-419。这句话继续说，因为没有电气化，工业就无法发展。我们成功的引自斯大林文集第12卷1954-199。关于包括工程师、教师、金属工人、管道工和矿工在内的具有特定技能的美国人，他们来到苏联帮助安装和应用工业技术的详细信息，参见 Tsuliadis 2008。关于1920年代农业政策的背景，参见 Johnson 和 Timon 1993。
Chapter 5. A Middling Sort of Revolution.
第5章，一场中等规模的革命。
Our interpretation in this chapter draws on several seminal analyses of the origins of the Industrial Revolution. Particularly important are Mantoux, 1927, Ashton, 1986, Mocher, 1990, 1993, 2002, 2010, and 2016, Allen, 2009a, Voth, 2004, Kelly, Mocher, and Ograda, 2014 and forthcoming, Crafts, 1977, 2011, Freeman, 2018, and Koyama and Rubin, 2022. We are not aware of other theories that link the British Industrial Revolution to the aspirations of the middling sort of entrepreneurs and then explain the development of these aspirations and their success, via the institutional changes that English and then British society underwent starting in the 16th century. Moker, 2016, points to a culture of growth that emerged starting in the 18th century as a major contributor to the Industrial Revolution, although his focus is more on scientific advances and the more science-based phase of the revolution in the second half of the 19th century.
本章的解释借鉴了多项关于工业革命起源的重要分析，特别重要的是曼图1927、阿斯顿1986、莫吉尔1990、1993、2002、2010和2016、艾伦2009、沃斯2004、凯利、莫吉尔和格拉达2014和即将出版克拉夫茨1977、2011、弗里曼2018以及高田和鲁宾2022的研究。我们没有发现其他理论将英国工业革命与中产阶级企业家的抱负联系起来，然后通过英国社会自16世纪开始经历的制度变革来解释这些抱负的发展及其成功。莫吉尔2016指出，自18世纪开始出现的增长文化是工业革命的主要贡献者，尽管它的重点更多在于科学进步以及19世纪下半叶的科学基础革命阶段。
McCloskey, 2006, has a related emphasis, focusing on the rise of bourgeois virtues. Her interpretation is very different from ours, however. In particular, she does not relate the origins of the middling sort of vision to the institutional changes taking place in England and then Britain, starting in the 15th century. She also views the bourgeois virtues as unabashedly positive and does not share our emphasis that the emergent vision was attempting to rise within the existing system and thus was not likely to be conducive to a broad-based enrichment or favor the working classes.
麦克洛斯基2006也有类似的强调，关注资产阶级美德的兴起。然而，他的解释与我们的非常不同，特别是他没有将中产阶级愿景的起源与自15世纪开始在英格兰，后来是英国发生的制度变革联系起来。他还认为资产阶级美德是无可争议的积极因素，而我们则强调新兴愿景试图在现有体系内崛起，因此不太可能促进广泛的富裕或有利于工人阶级。
Our discussion of the institutional changes in England draws heavily on Asemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, 2005b, and Asemoglu and Robinson, 2012.
我们对英格兰制度变革的讨论大量借鉴了阿西莫格鲁、约翰逊和罗宾逊 2005b 以及阿西莫格鲁和罗宾逊2012的研究。
Opening epigraphs. Defoe, 1697, 1887, first line of the author's introduction. Charles Babbage, 1851, 1968, 103.
开篇引言。笛福1697、1887，作者序言第一行。查尔斯·巴贝奇1851、1968、103页。
The story about workers visiting the Crystal Palace is from Leapman, 2001. Chapter 1. Details on what was on display at the Great Exhibition are from the official catalogue of the Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of All Nations, 1851, Spicer Brothers, London. For more context, see Auerbach, 1999, and Shears, 2017. About 1760 A Wave is from Ashton, 1986, 58. Assessments of living standards over the ages are from Morris, 2013. Population estimates are from Sevedy and Jones, 1978. And growth rates before industrialization are from Madison, 2001, 28, 90, and 265.
关于工人参观水晶宫的故事来自莱普曼2001第一章。关于大博览会展览内容的详细信息来自1851年万国工业博览会官方目录，斯皮策兄弟，伦敦。更多背景资料可参见奥尔巴赫1999和希尔斯2017。大约1760年，一股浪潮出自阿什顿1986 58页。对历代生活水平的评估来自莫里斯2013。人口估计数据来自麦克埃维迪和琼斯1978。工业化前的增长率数据来自马迪森2001、28、90和265页。
Coles from Newcastle. The Stevenson material draws heavily on Ralt, 2009. I say he is from 98. IF the railway is from 59.
纽卡斯尔的煤炭。斯蒂芬森的材料主要参考了罗尔特2009。我说他 出自98页。如果铁路出自59页。
Science at the Starting Gate. The quotations from Davy, Losh, and the Earl of Strathmore are from Ralt, 2009, 2829. Communications were received is from Ferneyhoff, 1980, 45.
科学的起点。戴维·洛斯和斯特拉瑟姆伯爵的引文来自罗尔特，2009 28-29。收到通信来自费尔尼豪，1980 45。
Why Britain? Our discussion of early European growth draws on Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, 2005b, and Allen, 2009a. See those papers for more on the relevant literatures. Tunzelman, 1978, assesses how developed the British economy would have been in 1800 without Watt's steam engine. Literacy rates in 1500 and 1800 are from Allen, 2009a. Table 2.6, 53. Pomerantz, 2001, disputes whether geography favored China, arguing that it lacked sufficient coal in suitable places. The high-level equilibrium trap idea is from Elvin, 1973. On why Britain was different, see also Brenner, 1993, and Brenner and Asset, 2002. See also the sources listed at the start of chapters 5 and 6 of this bibliography for more general background and alternative hypotheses.
为什么是英国？我们对早期欧洲增长的讨论基于阿西莫格鲁、约翰逊和罗宾逊 2005b 以及艾伦 2009a。有关文献的更多信息，请参阅这些论文。图文泽尔曼1978评估了如果没有瓦特的蒸汽机，1800年的英国经济会发展到什么程度。1500年和1800年的识字率数据来自艾伦 2009a 表 2.6 53。彭木兰2001质疑地理是否有利于中国，认为中国缺乏足够的煤炭资源。高水平均衡陷阱的概念来自艾尔文1973。关于为什么英国与众不同，还可以参阅布伦纳1993和布伦纳与伊塞特2002。有关更一般的背景和替代假设，还可以参阅本书参考书目第5章和第6章开头列出的资料。
A Nation of Upstarts. Information on who founded industrial enterprises is from Cruzet, 1985. For more on the notion of individualism and when this may have originated, see McFarlane, 1978, and Wickham, 2016.
一个创业者的国度。关于谁创立了工业企业，信息来自克鲁泽特1985。关于个人主义的概念及其可能的起源，可以参阅麦克法兰1978和威克汉姆2016。
The Unraveling. William Harrison, We in England Divide, is from Wrightson, 1982. Thomas Rainsborough, For Really I Think, and I Do Not Find Anything, are from Sharp, 1998, 103 and 106, respectively. Thomas Turner, Oh, What a Pleasure, is from Muldrew, 2017, 290. Turner's diary was published in 1761.
接题。威廉·哈里森的《我们在英格兰划分》出自赖特森1982。托马斯·雷恩斯伯勒的《实际上我认为》和我没有发现任何分别出自夏普1998 103页和106页。托马斯·特纳的哦，多么愉快出自莫尔德鲁2017 290页。特纳的日记于1761年出版。
New does not mean inclusive. Soame Jennings, The Merchant Vise, is from Porter, 1982, 73. Philip Stanhope, The Middle Class of People, is from Porter, 1982, 73. Gregory King, Decreasing the Wealth of the Kingdom, is from Green, 2017, 256. William Harrison, Neither Voice Nor Authority, is from Wrightson, 1982, 19. According to Wrightson, 1982, this group included day laborers, poor husbandmen, artificers, and servants. This was the lowest of the 4 groups in Harrison's classification of the tiers in English society.
新并不意味着包容。索姆·詹宁斯的《商人竞争》出自波特1982 73页。菲利普·斯坦霍普的《中产阶级》出自波特1982 73页。格雷戈里·金的《减少王国的财富》出自格林2017 256页。威廉· 哈里森的既无发言权也无权威出自赖特森1982 19页。据赖特森1982所述，这一群体包括日工、贫穷的自耕农、工匠和仆人。这是哈里森在英格兰社会阶层分类中最低的4个群体之一。
Chapter 6: Casualties of Progress.
第6章，进步的代价。
In addition to the main elements of our conceptual framework laid out above, this chapter emphasizes the non-wage implications of the balance of power between capital and labor, including for worker autonomy, working conditions, and worker health. In particular, in line with our discussion of worker monitoring and rent shifting, employers may sometimes be able to use new technologies or changing social conditions in order to increase profits by intensifying work duties or imposing more discipline on workers. These issues were first highlighted in the context of the British Industrial Revolution by Thomson, 1966. Although some of Thomson's ideas, such as those concerning the origins of worker organizations and whether the Luddites should be viewed as the beginning of a coherent labor movement, are controversial, the ideas we emphasize in this chapter, which are related to the intensification of factory discipline and workers' reactions to them, are not, and they are confirmed by later scholarship, for example, De Vries, 2008, Moker, 2010, and Voth, 2012.
除了上述我们概念框架的主要元素外，本章还强调了资本与劳动之间权力平衡的非工资影响，包括对工人自主权、工作条件和工人健康的影响。特别是与我们关于工人监控和租金转移的讨论一致，雇主有时可能够利用新技术或变化的社会条件，通过加强工作职责或对工人施加更多纪律来增加利润。这些问题最初是在英国工业革命的背景下由汤普森1966提出的。尽管汤普森的一些观点，例如关于工人组织的起源以及卢德分子是否应被视为连贯劳工运动的开始存在争议，但我们在本章中强调的观点，即与工厂纪律的强化和工人对此的反应相关的内容，并不具有争议性，并且得到了后来的学术研究的证实，例如德弗里斯2008、莫吉尔2010和沃斯2012的研究。
Our discussion of the direction of technology in the second half of the 19th century draws on Habakkuk, 1962, and especially on his emphasis that U.S. technologies, especially the American system of manufacturing, were partly motivated by the need to economize on skilled labor, which was scarce in the United States. Our discussion also draws on Rosenberg, 1972.
我们对19世纪下半叶技术方向的讨论借鉴了哈巴库克1962的观点，特别是他强调美国技术，尤其是美国制造体系，部分是出于节省稀缺的熟练劳动力的需要。我们的讨论还借鉴了罗森伯格1972的观点。
We are not aware of other conceptual frameworks that combine these elements, nor do we know of other interpretations of the second phase of the Industrial Revolution that emphasize the onset of technologies that are more worker-friendly, for example, by creating new tasks, although Moker, 1990, 2010, and Fry, 2019, also argue that technology started generating greater demand for labor from 1850 onward.
我们没有发现其他概念框架将这些元素结合起来。我们也不了解其他对工业革命第2阶段的解释强调了更有利于工人的技术的出现，例如创造新的任务。尽管莫吉尔1990、2010和弗雷2019也认为从1850年起，技术开始对劳动力产生更大的需求。
The idea that rapid productivity growth from new technologies can contribute to employment growth when it expands the demand for labor in other sectors, already mentioned in Chapter 1, plays an important role in this chapter. We expand it and use it in the context of the systemic effects of railways in this chapter. The theoretical ideas here also borrow from the literature on backward and forward linkages. Specifically, backward linkages arise when a sector's expansion triggers growth in other industries that supply inputs to it. Forward linkages refer to a sector contributing to growth in other industries that use its products as inputs and take place, for example, because railway growth reduces the cost of transport to other sectors that depend on transport services. Backward and forward linkages were emphasized as an important factor in economic development by Hirschman, 1958, and build on the analysis of input-output linkages pioneered by Leontiev, 1936. Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b and 2022, illustrate how large productivity increases and sectoral linkages can increase demand for workers, even in the presence of automation.
新技术带来的快速生产率增长可以促进就业增长。当它扩大对其他部门劳动力的需求时，这一观点已在第1章中提及，在本章中起着重要作用。我们在此基础上扩展了这一观点，并将其应用于本章中铁路的系统效应。这里的理论观点还借鉴了前项和后项联系的文献。具体来说，后项联系是指一个部门的扩张引发其他为其提供投入的行业的增长。前项联系是指一个部门通过其产品作为投入，促进其他行业的增长。例如，铁路的增长降低了依赖运输服务的其他部门的运输成本。后项和前项联系被希尔斯曼1958强调为经济发展中的一个重要因素，并建立在列昂蒂夫1936开创的投入产出联系分析基础上。阿塞莫格鲁和雷斯特雷波 2019b 和2022展示了如何在自动化存在的情况下，大规模的生产率增长和部门联系可以增加对工人的需求。
Early critiques of industrialization and its negative effects were formulated by Gaskell, 1833, Carlyle, 1829, and Engels, 1845, 1892. Marx also repeated some of these in Capital, for example, when he argued that in early factories, every organ of sense is injured in an equal degree by artificial elevation of the temperature, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention danger to life and limb among the thickly crowded machinery, which, with the regularity of the seasons, issues its list of the killed and wounded in the industrial battle, Marx 1867, 1887, 286-287.
对工业化及其负面影响的早期批评由加斯凯尔1833、卡莱尔1829和恩格斯1845、1892提出。马克思在《资本论》中也重复了其中一些观点，例如，他指出，在早期的工厂中，由于温度的人为升高，充满尘埃的空气、震耳欲聋的噪音，每个感官器官都受到了同等程度的伤害，更不用说在密集的机器中，生命和肢体的危险。这些机器像季节一样定期发布工业战争中的伤亡名单。马克思1867、1887、286-287。
The question of whether and how much wages and incomes increased has been debated extensively in the economic history literature. The lack of real income growth was initially dubbed the living standards paradox. Important contributions to this debate include Williamson, 1985, Allen, 1992, 2009a, Feinstein, 1998, Mocher, 1988, 2002, and Voth, 2004. The increase in working hours is discussed in McCormick, 1959, De Vries, 2008, and Voth, 2004. The disruptive effects of factory discipline and the hardships that it imposes are discussed in Thompson, 1966, Pollard, 1963, and Freeman, 2018.
工资和收入是否以及在多大程度上增加的问题，在经济史文献中得到了广泛讨论。实际收入增长的缺乏最初被称为生活水平悖论。对这一辩论的重要贡献包括威廉姆森1985、艾伦1992、2009a、费因斯坦1998、莫基尔1988、2002和沃斯2004。工作时间的增加在麦考密克1959、德弗里斯2008和沃斯2004中进行了讨论。工厂纪律的破坏性影响及其带来的艰辛在汤普森1966、波拉德1963和弗里曼2018中进行了讨论。
Opening epigraphs. Greeley, 1851, 25. Engels, 1845, 1892, 48.
开篇引言 Greeley, 1851, 25. Engels, 1845, 1892, 48.
Quotations in the introduction to this chapter are from the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Children's Employment, 1842, 1997. We use an annex to the main report, containing details of interviews in Yorkshire. We quote from page 116, David Pyra, 135, William Pickard, 93, Sarah Gooder, 124, Fanny Drake, 120, Mrs. Day, and 116, Mr. Briggs. We really appreciate and acknowledge the work that went into digitizing the record of these people's experiences by the Coal Mining History Resource Center, Pix Publishing, and Ian Winstanley. Technical information on coal mining and steam engines is from SMIL, 2017.
本章引言中的引文来自皇家儿童就业调查委员会报告1842，1997。我们使用了主报告的附录，其中包含约克郡的采访详情。我们引用了第116页 David Pyra 第135页 William Picker 第93页 Sarah Gooder 第124页 Fanny Drake 第120页 Thursday 以及第116页 Mr. Briggs。我们非常感谢并认可 Coal Mining History Resource Center、Pix Publishing 和 Ian Winstanley 为数字化这些人的经历所做的工作。关于煤炭开采和蒸汽机的技术信息来自 SMIL 2017。
Less pay for more work. Data on income and consumption are from Allen, 2009a, and hours worked are from Voth, 2012, including Table 4.8, 317. The cotton industry historical details are from Beckert, 2014. We also draw on DeVries, 2008. The history of military drill is from Lockhart, 2021. Arkwright's factory and his career are discussed in Freeman, 2018. The folk ballad, So, Come All You Cotton Weavers, is Handloom v. Powerloom by John Grimshaw, published in Harland, 1882, 189. It is also quoted in Thompson, 1966, 306, though with a typo. I Have Had 7 Boys is on 186, paragraph 2643 of the report from Select Committee on Handloom Weavers Petitions, published July 1, 1835, House of Commons, Testimony of John Scott on April 11, 1835. It also appears in Thompson, 1966, 307.
更多工作，更少报酬。收入和消费数据来自 Allen 2009a， 工作时间数据来自 Voth 2012，包括表 4.8 317。棉纺织业的历史细节来自 Beckert 2014。我们还参考了 DeVries 2008。军事操练的历史来自 Lockhart 2021。Arkwright 的工厂和他的职业生涯在 Freeman 2018中有所讨论。民谣所以，所有你们的棉织工是 John Grimshaw 创作的手织机与动力织机 Handloom v. Powerloom， 发表于 Harlan 1882-189。它也出现在 Thompson 1966-306，但有一个拼写错误。我有7个男孩出自1835年7月1日出版的关于手织工请愿书的特别委员会报告 House of Commons 1835年4月11日 John Scott 的证词第186页第2643段。它也出现在 Thompson 1966-307。
The Luddites' Plight. Byron's speech was first published in Dallas, 1824, The Rejected Workman, 208, and I Have Traversed, 214. On Every Side is from Greeley, 1851, 25. In fact, The Division is from Ure, 1835, 1861, 317, italics in original. The Glasgow Weaver, The Theorists in Political Economy, is from Richmond, 1825, 1. Part of this statement also appears in Donnelly, 1976, 222, where Richmond is identified as a self-educated Glasgow weaver. On the Statute of Laborers and Master and Servant Act, see Naidu and Yuchtman, 2013, as well as Steinfeld, 1991. Pelling, 1976, discusses the rise of British trade unions more broadly. Our discussion of the Poor Laws draws on Lewis, 1952. P. Recent System to Punish Poverty is from Richardson, 2012, 14.
拉德派的困境。拜伦的演讲首次发表在达拉斯1824年，被抛弃的工人208页，以及我曾遍访214页。在每一处出自格里利1851年25页。事实上，分工出自尤尔1835年1861年317页原文写体。格拉斯哥职工政治经济学理论家出自李士满1825年1页。唐纳利1976年222页也引用了这段话，其中李士满被描述为自学成才的格拉斯哥职工。 关于劳工法和主仆法，参见奈杜和尤克特曼2013年以及斯坦费尔德1991年。佩林1976年更广泛地讨论了英国工会的兴起。我们对济贫法的讨论基于刘易斯1952年。监狱系统惩罚贫困出自理查森2012年14页。
The entrance to hell realized. A steam engine of 100 horsepower is from Baines, 1835, 244. He cites Mr. Ferry in his treatise on the steam engine. The manner in which is from Engels, 1845, 1892, 74. He entranced to hell realized is Major General Sir Charles James Napier's journal entry for July 20, 1839. C. Napier, 1857-2011, 57, and Freeman, 2018, 27. Death rates in Birmingham and other northern cities are from Finer, 1952, 213. And the number of toilets is from the same source, 215, citing the 1843-1844 Health of Towns Commission. Cartwright and Bittis, 2004, 152-156, discuss tuberculosis and provide annual deaths from this disease for some years. Annual deaths per year are from official British data and deaths registered in England and Wales, 2021. https://www.ons.gov. UK/people/population community/births deaths and marriages/deaths/datasets/deaths registered in England and Wales registerreferencitables. The population of Manchester is from Marcus, 1974, 2015, 2. See also the discussion in Chapter 6 of Rosen, 1993, and in Harrison, 2004. British drinking of gin and other health conditions are discussed in Chapter 7 of Cartwright and Bittis, 2004, 143-145, Inter alia.
地狱之门的实现。100马力的蒸汽机出自贝恩斯1835年244页，他引用了法利先生在其蒸汽机论中的内容。其方式出自恩格斯1845年1892年74页。地狱之门的实现出自查尔斯·詹姆斯·纳皮尔爵士将军1839年7月20日的日记。参见纳皮尔1857年2011年57页和弗里曼2018年27页。伯明翰和其他北部城市的死亡率出自菲纳1952年213页，厕所数量出自同一来源215页，引用了1843至1844年的城镇健康委员会报告。卡特赖特和比迪斯2004年152-156页讨论了结核病，并提供了某些年份的年度死亡人数。年度死亡人数来自英国官方数据，英格兰和威尔士登记死亡人数。2021年 https://ons.gov.uk/people/population/community/births deaths and marriages deaths datasets deaths registered in England and Wales registerreferencitables。曼彻斯特的人口出自马库斯1974年2015年2页，另见罗森1993年第6章和哈里森2004年的讨论。英国人引用杜松子酒和其他健康状况在卡特赖特和比迪斯2004年143-145页及其他第7章中有所讨论。
Where the Whigs went wrong. For the history is from Macaulay, 1848, 1:2. Uke is the factory system, is from Ure, 1835, 1861, 307. On the Whig interpretation of history, see Butterfield, 1965. The Whigs were a political party, but the Whig interpretation of history encompasses anyone who saw the history of Britain prior to around 1850 through rose-tinted glasses.
辉格党的错误。对于历史，出自麦考利1848年1:2。这就是工厂制度，出自尤尔1835年1861年307页。关于辉格党的历史解释，参见巴特菲尔德1965年。辉格党是一个政治党派，但辉格党的历史解释涵盖了所有在1850年左右之前通过玫瑰色眼镜看待英国历史的人。
Progress and its engines. Numbers on stagecoach transportation are from Woolmer, 2007, 6. The rapid introduction of cast iron is from Field, 1848, and part of it is also in Jeffries, 1945 and 1970, 15. On railway development more broadly, see Ferneyhoff, 1975, Buchanan, 2001, and Jones, 2011.
进步及其动力。关于马车运输的数据来自 Walmer 2007-6。引文铸铁的快速引入出自 Field 1848，部分内容也见于 Jeffries 1945-1970-15。关于铁路发展的更广泛讨论，参见 Ferneyhoff 1975、Buchanan 2001和 Jones 2011。
Gifts from across the Atlantic. Joseph Whitworth, "The laboring classes are comparatively," is quoted in Habakkuk, 1962-6. Whitworth made this statement in an 1854 report to Parliament. The inventive genius is from Le Vasseur, 1897-9. Eli Whitney, "To substitute correct," is from Habakkuk, 1962-22. British Parliamentary Committee, "The workman whose business," is from Rosenberg, 1972-94. The superintendent at Colt's factory is Gage Stickney. About 50% and first-class labor are from Hounshell, 1984-21. The development of the sewing machine is discussed in Hounshell, 1984, 67-123. As regards the is from the report of the Committee on the Machinery of the U.S., 128-129, as cited in Rosenberg, 1972-96. The only obstacle is from Buchanan, 1841. Appendix B, Remarks on the Introduction of the Slide Principle in Tools and Machines Employed in the Production of Machinery, by James Naismith, 395. Part of this passage also appears in Jeffries, 1945-1970, 12. Naismith was an engineer who worked with Henry Maudslay, the greatest of them, engineers designing new machine tools, all. Jeffries, 1945-1970, 13. See also James and Skinner, 1985, for statistical evidence that American technology in the second half of the 19th century was complementary to unskilled labor.
横跨大西洋的礼物。Joseph Whitworth 的引文劳动阶级相对出自 Habakkuk 1962-6。Whitworth 在1854年向议会提交的报告中发表了这一声明。发明天才出自 Le Vasseur 1897-9。Eli Whitney 的引文以正确的出自 Habakkuk 1962-22。英国议会委员会的引文工人的业务出自 Rosenberg 1972-94。Colt 工厂的主管是 Gage Stickney， 约 50% 和一流的劳动力出自 Hounshell 1984-21。缝纫机的发展讨论见 Hounshell 1984-67123。关于出自美国机械委员会报告128129，引自 Rosenberg 1972-96。唯一的障碍出自 Buchanan 1841附录 B 关于工具和机器中滑动原理的引入的评论，作者 James Naismith 395。这部分内容也出现在 Jeffries 1945-1970-12。Naismith 是一位与 Henry Maudslay 合作的工程师，他们设计新机床的工程师中最伟大的一位 Jeffries 1945-1970-13。另见 James 和 Skinner 1985关于19世纪下半叶美国技术与非熟练劳动力互补性的统计证据。
The Age of Countervailing Powers. Now, though every workshop is from Thelwall, 1796-24, and part of this statement also appears in Thompson, 1966, 185. Reverend J. R. Stevens, The Question of Universal Suffrage, is from Briggs, 1959-34. This seems to be a paraphrasing of what he was reported to have said, on page 6 of the Northern Star, September 29, 1838.
制衡力量的时代。现在，尽管每个车间出自 Thelwall 1796-24，部分内容也见于 Thompson 1966-185。Reverend J. R. Stevens 的引文普选权的问题出自 Briggs 1959-34。这似乎是他在1838年9月29日北方之星第6页上所报道的言论的转述。
This question of universal suffrage was a knife and fork question after all. This question was a bread and cheese question, notwithstanding all that had been said against it. And if any man asked him what he meant by universal suffrage, he would answer that every working man in the land had a right to have a good coat to his back, a comfortable abode in which to shelter himself and his family, a good dinner upon his table, and no more work than was necessary for keeping him in health, and as much wages for that work as would keep him in plenty, and afford him the enjoyment of all the blessings of life which a reasonable man could desire.
这个关于普选权的问题，归根结底是一个刀叉问题。尽管有人反对，但这个问题实际上是一个面包和奶酪问题。如果有人问他普选权意味着什么，他会回答说，每个工人有权拥有一件合身的好外套，一个可以安身立命的舒适住所，一张丰盛的餐桌，以及不必为了维持健康而过度工作，而且这份工作的工资足以让他衣食无忧，享受生活中一个理性的人所能渴望的所有幸福。
Earl Grey, I do not support, is from Grey, 1830. See Hansard, House of Lords Debate, November 22, 1830, Volume 1, CC 60418. There are more catchy versions of what Earl Grey said, including in standard references such as Evans, 1996, 282. Those versions may have captured the spirit of the Prime Minister's sentiments, but their origin seems to have been an article by Henry Hetherington in the Poor Man's Guardian, November 19, 1831, 171, which claimed that Gray's statement was, if any person suppose that this reform will lead to ulterior measures, they are mistaken, for there is no one more decided against annual parliaments, universal suffrage, and the ballot than I am. My object is not to favor, but to put an end to such hopes and projects, italics in Hetherington's report.
格雷伯爵的我不支持，出自格雷1830年。参见汉萨德上议院辩论，1830年11月22日，第一卷第604-618页。格雷伯爵的话还有更多引人注目的版本，包括埃文斯1996 282页等标准参考文献中的版本。这些版本可能捕捉到了首相的情感，但它们的起源似乎是一篇亨利·希瑟顿在《穷人守护者》1831年11月19日第171页上的文章。该文章声称格雷的声明是：如果有人认为这项改革将导致进一步的措施，他们就错了，因为没有人比我更坚决反对每年一次的议会普选权和秘密投票。我的目标不是支持，而是结束这些希望和计划。写体为希瑟顿报告中的原文。
Our discussion of Disraeli is based on Blake, 1966. Disraeli's 1872 Manchester speech was delivered at Free Trade Hall on April 3, 1872. See Disraeli 1872, 22. Discussion of Chadwick draws on Lewis, 1952, and Feiner, 1952.
我们对迪斯雷利的讨论基于布莱克1966年。迪斯雷利1872年的曼彻斯特演讲于1872年4月3日在自由贸易大厅发表，见迪斯雷利1872年第22页。关于查德威克的讨论参考了刘易斯1952年和菲纳1952年。
Poverty for the rest. The history of cotton in India is based on Beckert, 2014. The general assessment of Lord Dalhousie is from Spear, 1965. W. Illaford to India is from Dalhousie, 1850, paragraph 47. Dalhousie and Indian railways are discussed in Woolmer, 2010, 5152, Inter alia, and Kerr, 2007. Winston Churchill, I am quite satisfied, is from Dalton, 1986, 126. A slightly different version appears in Roberts, 1991, 56. Churchill apparently made this remark to Lord Halifax in private conversation. Halifax later told Dalton,
剩余者的贫困。印度棉花的历史基于贝克特2014。对道尔豪斯勋爵的总体评价来自斯皮尔1965。W. Illaford to India 来自道尔豪斯1850第47段。道尔豪斯和印度铁路在沃尔玛2010 5152页及其他和克尔2007中有所讨论。温斯顿·丘吉尔的我完全满意来自达顿1986 126页。一个略有不同的版本出现在罗伯茨1991 56页。丘吉尔显然在私下与哈利法克斯勋爵交谈时发表了这一评论。 哈利法克斯后来告诉了达顿。
Confronting technology's bias. Chartists are discussed by Briggs, 1959.
面对技术的偏见，宪章派由布里格斯1959讨论。
Chapter 7. The Contested Path.
第7章争议之路。
This chapter provides a reinterpretation of 20th century economic growth in the United States and Western Europe based on the main elements of our conceptual framework: the balance between automation technologies and the creation of new tasks, and the institutional foundations of rent sharing.
本章根据我们概念框架的主要元素，对20世纪美国和西欧的经济增长进行了重新解读。自动化技术和新任务创造之间的平衡，以及租金共享的制度基础。
We emphasize that the direction of early 20th century technology was shaped in part by choices that had sought to economize on skilled labor in the 19th century U.S. economy. We are not aware of any other accounts that have a similar theory, although many scholars emphasize the importance of interchangeable parts and the American system of manufacturing in the early 20th century, for example, in the context of the introduction of new electrical machinery and especially in Ford's automobile factories.
我们强调，20世纪早期技术的方向在一定程度上是由19世纪美国经济中旨在节省熟练劳动力的选择所塑造的。我们没有发现任何其他理论有类似的解释，尽管许多学者强调了可互换部件和美国制造体系在20世纪早期的重要性，例如在引入新的电气机械，特别是在福特汽车工厂的背景下。
Opening epigraphs. Remark, 1928-2013, 142. The President's Advisory Committee on Labor Management Policy, January 11, 1962. Cover letter attached to first formal report to President Kennedy.
开篇引言，雷马克1928 2013 142页，总统劳资政策咨询委员会1962年1月11日附在提交给肯尼迪总统的第一份正式报告的封面信。
On the evolution of military technologies between the Middle Ages and Waterloo, see Lockhart, 2021. On the numbers of deaths in World War I and from the Spanish flu pandemic, see Mogul, 2011, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2019. Even in the is from Zweig, 1943, 5. On the scarring effects of the Great Depression, see Malmindier and Nagel, 2011. Our discussion of technology choices in the early 20th century draws heavily on Hounshull, 1984. Our emphasis on engineer managers is based on Jeffries, 1945-1970, and Noble, 1977. The central role we give to electricity and the reorganization of factories that enabled the introduction of advanced machinery and more advanced interchangeable parts draws on Hounshull, 1984, and Nye, 1992-1998. Our discussion of the Ford factories also follows these references. Rosenberg, 1972, is the basis for our interpretation that American technologies, creating demand for skilled and unskilled labor, spread to Britain and the rest of Europe. Examples of specific technologies that were exported from the U.S. to Britain and Canada come from Hounshull, 1984. Our discussion of how collective bargaining and the power of unions influence the direction of technology draws on theoretical ideas in Acemoglu and Pishk, 1998, 1999, and Acemoglu, 1997, 2002b, 2003b, as well as the historical discussion of Noble, 1984. The importance of accuracy in manufacturing is covered in detail in Hounshull, 1984, 228. The discussion of the key role of sequencing in the organization of production comes from Nye, 1998, 142, Nye, 1992, Chapter 5, and Hounshull, 1984, Chapter 6.
关于中世纪到滑铁卢期间军事技术的演变，参见 Lockhart 2021。关于第一次世界大战和西班牙流感大流行中的死亡人数，参见 Mogul 2011。和美国疾病控制与预防中心2019，即使在出自 Zweig 1943-5。关于大萧条的影响，参见 Malmindier 和 Nagel 2011。我们对20世纪初技术选择的讨论大量借鉴了 Hounshull 1984。我们对工程师管理者的重视基于 Jeffries 1945、1970和 Noble 1977。 我们强调电力和工厂重组在引入先进机械和更先进的互换部件中的核心作用，借鉴了 Hansel 1984和奈1992、1998。我们对福特工厂的讨论也遵循这些参考文献。Rosenberg 1972是我们解释美国技术创造对熟练和非熟练劳动力需求，并向英国和欧洲其他地区传播的基础。从美国出口到英国和加拿大的具体技术事例来自 Hansel 1984。我们关于集体谈判和工会权力如何影响技术方向的讨论，借鉴了 Acemoglu 和 Pish 1998、1999以及 Acemoglu 1997、2002b、2003b 的理论观点，以及 Noble 1984的历史讨论。制造中的精度的重要性在 Hansel 1984、228中有详细讨论。关于生产组织中排序的关键作用的讨论来自奈1998、142、奈1992第5章以及 Hansel 1984第6章。
Electrifying growth. U.S. GDP in 1870 and 1913 is from Madison, 2001, 261. In 1990 international dollars. For the rising scientific position of the United States, see Gruber and Johnson, 2019, Chapter 1. The share of U.S. workers in farming in 1860 is from www.digitalhistory.uh.disp_textbook.cfm, SMTID equals 11 and SID equals 3837. The development of the McCormick Reaper is discussed in Hansel, 1984. Chapter 4. Labor requirements for hand production and mechanized production for corn, cotton, potatoes, wheat, and other crops are from the 13th Annual Report of the Commissioner of Labor, Volume 1, 1898, 24-25, as reported in Mechanization of Agriculture as a Factor in Labor Displacement, Monthly Labor Review, Volume 33, Number 4, October 1931, Table 3 and 9. Data on labor share and value added for industry and agriculture are from Edward Budd. www.nber.org/system/files/chapters/C2484/C2484.pdf. See Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b, for interpretation. Patent statistics are from https://www.usb2.gov/web/offices/ac/edo/oeip/taf/h_counts, HTM. The Manufacturer's Judge is from Levasseur, 1897, 18. Part of this statement is in Nye, 1998, 132, where Levasseur is described as visiting American steel mills, silk factories, and packing houses. From Levasseur, 1897, it seems that he traveled widely in the United States, with a keen eye for how labor was used relative to machines. The term factory is from Ure, 1835, 1861, 13. Importance of new applications using electricity builds directly on Nye, 1992, 188, 191. Factory power from electricity in 1889 and 1919 is from Nye, 1992, Table 5.1, 187. Incandescent electric light is from Lint, 1895, 84. In the context of residential housing. This statement also appears in Nye, 1998, 95. But the greatest advantage is from Warner, 1904, 97, which was based on an address to the Electrical Engineering Society of the Worcester Polytechnic Institute on November 20, 1903. From context, Warner was a senior executive at Westinghouse, with a broad view of how technology was developing. This passage also appears in Nye, 1992, 202, where it is attributed to a Westinghouse technical circular, but Nye's endnote 40 on page 202 and page 416 point to Warner's article. It seems likely that Warner's opinions reflected the official view at Westinghouse. On the new factory organization made possible by electricity, see Nye, 1992, Chapter 5, including 195-196. See also the discussion of lighting and productivity in Nye, 1992, 222-223. Columbia Mills is discussed in Nye, 1992, 197-198. Westinghouse factories are discussed in Hansel, 1984, 240, and Nye, 1992, 171.71, 196, 202, 220. Estimates of productivity gains in foundries that introduced these methods are reported in Hounshell, 1984, 240.
电气化增长。1870年和1913年的美国 GDP 数据来自 Madison， 2001 261，以1990年国际美元计算。关于美国科学地位的提升，参见 Gruber 和 Johnson， 2019第1章。1860年，美国农业劳动力的比例数据来自 www.digitalhistory.id/edu/textbook.cfm:/SMTID:1/SID:3837。McCormick 收割机的发展在 Hounshell 1984第4章中有讨论。玉米、棉花、土豆、小麦和其他作物的手工生产和机械化生产的劳动力需求数据来自劳工专员第13年度报告第1卷1898 24-25页，见农业机械化作为劳动力替代的因素，阅读劳工评论第33卷第4期1931年10月表3 9页。工业和农业增加值中劳动力份额的数据来自 Edward Butt 3w.northbyeastar.org/system/files/c2484/c2484.pdf 解释件 Asimoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b。专利统计数据来自 https://web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/web/ 奈1998-132中引用了这句话的一部分，描述 Levasseur 访问了美国钢铁厂、丝绸工厂和肉类加工厂。从 Levasseur 1897来看，他似乎在美国广泛旅行，对劳动力相对于机器的使用有着敏锐的观察。工厂一词出自 Ur 1835-1861-13。电力新应用的重要性直接基于奈1992-188-191。1889年和1919年工厂电力使用数据来自奈1992表 5.1 187。关于白炽电灯出自 Lant 1895-84，在讨论住宅建筑时提到。这句话也出现在奈1998-95。关于氮最大的优势出自 Warner 1904-97，基于1903年11月20日在伍斯特理工学院电气工程学会的演讲。从上下文来看， Warner 是西屋电气的高级主管，对技术发展有着广泛的视角。这段话也出现在奈1992-202，被归因于西屋技术通报，但奈第202页和第416页的角注4时指向了 Warner 的文章。Warner 的观点很可能反映了西屋电气的官方立场。关于电力带来的新工厂组织结构，见奈1992第5章，包括195-196页。另见奈1992-22-223中关于照明和生产率的讨论。Columbia Mills 在奈1992-197-198中有讨论。西屋电气工厂在 Hansel 1984-240和奈1992-170-171以9620万零2220中有讨论。采用这些方法的铸造厂生产率提高的估计数据见 Hansel 1984-240。
New tasks from new engineers. The share of white-collar workers in manufacturing, 1860, 1910, and 1940, is for Michaels, 2007. Data on education achievement, percentage of people with high school diplomas, etc., are from Golden and Katz, 2008. 194 to 195, figures 6.1 and 205. Michaels, 2007, finds that new industries with a more diverse set of occupations were at the forefront of overall employment growth and the expansion of white-collar occupations in U.S. manufacturing during this period. The association between faster productivity growth and employment growth from 1909 to 1914 is documented in Alexopoulos and Cohen, 2016, which also shows that this association was stronger in new industries relying on electrical machinery and electronics. Fisbine, LaFortune, Lewis, and Teseda, 2020, confirms the same association and shows that the effects of electrification on employment were more positive when there was less concentration, which is consistent with our point that monopoly power can weaken the productivity bandwagon. The importance of organizing machinery for use by unskilled workers in the United States is discussed in detail in Hounshill, 1984, 230, and Nye, 1992, 211. Nye, 1992, 211, emphasizes the goal of reducing labor turnover, which became more expensive with more capital committed to machines.
新工程师的新任务。1860年、1910年和1940年制造业白领工人比例的数据来自 Michaels 2007。教育成就数据，高中文凭持有者的百分比等，来自 Goldin 和 Katz 2008第194-195页，图 6.1 第205页。Michaels 2007发现，这一时期美国制造业整体就业增长和白领职业扩张的前沿是那些职业种类更加多样化的新兴行业。Alexopoulos 和 Cohen 2016记录了1909年至1914年生产率增长与就业增长之间的关联，还表明这种关联在依赖电气机械和电子设备的新兴行业中更为强烈。Fisbin、Lafortune、Lewis 和 Taseda 2020确认了同样的关联，并显示当集中度较低时，电气化对就业的影响更为积极。这与我们的观点一致，即垄断力量可以削弱生产率的乘数效应。关于美国组织机器供非熟练工人使用的重要性 ，Hounshill 1984第230页和 Nye 1992第211页进行了详细讨论。Nye 1992第211页强调了减少劳动力流动性的目标，随着更多资本投入到机器中，这一目标变得更加昂贵。
In the driving seat, general discussion and description of early Highland Park production and the Model N are in Hounshill, 1984. Chapter 6. W.E. are making 40,000 cylinders is from Hounshill, 1984, 221. System is from Hounshill, 1984, 229. So thoroughly is from the American Machinist is in Cole then, 1913a, 759. This passage is also quoted in Hounshill, 1984, 229. On 228, Cole then is described as a well-known technical journalist. Hounshill, 1984, also makes the important point that Colvin's in-depth observations were made immediately before assembly line production was adopted by Ford. The provision of and also high-speed tools are from Ford, 1930-33. Parts are also quoted in Nye, 1998, 143. Model T prices are from Hounshill, 1984, Table 6.1, 224. Conversion to prices today uses the Consumer Price Index calculator in www.measuringworth.com/calculators/us compare for 1908-2021. Mass Production is Not Merely was published in Ford, 1926, 821. The article is signed with the initials HF, but Henry Ford's authorship is confirmed here. www.britannica.com/topic/Encyclopedia Britannica English Language Reference Work /13th edition. Part of this passage also appears in Hounshill, 1984, 217. Turnover in the Highland Park plant is discussed in Hounshill, 1984, 257-259, and Nye, 1992, 210. The chain system is from Hounshill, 1984, 259. The system's approach to increasing wages, reorganizing factories, and reducing turnover is discussed in Nye, 1992, 215-216. The keynote of the whole work is simplicity, is from Cole then, 1913b, 442. Cole then was writing about the assembling department and the machining department. This statement is also quoted in Hounshill, 1984, 236. Recruitment at Ford during the 1960s is discussed in Murnane and Levy, 1996. If We Had a Vacancy is by Art Johnson, a human resource director at Ford Motor Company. See Murnane and Levy, 1996, 19. Productivity Creates is from Alexander, 1929, 43, italics in original. Also quoted in Noble, 1977, 52-53.
驾驶座上的变革。关于早期高地公园生产及 Model N 的总体讨论和描述见 Hounshill 1984第6章。W are making 4万 cylinders， 出自夯手1984第221页。System， 出自夯手1984第229页。So thoroughly is， 出自美国机械师剑 Colvin 1913A第759页。这段话也出现在夯手1984第229页。第228页描述 Colvin 为知名技术记者。夯手1984还指出 ，Colvin 的深入观察是在福特采用流水线生产之前立即进行的。The provision of 和 also high-speed tools 出自 Ford 1930第33页，部分内容也出现在 9 1998第143页。Model T 的价格数据来自夯手1984表 6.1 第224页。转换为今天的货币价值，使用的是 3w.measuringworth.com/calculator/as compare 的消费者价格指数计算器，时间范围为1908至2021。Mass production is not merely 发表于 Ford 1926第821页。文章署名为 HF， 但 Henry Ford 的作者身份在此得到确认。3w.britannica.com/topic/Encyclopedia Britannica English Language Reference Work/13th edition。这部分内容也出现在夯手1984第217页。高地公园工厂的员工流动率问题在夯手1984第257-259页和奈1992第210页中有所讨论。The Chain System 出自夯手1984第259页。提高工资、重组工厂和减少员工流动的系统方法在奈1992第215-216页中有所讨论。The keynote of the whole work is simplicity 出自 Colvin 1913b第442页。Colvin 在讨论装配部门和机械加工部门时写了这段话。这段话也出现在夯手1984第236页。20世纪60年代福特的招聘情况在 Murnane 和 Levy 1996中有所讨论。If we had a vacancy 出自福特汽车公司的人力资源总监 Art Johnson， 见 Murnane 和 Levy 1996第19页。Productivity creates 出自 Alexander 1929第43页，原文斜体也出现在 Noble 1977第52-53页。
An incomplete new vision. Magnus Alexander, W. Hiria's laissez-faire, is from Alexander, 1929-47. A partial version appears in Noble, 1977-53. In the original, laissez-faire appears in quotation marks. John R. Commons is discussed in Nye, 1998, 147-148.
未完成的新愿景 Magnus Alexander, W. Hiria's laissez-faire 出自 Alexander 1929第47页，部分内容出现在 Noble 1977第53页。原文中 laissez-faire 用引号标出。John R. Commons 在奈1998第147-148页中有所讨论。
Nordic choices. The German discussion and numbers are from Evans, 2005. Our discussion of the Scandinavian case is based on Berman, 2006, Chapter 5, Baldwin, 1990, and Gurevich, 1986. Branting, in a Backward Land, is from Berman, 2006, 157. The Party Does Not Aim is from Berman, 2006, 172. For the idea that industry-level wage setting can increase investment, Simone and Wallerstein, 1997. And for union-imposed wage compression encouraging investment, see Asemoglu, 2002b.
北欧的选择。关于德国的讨论和数据来自 Evans 2005。我们对斯堪的纳维亚案例的讨论基于 Bowman 2006第5章 Baldwin 1990和 Gurevich 1986。Branting 的在一个落后的国家出自 Bowman 2006 157。政党并不旨在出自 Bowman 2006 172。关于行业层面的工资设定可以增加投资的观点，参见 Moanet 和 Wallerstein 1997。关于工会强制的工资压缩鼓励投资的观点，参见 Asemoglu 2002b。
New Deal aspirations. Our discussion of the New Deal builds on Katznelson, 2013, and Fraser and Gerstle, 1989. A Strong Government is from Tugwell, 1933. The interests of society is from Cook, 1929, 2. Part of this passage also appears in Fraser and Gerstle, 1989, 60-61. Certainly anyone is from Fraser and Gerstle, 1989, 75-76. On aircraft carriers, see Dunnigan and Nofi, 1995, 364, which shows 11 carrier launchings in 1945. This is not an aberration. There were 8 such launchings in 1944 and 12 in 1943. In addition, the U.S. built smaller escort carriers. The same source shows 25 such launchings in 1943, 35 in 1944, and 9 in 1945. The 6 operational aircraft carriers on December 7, 1941, were Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga in the Pacific, and Yorktown, Ranger, and Wasp in the Atlantic. On difficulties with supplies for the military during the early U.S. involvement in World War II, see Atkinson, 2002. It appears, is on page 50, and the American Army is on 415. Atkinson, 2002, 414. Also quotes a British report opining that the American genius lay in creating resources rather than in using them economically.
新政的抱负。我们对新政的讨论基于 Katznelson 2013和 Fraser 及 Gerstle 1989。一个强大的政府出自 Tugwell 1933。社会的利益出自 Cook 1929。2. 这部分内容也出现在 Fraser 和 Gerstle 1989 6061中。当然，任何人出自 Fraser 和 Gerstle 1989 7576。关于航空母舰，参见 Dunnigan 和 Nofi 1995 364，显示1945年有11艘航母下水。这并非异常，1944年有8艘，1943年有12艘。此外，美国还建造了较小的护航航母，同一来源显示1943年有25艘下水，1944年有35艘，1945年有9艘。1941年12月7日，美国有6艘现役航空母舰，太平洋的企业号、列克星敦号和萨拉托加号，以及大西洋的约克城号、游骑兵号和黄蜂号。关于美国早期参与二战时的军事物资供应困难，参见 Atkinson 2002，似乎出自第50页，美国陆军出自第415页。Atkinson 2002 414还引用了一份英国报告，认为美国的天才在于创造资源，而不是经济的使用它们。
Glorious Years. Great Compression is from Golden and Margot, 1992. Numbers on the income share of the top 1% are calculations from the World Income Database, https://wid.world. In all cases, we report pre-tax income numbers for individuals over age 20. Data on mean and median real wage growth by different groups are calculations from various sources, as described in greater detail in the bibliographic notes at the start of Chapter 8. TFB numbers are also our calculations. Details and alternative estimates are presented in the notes to the next chapter.
光辉岁月，大压缩出自 Golden 和 Margot 1992。关于前1%收入份额的数据是我们的计算结果，数据来源为世界收入数据库 https://w.world。在所有情况下，我们报告的是20岁以上个人的税前收入数据。不同群体的平均和中位实际工资增长率的数据也是我们的计算结果，详细来源在第8章开头的参考文献注释中描述。TFP 数据也是我们的计算结果，详细信息和替代估计值在下一章的注释中呈现。
Clash over automation and wages. On Jacquard's loom, C. Essinger, 2004. Our discussion in the section draws on Noble, 1977, 1984. See Noble, 1984, 84, inter alia, for how the general approach, programmable machine tool automation, became numerical control. He, threat and promise, and clean, spacious, and are from an unsigned editorial comment in Fortune, November 1, 1946, 160, and are quoted in Lever and Brown, 1946, 165. These also appear in Noble, 1984, on 67 and 68, respectively. The Air Force and Navy approach to automation is discussed in Noble, 1984, 84-85. At his press conference on February 14, 1962, President Kennedy was asked, "Mr. President, our Labor Department estimates that approximately 1.8 million persons holding jobs are replaced every year by machines. How urgent do you view this problem? Automation. His response, I regard it as, is from www.jfklibrary.org/archives/other-resources/john-f-kennedy-press-conferences/news-conference-24. The discussion and numbers for Bell Company switchboard operators are from Feigenbaum and Gross, 2022. Lin, 2011, provides the first empirical study of new tasks in the U.S. labor market, and the numbers we report on the growth of professional, administrative, and clerical occupations are from Otter, Chin, Salomons, and Siegmüller, 2022. Harold Ikes, You Are On Your Way, is from Brinkley, 1989, 123. A T, he most concentrated period, refers to the first 6 months of 1946 and is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Work stoppages caused by labor management disputes in 1946, 1947, Bulletin No. 918-9. The UWGM arbitration and the discussion of skilling/duckilling caused by machinery are from Noble, 1984, 253, 255. The UAW statement, We Offer Our Cooperation, is from Noble, 1984, 253, which also discusses the UAW's general approach. This resolution, which was issued at its 1955 convention, began with, The UWCIO welcomes automation, technological progress. The arbitrator's statement, This is not a case, is from Noble, 1984, 254. As to acquire, is from Earl Via, a numerical control maintenance technician, in Noble, 1984, 256. He increased effort, is from the United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers, UE, in Noble, 1984, 257. From context, both statements were made in the 1970s. The recent study by Bustan, Choi, and Klingingsmith, 2022, provides evidence that numerically controlled machinery displaced workers from some manual tasks, but also created new tasks, especially for those who were union members. Harry Bridges, Those Guys Who, is from Levinson, 2006, 109-110. We believe that, is from Levinson, 2006, 110. Every Longshoreman, is from Levinson, 2006, 112. The Days of Sweating is from Levinson, 2006, 117. The discussion of the rates of displacement caused by automation and job creation resulting from new tasks, as well as the numbers we use, are from Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b. The effects of automation and new tasks on the demand for skills and inequalities are from Asemoglu and Restrepo, 2020b and 2022.
自动化与工资的冲突。关于贾卡德之机，参见 Essinger 2004。本节的讨论参考了 Noble 1977-1984关于可编程机床自动化如何成为数控技术，参见 Noble 1984-84等。He Threat and Promise 和 Clean, Spacious and 引自《财富》杂志1946年11月1日160页，得无署名编辑评论，转引自 Lever 和 Brown 1946 165。这些内容也出现在 Noble 1984 67和68页。关于空军和海军对自动化的处理，参见 Noble 1984 8485。1962年2月14日的新闻发布会上，肯尼迪总统被问及，总统先生，我们的劳工部估计每年约有180万人的工作被机器取代。您认为这个问题自动化有多紧迫？他的回答我将其视为来自 www.jfklibrary.org/archive/other-resources/john-f-kennedy-press-news-conference-24。贝尔公司接线员的讨论和数据来自 Feigenbaum 和 Gross 2022。Lin 2011提供了美国劳动力市场新任务的首个实证研究。我们报告的专业、行政和文员职位增长的数据来自 Autor, Chin, Salomons 和 Siegmüller 2022。Harold X 的你正在前进，引自 Brinkley 1989 123。He most concentrated period 指的是1946年的前6个月，引自劳工统计局的1946年因劳资纠纷导致的工作停工，1947年 公报第918号第9页。UAWGM 仲裁和机器导致的技能提升、技能下降的讨论来自 Noble 1984 253 255。UAW 的声明我们提供合作，引自 Noble 1984 253。该书还讨论了 UAW 的总体立场。这一决议是在1955年大会上发布的，以 UAW-CIO 欢迎自动化技术进步开始。仲裁员的声明这不是一个案例，引自 Noble 1984 254。H. As to acquire， 引自数字控制维护技术员 Earl Weir 在 Noble 1984 256。P. The increased effort， 引自 United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers UE 在 Noble 1984 257。从上下文来看，这两个声明都是在1970年代做出的。Bustan、Trey 和 Cleaning-Smith 2022的最新研究提供了证据，表明数控机械取代了一些手工任务的工人，但也创造了新的任务，特别是对于工会成员。Harry Bridges 的那些家伙，引自 Levinson 2006 109110。我们相信，引自 Levinson 2006 110。每个码头工人，引自 Levinson 2006 112。那些流汗的日子，引自 Levinson 2006 117。关于自动化导致的失业率和新任务创造的就业机会的讨论，以及我们使用的数据，来自 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b。自动化和新任务对技能需求和不平等的影响，来自 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2020b 和2022。
Abolition of want, general discussion, population numbers, displacement, and the situation in Europe are from Judd, 2006. Beveridge, 1942, is the source for A Revolutionary Moment, 6, and Abolition of Want, 7. Discussion of the reception of the report and the Labour Party's attitude is in Baldwin, 1990.
消除贫困，一般讨论人口数量、流离失所和欧洲的情况，来自 U 2006。Beveridge 1942是一个革命性的时刻6页和消除贫困7页的来源。报告的接受情况和工党态度的讨论见于 Baldwin 1990。
Social progress and its limits. Details of growth in ancient Greece are from Ober, 2015b. Growth rates in ancient Rome are from Morris, 2004. See also Allen, 2009b. For health statistics and related discussion, see Deaton, 2013. Education statistics are from Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, https://data.oecd.org/education.htm, and Golden and Katz, 2008. Pre-industrial and early industrial growth rates are for total GDP. See Madison, 2001, 28, 126, inter alia. Life expectancy at birth in 1900 is from Madison, 2001, 30. Life expectancy in 1970 is from the World Bank's Development Indicators online database.
社会进步及其限制。古希腊增长的详细情况来自 Ober 2015b。古罗马的增长率来自 Morris 2004。另见 Allen 2009b。健康统计数据及相关讨论见 Deaton 2013。教育统计数据来自经济合作与发展组织 https://data.oecd.org/education.htm 和 Golden 与 Katz 2008。前工业和早期工业的增长率是指总 GDP， 见 Madison 2001 28126等。1900年的出生时预期寿命来自 Madison 2001 30。1970年的预期寿命来自世界银行的发展指标在线数据库。
Chapter 8, Digital Damage.
第8章，数字损害。
The conceptual framework of this chapter is as we outlined in Chapter 1 and used in Chapters 6 and 7. The emphasis is how, within this framework, the two supports for shared prosperity both became unwound in the United States after 1980. In particular, we stress technologies becoming more focused on automation, building on Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b, and a decline in the countervailing powers of labor. See, for example, Phillips-Fine 2010, Anderson 2021, and Gerstle 2022. See also Perlstein, 2009, Bergen, 2015, and Applebaum, 2019. Inspired by Noble's 1984 discussion, we also argue that the decline of labor's bargaining power contributed to technology moving more in an automation direction.
本章的概念框架与我们在第1章中概述，并在第6章和第7章中使用的一致。重点在于，在这一框架内，共享繁荣的2个支柱在美国1980年后如何逐渐瓦解。特别是，我们强调技术越来越集中在自动化上，基于 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b 的研究，以及劳动力的制衡力量的下降，建立如 Phillips Finn 2010、Anderson 2021和 Gerstow 2022。另见 Perlstein 2009、Bergen 2015和 Applebaum 2019。受 Noble 1984讨论的启发，我们还论证了劳动力议价能力的下降促使技术更多的朝自动化方向发展。
The empirical patterns documented in this chapter draw heavily on Acemoglu and Otter, 2011, and Otter, 2019. In most cases, they have been replicated and extended for this book based on the same data sources, and with the superb research assistance of Carlos Molina. The evidence on the role of automation in the decline in the labor share, slow growth in median wages, and surge in inequality comes from Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2022.
本章记录的经验模式大量借鉴了 Acemoglu 和 Otter 2011以及 Otter 2019的研究。在大多数情况下，这些模式已经基于相同的数据源进行了复制和扩展，并得到了 Carlos Molina 的出色研究协助。关于自动化在劳动份额下降、中位数工资增长缓慢和不平等加剧中的作用的证据来自 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2022。
Our interpretation of the ethos and approaches of early computer enthusiasts and hackers, and the idea that their focus was not on top-down automation, are inspired by the discussion in Levy, 2010, and Isaacson, 2014. Noble, 1984, and Zuboff, 1988, provide the basis of our view of modern automation in factories and offices and workers' reactions to it.
我们对早期计算机爱好者和黑客的精神和方法的解读，以及他们关注的不是自上而下的自动化，受到了 Levy 2010和 Isaacson 2014讨论的启发。Noble 1984和 Zuboff 1988为我们对现代工厂和办公室自动化及其工人反映的观点提供了基础。
Our discussion of disappointing productivity benefits from digital technologies is based on Gordon, 2016, as well as the theoretical ideas discussed in Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2019b.
我们关于数字技术令人失望的生产率收益的讨论基于 Gordon 2016以及 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2019b 中讨论的理论观点。
Opening epigraphs. Any internet search will confirm that the Ted Nelson statement is widely attributed to him, without a confirmed source, in Leontiev, 1983, 405.
开篇引言：任何网络搜索都会证实 Ted Nelson 的声明被广泛归因于他，但没有确认的来源。而 Leontiev 1983 405。
Lee Felsenstein quoting Revolt in 2100, Secrecy is the Keystone, is from Levy, 2010, 131. Ted Nelson, The Public Does Not, and This Book are from Levy, 2010, 144. Grace Hopper is discussed at length in Isaacson, 2014, Chapter 3.
Lee Felsenstein 引用2100年的叛乱中的保密是基石，出自 Levy 2010 131。Ted Nelson 的公众并不和这本书出自 Levy 2010 144。Grace Hopper 在 Isaacson 2014第3章中有详细讨论。
A reversal. U.S. inequality trends are explored and discussed in Golden and Margot, 1992, Katz and Murphy, 1992, Piketty and Saiz, 2003, Golden and Katz, 2008, and Otter and Dorn, 2013. Our approach builds on Acemoglu and Otter, 2011, Otter, 2019, and Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2022, which also provide related numbers. Here we give additional details of the methods and data sources. For most of the numbers on labor market inequality, employment, and wage trends, we combine the U.S. Census of population data for 1940, 1950, 1970, 1980, 1990, and 2000 with annual data from the March Current Population Survey, March CPS, and the American Community Survey, ACS. All these data are sourced from the IPM's repository. Occupational classifications are harmonized across decades using the classification scheme developed by Dorn, 2009. When the yearly income is top-coded as defined by the survey instrument, we impute it as 1.5 times the value of the top-code amount, which varies across years and even states in most recent years. Only a small fraction of observations is affected by top-coding. In 2019, for example, less than 0.5% of observations are top-coded. To deal with misreporting in the lowest part of the income distribution, we impose a minimum hourly wage equal to the first percentile of the hourly wage distribution. We compute hourly wage by dividing yearly income by self-reported number of hours in a year. Unless these exceed the maximum number of hours, 3,570 is equal to 70 hours per week for 51 weeks per year. For top-coded observations, we use annual hours of 1,750 in the denominator, 35 hours per week for 50 weeks per year. We define weekly and yearly wage as the product of hourly wage and the number of hours worked per week and per year, respectively, after the adjustment to the upper and lower bound of the hourly wage distribution.
逆转，美国不平等趋势在 Golden 和 Margo 1992 Katz 和 Murphy 1992 Piketty 和 Sis 2003 Golden 和 Katz 2008以及 Autor 和 Dorn 2013中进行了探讨和讨论。我们的方法建立在 Acemoglu 和 Autor 2011 Autor 2019以及 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2022的基础上，这些研究也提供了相关数据。在这里，我们提供了方法和数据来源的更多细节。对于大多数关于劳动力市场不平等、就业和工资趋势的数据，我们结合了1940年、1950年、1970年、1980年、1990年和2000年的人口普查数据，以及每年的3月当前人口调查 March CPS 和美国社区调查 ACS 数据。所有这些数据都来自 IPM's 仓库。职业分类使用 Dorn 2009开发的分类方案，在各个10年间进行了协调。当年度收入被定义为调查工具的最高编码时，我们将其估算为最高编码金额的 1.5 倍。这一金额在不同年份甚至最近几年的不同州之间有所不同。只有少量的观察值受到最高编码的影响。例如，在2019年，不到 0.5% 的观察值被最高编码。为了处理收入分布最低部分的误报，我们设定了一个等于每小时工资分布第100分位的最低小时工资。我们通过将年收入除以自报的年工作小时数来计算每小时工资，除非这些小时数超过了最大值3570等于每周70小时，每年51周。对于最高编码的观察值，我们在分母中使用每年1750小时，每周35小时，每年50周。我们将每周和每年的工资定义为每小时工资与每周和每年工作小时数的乘积，在调整每小时工资分布的上下限之后。
In terms of educational classifications, we follow those described in detail in Acemoglu and Otter 2011 and in Otter 2019. Throughout, all numbers are composition-adjusted mean or median log wage for full-time. Full-year workers ages 16 to 64 in the indicated group, e.g., all workers or high school graduates, etc. For the composition adjustment, we sort the data into gender education experience groups of 2 genders, 5 education categories, high school dropout, high school graduate, some college, college graduate, and post-college degree, and 4 potential experience categories, 09, 1019, 2029, and 3039 years. Educational categories are harmonized following the procedures in Otter, Katz, and Kearney, 2008. Mean log wages for broader groups in each year represent weighted averages of the relevant, composition-adjusted, cell means using a fixed set of weights, equal to the mean share of total hours worked by each group over 1963-2005. Median log wages are computed similarly. All earnings numbers are converted to real earnings by being deflated using the chain-weighted, implicit, price deflator for personal consumption expenditures.
在教育分类方面，我们遵循 Acemoglu 和 Autor 2011以及 Autor 2019中详细描述的分类。在所有情况下，所有数字均为16至64岁全职、全年工作的指定群体， 例如所有工人或高中毕业生等的构成调整后的平均或中位数对数工资。对于构成调整，我们将数据按性别、教育和经验分为两性5个教育类别：高中辍学、高中毕业、部分大学、大学毕业和大学后学位，和4个潜在经验类别：09年、10-19年、20-29年和30-39年。教育类别按照 Katz 和 Carney 2008中的程序进行统一。每年更广泛群体的平均对数工资代表使用固定权重计算的相关构成调整后单元平均值的加权平均值，这些权重等于1963-2005年各群体总工作时间的平均份额。中位数对数工资的计算方法类似，所有收入数字均通过使用个人消费支出的链式加权隐含价格平减指数进行调整，转换为实际收入。
Labor force participation for prime age workers for the U.S. is computed from the same data, and for other countries we use data from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, https://data.oecd.org/emp/labor-force-participation-rate.htm。
美国适龄劳动者的劳动力参与率计算来自同一数据，其他国家的数据来自经济合作与发展组织 OECD https://data.OECD.org/emp/labor-force-participation-rate.htm。
The Pew Research Center report is by Schumacher and Monkes, 2021. The numbers for black-white wage differentials are computed from the same sources as above. For related discussion and analysis, see Daly, Hobin, and Petka, 2017. Numbers on the evolution of aggregate capital and labor shares of national income across countries are from Karabar-Bunis and Neiman, 2014.
皮尤研究中心的报告由 Schumacher 和 Monkes 2021撰写。黑人与白人工资差异的数字来自上述相同来源。对于相关讨论和分析，参见 Daly、Hobin 和 Peck 2017。各国国民收入中资本和劳动份额的演变数据来自 Karabar-Bunis 和 Neiman 2014。
What happened? Changes in the U.S. auto industry are discussed in Murnane and Levy, 1996, and Krzyzewski, 2021. The numbers on blue-collar jobs are based on our calculations from the same sources as above. On the China shock, the standard reference is Otter, Dorn, and Hansen, 2013. The estimates of job losses in the United States caused by merchandise imports from China are from Acemoglu, Otter, Dorn, Hansen, and Price, 2016. The list of areas affected by these imports is from these studies. The evidence on the effects of industrial robots on employment and wages is from Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2020a. See also Greets and Michaels, 2018. The list of areas most affected by the introduction of robots is from this study as well. Our discussion of good jobs builds on Harrison and Bluestone, 1990, including Chapter 5, and Acemoglu, 1999, 2001. Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2022, estimate the relative contribution of industrial automation, including robots, dedicated equipment, and specialized software, offshoring, and merchandise imports from China. Their estimates suggest that between 50 and 70% of the changes in wage inequality among 500 demographic groups, defined by education, age, gender, ethnicity, and domestic versus foreign-born status, is explained by automation. Offshoring and merchandise imports from China have smaller impacts. Part of the reason for this is a result of which sorts of industries are affected by Chinese imports as opposed to by automation, as discussed in Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2020a. Deaths of despair is used by Case and Deaton, 2020, to describe deaths from alcoholism, liver disease, drug overdose, and suicides. They discuss in detail the potential effects of negative economic shocks on deaths of despair. A statistical analysis of the effects of import shocks from China on marriage, out-of-wedlock childbirth, teenage pregnancy, and other social problems is reported in Otter, Dorn, and Hansen, 2019.
发生了什么？美国汽车工业的变化在 Murnane 和 Levy 1996以及 Krzyzewski 2021中有讨论。蓝领工作的数据基于上述相同的来源计算得出。关于中国冲击，标准参考文献是 Otter、Dorn 和 Hansen 2013。 美国因从中国进口商品而造成的就业损失估计来自 Simogl、Autor、Dorn、Hansen 和 Price。2016受这些进口影响的地区列表来自这些研究。工业机器人对就业和工资的影响证据来自 Simogl 和 Restrepo。2020A。另见 Breeze 和 Michaels。2018。受机器人引入影响最大的地区列表也来自这项研究。我们对好工作的讨论基于 Harrison 和 Bluestone。1990，包括第5章，以及 Simogl。1999。2001。Simogl 和 Restrepo。2022估计了工业自动化，包括机器人、专用设备和专业软件、外包和从中国进口商品对工资不平等变化的相对贡献。他们的估计表明，50%到70%的工资不平等变化，在按教育、年龄、性别、种族和是否为外国出生定义的500个群体中是由自动化解释的。外包和从中国进口商品的影响较小。原因之一是受中国进口影响的行业与受自动化影响的行业不同，如 Simogl 和 Restrepo。2020A 所讨论的绝望的死亡一词由 Case 和 Deaton。2020用来描述因酒精中毒、肝病、药物过量和自杀导致的死亡。他们详细讨论了负面经济冲击对绝望死亡的潜在影响。关于中国进口冲击对婚姻、非婚生育、青少年怀孕和其他社会问题的影响的统计分析报告见 Autor、Dorn 和 Hansen。2019。
For more general discussions of the effects of globalization on U.S. labor markets, see Autor, Dorn, and Hansen, 2013. For the effects of increasing market power of firms, see Philippon, 2019. For the role of the financial industry, see Philippon and Reshef, 2012. And for a broader discussion of the consequences of ideological shifts, see Sandel, 2020.
关于全球化对美国劳动力市场影响的更广泛讨论，参见 Autor、Dorn 和 Hansen。2013。关于企业市场力量增加的影响，参见 Philippon。2019。关于金融行业的作用，参见 Philippon 和 Reshef。2012。关于意识形态转变后果的更广泛讨论，参见 Sandel。2020。
The liberal establishment and its discontents. A particular version of consumer protection history is provided by Digital History, 2021. Opposition to the New Deal from various business organizations and leading companies is discussed in detail in Phillips Fine, 2010. On M. Stanton Evans, C. Evans, 1965, and Phillips Fine, 2010. Et he chief point about is from Evans, 1965, 18. On the U.S. System of Welfare, C. Hacker, 2002.
自由主义建制派极其不满。Digital History 2021提供了一个特定版本的消费者保护历史。来自各种商业组织和领先公司的对新政的反对在 Phillips Fine 2010中有详细讨论。关于 M. Stanton Evans， 参见 Evans 1965和 Phillips Fine 2010。主要观点是出自 Evans 1965 18。关于美国福利制度，参见 Hacker 2002。
What is good for General Motors? What was good for is from Charles Wilson's confirmation hearing, Committee on Armed Services, United States Senate, January 15, 1953, hearing transcript 26. Senator Henriksen asked whether Wilson could, hypothetically, make a decision that was extremely adverse to the interests of your stock and General Motors Corporation, if that was in the interest of the U.S. government. Wilson's full reply is recorded as follows.
什么是对通用汽车有利的？对有利这句话出自查尔斯·威尔逊的确认听证会，美国参议院武装服务委员会1953年1月15日听证会记录第26页。亨利·克森参议员询问威尔逊，假设他是否可以做出对您的股票和通用汽车公司极为不利的决定，如果这是符合美国政府的利益的话。威尔逊的完整回答如下。
Yes, sir, I could. I cannot conceive of one because for years I thought what was good for our country was good for General Motors, and vice versa. The difference does not exist.
是的，先生，我可以。我无法想象这种情况，因为多年来我一直认为对我们的国家有利的就是对通用汽车有利，反之亦然。这种差异是不存在的。
Our company is too big. It goes with the welfare of the country. Our contribution to the nation is quite considerable.
我们的公司太大了，它与国家的福祉息息相关。我们对国家的贡献相当大。
On Buckley, see Judas, 1988, and Schneider, 2003. In its maturity, literate America, and since ideas are from Buckley, 1955. The discussion of the Business Roundtable and the Chamber of Commerce's changing attitudes is from Phillips Fine, 2010, Chapter 9. Usiness has very serious is in Phillips Fine, 2010, 192. The way we earn, free enterprise system, and free enterprise concentrates are from Phillips Fine, 2010, 193. George H. W. Bush, less than 50, is from Phillips Fine, 2010, 185. On Hayek, see Phillips Fine, 2010, Chapter 2, and Applebaum, 2019. Background on pro-market views at the University of Chicago and Stanford's Hoover Institution can be found in Applebaum, 2019.
关于巴克利，参见 Judas 1988和 Schneider 2003。In its maturity, literate America 和 since ideas 来自 Buckley 1955。关于商业圆桌会议和商会态度变化的讨论来自 Phillips Fine 2010第9章。Usiness has very serious 出自 Phillips Fine 2010 192。The way we earn, free enterprise system 和 free enterprise concentrates 来自 Phillips Fine 2010 193。乔治 H.W. 布什的 less than 50来自 Phillips Fine 2010 185。关于哈耶克，参见 Phillips Fine 2010第2章和 Applebaum 2019。关于芝加哥大学和斯坦福大学胡佛研究所的市场友好观点的背景，可以在 Applebaum 2019中找到。
On the side of angels and shareholders, A Friedman Doctrine is the title of Friedman, 1970. Background and context for Friedman are in Applebaum, 2019, Chapter 1. For what we call the Jensen Amendment, see Jensen and Meckling, 1976, and Jensen, 1986. He Business Roundtable believes is from Phillips Fine, 2010, 194. On the Enron Scandal, see McLean and Elkind, 2003. On Wage Policies and Consequences of CEOs with Business Degrees, see Asemoglu, he, and Lemaire, 2022, which is also the source for all the other related numbers on this topic. See also the General Discussion in Marins, 2011.
站在天使和股东一边。A Friedman Doctrine 是 Friedman 1970的标题。Friedman 的背景和上下文可以在 Applebaum 2019第1章中找到。关于我们称之为 Jensen 修正案的内容，参见 Jensen 和 McLean 1976以及 Jensen 1986。He Business Roundtable Believes 来自 Phillips Fine 2010 194。关于安然丑闻，参见 McLean 和 Elkind 2003。关于工资政策和拥有商业学位的 CEO 的后果，参见 Asemoglu、he 和 Lemaire 2022。这也是该主题所有其他相关数字的来源。另见 Marins 2011中的一般讨论。
Big is beautiful. People of the same trade is from Smith, 1776, 1999, 232. On the arrow replacement effect, see Arrow, 1962. We may have democracy is from Lonergan, 1941, 42. Lonergan claimed that Brandeis said this to a younger friend. Lonergan's tribute was originally published in Labor, the organ of the 15 recognized standard railroad labor organizations, shortly after Brandeis's death.
大吉是美。People of the same trade 来自 Smith 1776 1999 232。关于 Arrow 替代效应，参见 Arrow 1962。We may have democracy 来自 Lonergan 1941 42。Lonergan 声称布兰代斯对一位年轻朋友说了这句话。Lonergan 的致敬文章最初发表在 Labor 15个公认的铁路劳工组织的机关报上，时间是在布兰代斯去世后不久。
On the innovativeness of smaller, younger firms, see Asemoglu, Axigit, Alp, Bloom, and Kerr, 2018. Specifically, this paper shows that conditioning on the sample of innovative firms, small young firms are much more innovative than large old firms, where large firms are those with more than 200 employees, Small firms are those with fewer than 200 employees, and young firms have existed fewer than 9 years. For example, the R&D to sales ratio is about twice for small young firms as for large old firms. The probability of patenting is also higher for small young firms than for large old firms. Robert Bork is discussed in Applebaum, 2019. On the Mann Economics Institute for Federal Judges and its effects on rulings, C. Ash, Chan, and Naidu, 2022. On current Supreme Court justices' relationships with the Federalist Society, C. Feldman, 2021. Although some of the details are disputed.
关于较小、较年轻公司的创新性，参见 C.Mogul、Exigit、Alp、Bloom 和 Kerr 2018。具体来说，这篇论文表明，在创新公司样本中，小而年轻的公司比大而老的公司更具创新性。其中，大公司是指员工人数超过200人的公司，小公司是指员工人数少于200人的公司，年轻公司是指成立时间不足9年的公司。例如，小而年轻的公司的研发销售比大约是大而老的公司的2倍。小而年轻的公司获得专利的概率也高于大而老的公司。Robert Bork 在 Applebaum 2019中有讨论。关于曼经济学研究所对联邦法官的影响，参见 Ash、Chan 和 Naidu 2022。关于当前最高法院法官与联邦党人协会的关系，参见 Feldman 2021。尽管其中一些细节存在争议。
A lost cause. See the general discussion in Phillips-Fine 2010. On the Taft-Hartley Act, see Phillips-Fine 2010, 3133. General statistics on work stoppages, including the annual historical table from 1947, are available from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, www.bls.gov/WSB.
一个失败的事业。参见 Phillips-Fine 2010的一般讨论。关于塔夫特哈特利法，参见 Phillips-Fine 2010 3133。包括1947年年度历史表在内的罢工一般统计数据，可从美国劳工统计局获取，网址为 3w.bls.gov/WSP。
A grim reengineering. The term reengineering the corporation was coined and advocated in Hammer and Champy, 1993. See also Davenport, 1992, for related ideas. Much of the old is from Hammer and Champy, 1993, 74. On the IBM word processing machine, see Hay, 2006.
严峻的重组。公司重组这一术语由 Hammer 和 Champy 1993创造并倡导。相关观点也可参见 Davenport 1992。引文许多旧的出自 Hammer 和 Champy 1993。74。关于 IBM 的文字处理机，参见 Hay 2006。
Office automation is from Hammer and Serbu, 1980, 38. The Xerox vice president quoted as saying we may, in fact, is from Spinrad, 1982, 812. Key automation of all phases is from Menzies, 1981, 15. We don't know is from Zuboff, 1988, 3. See Otter, Levy, and Murnane, 2002, on automation of check processing in a large bank. The numbers on the fraction of American women working in clerical jobs and its evolution are based on our calculations using the same sources as above.
办公室自动化就是出自 Hammer 和 Serbu 1980 38。Xerox 副总裁引用的我们实际上可能出自 Spinrad 1982 812。各阶段的自动化出自 Menzies 1981 15。我们不知道出自 Zuboff 1988 3。关于大型银行支票处理自动化的讨论，参见 Otter、Levy 和 Murnane 2002。关于美国女性在文职工作中所占比例及其演变的数据，基于上述相同来源的计算。
Lee Felsenstein, The Industrial Approach is Grim, and The User's Ability, are from Levy, 2010, 201. Bob Marsh, We Wanted to Make, is from Levy, 2010, 203. As the Majority, is from Bill Gates's letter, available here, https://lettersofnote.com/2009/most-of-u-steel-your-software. This letter is also quoted and discussed in Levy, 2010, 193.
Lee Felsenstein 的工业方法是阴郁的和用户的能力出自 Levy 2010 201。Bob Marsh 的我们想制造出自 Levy 2010 203。作为大多数出自 Bill Gates 的信，可在此处查看 https://learnsofno.com/2009/10/8-most-u-steel-your-software。这封信也在 Levy 2010 193中被引用和讨论。
The evolution of U.S. robot adoption is discussed in Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2020a. Evidence that demographic factors have triggered rapid robot adoption in Germany, Japan, and South Korea, and that differing demographic factors have caused a relatively slower adoption in the U.S. is in Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2021. Numbers on the evolution of blue-collar occupations are computed by us from the same sources as above.
美国机器人采用的演变在 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2020a 中进行了讨论。Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2021提供了证据，表明人口因素在德国、日本和韩国引发了快速的机器人采用，而不同的人口因素导致美国的采用相对较慢。关于蓝领职业演变的数据，由我们根据上述相同来源计算得出。
Once again, a matter of choice. The effects of industrial robots in Germany are estimated in Doth, Feindiesen, Swedecum, and Wessner, 2021. They follow the same methodology as Acemoglu and Restrepo, 2020a. They also estimate negative effects on blue-collar jobs and wages, but not on overall jobs, for there appears to be an increase in white-collar jobs. The differential evolution of white-collar jobs in German and Japanese manufacturing and their different approach to technology, including Industry 4.0 and digital factory initiatives, are discussed in Krzywozdzinski, 2021, and Krzywozdzinski and Gerber, 2020. The comparison of auto sales and trends in employment and blue-collar occupations across automobile manufacturers in these three countries is from Krzywozdzinski, 2021. The German apprenticeship system is discussed in Acemoglu and Pischke, 1998, and Thalen, 1991. And worker voice via work councils that place worker representatives on corporate boards is discussed in Thalen, 1991, and Jaeger, Schoofer, and Heining, 2021. The latter paper finds that this type of participation gives a voice to workers and technology choices. Effective taxes on equipment, software, and other capital, as well as on labor, are estimated in Acemoglu, Monera, and Restrepo, 2020. And the numbers we report are from their paper. On the evolution of U.S. federal support for research, see Gruber and Johnson, 2019.
再次，这是一个选择问题。Doth, Feindiesen, Swedecum 和 Wessner 2021估计了工业机器人在德国的影响。他们遵循了 Acemoglu 和 Restrepo 2020a 的相同方法。他们也估计了对蓝领工作和工资的负面影响，但对总体就业没有影响，因为似乎白领工作有所增加。Krzywozdzinski 2021和 Krzywozdzinski 与 Gerber 2020讨论了德国和日本制造业中白领工作的不同演变及其对技术的不同方法，包括工业 4.0 和数字工厂倡议。这三个国家汽车制造商之间的汽车销售和就业趋势以及蓝领职业的比较来自 Krzywozdzinski 2021。德国学徒制度在 Acemoglu 和 Pischke 1998以及 Thalen 1991中有讨论。通过工作委员会将工人代表置于公司董事会的工人发言权在 Thalen 1991和 Jaeger, Schoofer 与 Heining 2021中有讨论。后一篇论文发现，这种参与方式使工人在技术选择中有了发言权。Acemoglu, Monera 和 Restrepo 2020估计了对设备、软件和其他资本以及劳动力的有效税收。我们报告的数字来自他们的论文。关于美国联邦对研究的支持的演变，参见 Gruber 和 Johnson 2019。
Digital Utopia. Show Me a Problem is from Gates, 2021-14. Zuckerberg's early motto, Move Fast and Break Things, is reported in Blodgett, 2009. A detailed discussion of the attitudes we summarize is in Fahrenstein, 2017, which also reports the statements, very few are and I've become an expert.
数字乌托邦，给我展示一个难题，出自 Gates 2021-14。 Zuckerberg 的早期口号快速行动打破常规在 Budget 2009中有报道。Ferenstein 2017对我们总结的态度进行了详细讨论，该文还报道了很少有人和我已经成为专家等言论。
Not in the productivity statistics. On innovation slowing down, see Gordon 2016 and Gruber and Johnson 2019. Bloom, Jones, Van Reenen, and Webb 2020 show that more spending is going into R&D to produce the same rate of improvement across a number of sectors. On the number of patents and productivity growth trends, see also Semiglu, Otter, and Patterson, forthcoming. You can see is from Salo, 1987.
未反映在生产率统计数据中。关于创新放缓，参见 Gordon 2016和 Gruber 与 Johnson 2019。Bloom, Jones, Van Reenen 和 Webb 2020表明，更多的支出用于研发，已在多个行业中产生相同的改进率。关于专利数量和生产率增长趋势，参见 Semiglu, Otter 和 Patterson 即将出版。你可以看到，出自 Salo 1987。
Total factor productivity, TFP, estimates are computed using the standard formulae with a Cobb-Douglas production function, with weights for labor and capital of, respectively, 0.7 and 0.3, as in Gordon, 2016. Thus, TFP growth is computed as
总要素生产率 TFP 估计值是使用标准公式和科布道格拉斯生产函数计算得出的，其中劳动力和资本的权重分别为 0.7 和 0.3， 与戈登2016的研究一致。因此 TFP 增长计算为
GDP growth minus 0.7 asterisk labor input growth minus 0.3 asterisk capital input growth.
国内生产总值 GDP 增长减去 0.7 星号劳动力投入增长减去 0.3 星号资本投入增长。
Labor input growth is adjusted for an index of quality, which takes into account evolution of educational composition of the workforce, using Golden and Katz's 2008 estimates. Data for GDP are from the Bureau of Economic Analysis National Income and Product Accounts tables. We have also computed TFP estimates using different data sources and alternative methodologies, for example, following the methodology in Fernald 2014, Bergode, Set, and Leckett 2016, and Feenstra, Inkler, and Timmer 2015, with very similar results. For instance, in the periods 1948-1960, 1961-1980, 1981-2000, and 2001-2019, the average annual TFP growth estimates from Gordon, 2016, are 2, 1, 0.7, and 0.6%, respectively. The same numbers using Fernald's data and methodology, 2014, are, respectively, 2.2, 1.5, 0.8, and 0.8. From Bergode, Set, and Leckett, 2016, they are 2.4, 1.5, 1.3, and 0.9. Finally, from Feenstra, Inkler, and Timmer, 2015, they are 1.3, 0.7, 0.6, and 0.6.
劳动力投入增长根据劳动力教育构成的变化进行了质量指数调整，使用了戈尔丁和卡茨2008的估计值。GDP 数据来自经济分析局的国民收入和生产账户表。我们还使用不同的数据来源和替代方法进行了 TFP 估计，例如按照费尔纳尔德2014、贝热奥、瑟特和勒卡特2016以及费恩斯特拉、因克劳和蒂莫2015的方法，结果非常相似。例如，在1948、1960年、1961、1980年、1981、2000年和2001、2019年期间，戈登2016的平均年度 TFP 增长估计值分别为 2%、1%、0.7% 和 0.6%。使用费尔纳尔德2014的数据和方法，这些数字分别为 2.2%、1.5%、0.8% 和 0.8%。根据贝热奥、瑟特和勒卡特2016的数据，这些数字分别为 2.4%、1.5%、1.3% 和 0.9%。最后，根据费恩斯特拉、因克劳和蒂莫2015的数据，这些数字分别为 1.3%、0.7%、 0.6%和0.6%。
We're in the is from Irwin 2016. On Varian's arguments regarding mismeasurement, see Varian 2016 and Pethacookies 2017a. Hatzius, we think it, is from Pethacookies 2016. See also Pethacookies 2017b.
我们正处于出自 Irwin 2016。关于 Varian 对于测量误差的论点，参见 Varian 2016和 Pethacookies 2017a。Hatzius 的我们认为它出自 Pethacookies 2016，另见 Pethacookies 2017b。
Evidence that manufacturing industries investing more in digital technologies are not showing faster productivity growth or any evidence of more mismeasurement is from Acemoglu, Otter, Dorn, Hansen, and Price, 2014. Robert Gordon's views are in Gordon, 2016. For Tyler Cowen's views, see Cowen, 2010.
证据表明，投资更多数字技术的制造业并没有显示出更快的生产率增长或任何测量误差增加的迹象。这来自 Acemoglu, Otter, Dorn, Hansen 和 Price 2014。Robert Gordon 的观点见 Gordon 2016。关于 Tyler Cowen 的观点见 Cowen 2010。
The discussion of Japanese robot adoption and later attempts to introduce flexibility is provided in Krzyzewski, 2021. On the Fremont plant before and after Toyota's investments and comparisons to other U.S. car manufacturers, see Shimada and McDuffie, 1986, and McDuffie and Kraftsik, 1992.
关于日本机器人采用及其后来尝试引入灵活性的讨论，见 Krzyzewski 2021。关于丰田投资前后的弗里蒙特工厂及其与其他美国汽车制造商的比较，见 Shimada 和 McDuffie 1986，以及 McDuffie 和 Kraftsik 1992。
On followers diverging from industry leaders, see Andrews, Criscolo, and Gal, 2016. On the costs of unbalanced investment in R&D across sectors, see Acemoglu, Otter, and Patterson, forthcoming. On automation at Tesla, see Boudet, 2018, and Butchell and Floriano, 2018. Musk, yes, excessive automation, is from this tweet. https://twitter.com/Elon Musk/status/9848826309477753984 at Elon Musk, April 13, 2018. Capik, only years of practice, is from Capik, 1929-2004.
关于追随者与行业领导者之间的分歧，参见 Andrews, Criscolo 和 Gale 2016。关于各行业研发投资不平衡的成本，参见 Acemoglu, Otter 和 Patterson 即将出版。关于特斯拉的自动化，参见 Boudet 2018和 Butchell 与 Floriano 2018。马斯克的推文式的过度自动化来自此推文。https://twitter.com/Elon Musk/9848826309477753984 at Elon Musk 2018年4月13日。Capik 的只有多年的练习出自 Capik 1929-2004。
Toward Dystopia, Zuboff, 1988, has an early and prescient discussion.
走向反乌托邦 Zuboff 1988有一篇早期且具有预见性的讨论。
Chapter 9, Artificial Struggle.
第9章人工斗争。
Our interpretation in this chapter has three key building blocks. The first draws on our overall framework, and especially our discussion of SOSO automation. Specifically, we argue that artificial intelligence is likely to generate more limited productivity benefits than many of its enthusiasts hope because it is expanding into tasks in which machine capabilities are still quite limited, and because human productivity builds on tacit knowledge, accumulated expertise, and social intelligence. This interpretation is inspired by Larson's 2021 account of human reasoning that is currently out of the reach of AI, Mercier and Sperber's 2017 discussion of the social nature of human intelligence, and evidence of flexible adaptation by human groups, e.g., Henrich, 2016, as well as Pearl's 2021 discussion of the limits of machine learning and Chomsky's views on the shortcomings of AI-based language models, e.g., as shown in this panel discussion. http://languagelog.ldc. upin. edu/myl. pinkerchomskymit.html. General discussions of AI technologies, machine learning methods, and deep learning/neural networks are provided in Russell and Norvig, 2009, Neapolitan and Jeong, 2018, and Wooldridge, 2020. For the focus of AI technologies on prediction, see Agrawal, Gans, and Goldfarb, 2018.
本章的解释有3个关键组成部分。首先，它基于我们整体的框架，特别是关于尚可自动化的讨论。具体来说，我们认为，由于人工智能正在扩展到机器能力仍然相当有限的任务中，而且人类的生产率建立在默会知识、积累的专业知识和社会智能之上，因此人工智能可能带来的生产率提升比许多支持者所希望的要有限得多。这一解释受到拉尔森2021关于目前人工智能无法触及的人类推理的描述，梅尔西埃和斯派尔伯2017关于人类智能的社会性质的讨论，以及人类群体灵活适应的证据，例如亨里希2016的启发，同时也受到皮尔2021关于机器学习的局限性和乔姆斯基关于基于人工智能的语言模型的不足的观点的影响，例如在这个小组讨论中展示 http